Chapter 2292. Tian seemed to have a huge grudge against the old tortoise. The moment the old tortoise arrived, he immediately abandoned the ancient divine general and headed straight for the old tortoise's divine palace. Rumble, monstrous demonic aura enveloped the heavens and earth like a canopy. It enveloped the entire world and surged towards the divine palace in the sky. A terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and earth. The demon lord's power was truly terrifying. Sages with weaker cultivations found it hard to resist this demonic aura and had no choice but to retreat further away. The demonic aura could trigger a cultivator's inner demons and shake their Tao foundation. Even the ancient sages watching from the sidelines couldn't help but be moved. "You demon, your opponent is me," the ancient divine general roared, and the rumbling sound waves scattered the demonic clouds. He wielded the bronze spear and charged towards the demon lord with a shocking killing intent. This ancient divine general had once followed the Grand Emperor and lived from the primordial era to the present. His cultivation was so powerful that it made the sages' hearts palpitate. This was an extremely powerful Saint Emperor. Although the Saint Emperors of the demon race couldn't be compared to the human emperor of the human race, they still had the word emperor in their titles. They were supreme experts below the quasi-supremes. 1. The bronze spear in the ancient divine general's hand vibrated. The 9 great Tao markings on the spear were completely awakened and emitted the might of a saint emperor. At this moment, even the ancient sages felt a great pressure. It was as if the bronze spear could shatter the entire world with a light shake. The old divine general's body emitted an invincible aura. The demon lord's expression changed. This old demon was much stronger than he had imagined. He had underestimated this old demon. The bronze spear was already behind him in an instant. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The demon lord Tian roared. The demonic eye on his forehead opened again, and a blood-colored light pierced through the void and shot towards the bronze spear. 1. The blood-colored demonic light contained the demon lord's Tao markings and knocked the bronze spear to the side. The old divine general felt his hands shake, and the bronze spear almost flew out of his hands. This demon, the old divine general, was shocked. His opponent's battle strength had increased by a large margin. Could it be that this demon had been holding back from the beginning? No one knew better than the old godly general how terrifying the demon ancestor was. After all, he had followed the Grand Emperor to conquer the world and flattened many demon domains. He had killed more than one peerless demon ancestor. Die! The archdevil lord Tian let out a furious roar. Countless rays of blood-red light shot out from the devil eye on his forehead. The rays of blood-red light weaved into a blood-red demonic net that enveloped the heavens and earth as it shot towards the old god general. "Open!" The old divine general shouted. His white hair danced in the wind. 9 primordial demon marks rushed out of his body and sealed the surroundings. Rumble, the void shook, and the old divine general seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart. The chaotic chi around him was vast and mighty, and the 9 demonic marks blocked the blood-fiend demonic net that came from all directions. The old divine general wanted to break the demonic net, but the 9 demonic marks also appeared on the demonic net, drawing in a powerful demonic energy that sealed the old divine general. "The Grand Emperor is already dead. What's the point of you living? Go to hell," the archdevil lord Tian said coldly. He descended from the sky, landing on the demonic net. He circulated the demonic arts with all his might, wanting to refine the old divine general to death within the demonic net. "Tian, you're courting death." At this time, A loud roar came from the divine palace in the sky. Following that, a figure shrouded in demonic chi appeared between the heavens and earth. The silhouette of a dragon emerged from the figure's body, exuding a majestic aura of a true dragon. Hee, did I say something wrong? Tian raised his head to look at the figure in the sky and said disdainfully, "You dare to say that my father is dead? I'll kill you first." The old tortoise roared in anger. In his heart, the Grand Emperor was a supreme being that could not be blasphemed. He would never die. The old tortoise refused to believe that his father had already fallen. One had to know that the Grand Emperor was the supreme being of the demonic beast race. He was invincible throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had once suppressed the chaos of the demons, annihilating several demons that were causing trouble. He had killed more than one Archdevil Lord. Back then, the Archdevil Lord Tian was defeated by the Grand Emperor. When this Tian saw that the situation was not in his favor, he disregarded the lives of his clansmen and escaped alone. However, this fellow was truly unlucky. Even though he managed to escape from the Grand Emperor, he met the ancient Buddhist Lord and was nailed to death in the Hell Dao by the ancient Buddhist Lord's Buddhist commandment blade. However, this ferocious devil was not completely dead. After countless years, he came back to life. The Archdevil Lord Tian hated the Grand Emperor and the ancient Buddhist Lord. Naturally, he hoped that the Grand Emperor was dead. However, even he did not know if the Grand Emperor was truly dead or not. The great change back then came too suddenly. When the ancient desolate world shattered, all the extreme Daos disappeared. No one knew where these extreme Daos went. Only the ancient sages that survived could guess what had happened. At this time, the old tortoise had already descended from the sky like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. A gigantic purple dragon claw grabbed at the Archdevil Lord Tian. Swoosh! The devil eye on the forehead of the Devil Lord Tian opened and closed. This was the devil eye of annihilation, and it possessed immense might. A blood-colored devil light pierced through the void, clashing against the dragon claw that was descending from the sky. PFFF. With a soft sound, the purple dragon claw was pierced through by the blood-colored demonic light. However, just as the Archdevil Lord Tian revealed a smug smile, something flew out from the side and smashed into his head. The impact caused his head to spin and his vision to darken. He staggered and nearly fell to the ground. A stream of black blood flowed down from his forehead. He was injured. Roar! The Archdevil Lord Tian roared into the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. He could clearly see that the thing that injured him was a fist-sized tortoise shell. The Archdevil Lord Tian pointed at the old tortoise angrily. He was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He had been ambushed by the other party. That purple dragon claw was just a feint. The true vicious attack was that tortoise shell. I couldn't tell that your head was actually this tough. It can't even be smashed apart. The old tortoise chuckled. In his hand was the tortoise shell that injured the Archdevil Lord Tian. This was a shell that had fallen off from his body. He had been refining it day and night, and it was close to attaining sentience. I'm going to tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Chapter 2293. Tian, you were defeated by my father in the past. Today, you will be defeated by me as well. The old tortoise was incomparably domineering. He punched out, and 9 primordial demonic runes appeared on his fist as he punched towards the incoming blood-colored demonic light. After shattering the demonic light with a single punch, the old tortoise charged towards Tian. Tian's heart skipped a beat. This son of the Grand Sovereign actually had some traces of the Grand Sovereign's invincible demeanor in the past. This caused him to grit his teeth in anger. That thing of mine has yet to be repaired, and he has the Grand Sovereign seal. The situation is not in my favor. Ing Tian felt that something was amiss. There was no need to rush to kill this bastard. Thinking of this, Ing Tian leaped into the air and unleashed a supreme killing technique. His body turned into countless demonic shadows that covered the sky as they charged towards the old tortoise. It was as if there were countless devils attacking the old tortoise at the same time. Powerful demonic energy erupted, shattering the void and destroying the heaven and earth. The earth sunk. I'm going all out. The old tortoise's heart skipped a beat. Then he attacked with all his might. The 9 primordial Tao patterns transformed into terrifying, murderous divine light. As long as one was enveloped by this divine light, the demonic shadows that were pouncing towards them would disappear in the void and become invisible. Not good. At this time, the old tortoise's heart skipped a beat. As if he had thought of something, he dashed towards where Ing Tian was. The terrifying killing light spread out, causing the demonic shadows to disappear. As expected, the old tortoise discovered that Ing Tian's true body was nowhere to be found. No one knew how Ing Tian left. Roar! The old divine general roared in anger. The 9 primordial Tao runes emitted an unprecedentedly strong demonic light. Finally, he broke through the demonic net and rushed out. Where is Ing Tian? The old divine general's battle intent surged, but no one responded. This bastard is still as cunning as ever. The old tortoise sighed. He knew very well that Ing Tian was afraid of the Grand Sovereign seal in his hand. That was a supreme, demonic weapon forged by the Grand Sovereign. Ing Tian's retreat made everyone heave a sigh of relief. But then they felt uneasy. The Archdevil Lord was too powerful. If they were to encounter him, it would be a disaster. The old tortoise had no choice but to return to the divine palace and reunite with Gu Fei. The two of them were sworn brothers who had not seen each other for many years. Now that they were reunited, of course, they had endless things to talk about. Old Tortoise set up a banquet to entertain Gu Fei and the others. While Gu Fei was reunited with Old Tortoise, Yen and the little fatty were in big trouble. After parting ways with Old Tortoise, Yen and little fatty went to look for Gu Fei. When they were rushing to the divine mountain where Gu Fei was, they accidentally entered a ruin and were trapped by an incomplete formation. Buzz. The ancient cauldron shook, and a divine cauldron floated in the endless array patterns. 2 people stood in the cauldron. One was a fairy dressed in white, and the other was a fair and chubby young man. "Grandmother, what do we do now?" Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng said anxiously. They had been trapped in this broken formation for 3 days and 3 nights, but they still could not break it. Ancient formations are amazing indeed. Yen could not help but sigh. This damaged formation was most likely a killing formation laid down by an extremely powerful saint. Countless years had passed, and the killing formation had become incomplete. Are we going to be trapped here until we die? Little fatty was still young after all, and he could not hold it in any more. Don't be impatient, Yen said. She was trying to think of a way to break the formation. If only He Tian was here. With He Tian's ability, it should not be difficult to break the formation. However, He Tian had already left, and no one knew where he was. Ha! 2 more idiots have fallen for it. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard from afar. Then, a tall figure came from afar. It was an old man with white hair. The old man came to the side of the broken formation and looked at Yen and little fatty. When he saw the cauldron, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is the legendary cauldron of myriad medicines. The old man muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud, it was enough for Yen and little Fatty to hear. "Who are you?" Yen asked. This person was a saint, and she had to be careful. He was not a kind person. "Who am I?" "Ha!" The old man laughed. "Hurry up and let us go." Little Fatty shouted. This guy must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. He actually dared to plot against them. Sooner or later, he would teach this guy a lesson. "Hand over everything you have, and maybe I can let you go." The old man stared at the cauldron with a fiery gaze. He really wanted to rush up, snatch the cauldron, and slowly study it. "Funny, why don't you hand over everything you have and beg me to let you go?" At this time, Yen-er's voice rang out. The old man was furious. These two really did not know what was good for them. They were already trapped in the killing formation, but they did not seem to be nervous at all. They were still talking and laughing. "Kill." The old man directly activated the killing formation, and the broken formation immediately emitted an even more powerful and terrifying ripple. A terrifying aura of destruction pervaded the air. Rumble, the power of the broken formation, crazily surged towards Yen-er and little Fatty, who were trapped in the killing formation, wanting to destroy them completely and make them disappear from the world. "Go," Yen-er growled, and 18 poison bodies rushed out from the medicine cauldron, pouncing towards the old man outside the formation. These 18 poison bodies were very dangerous. As long as one was pounced on by these 18 poison bodies, there would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of one's body and soul, leaving nothing behind. The old man seemed to be very shocked. Could this cauldron really be the ancient cauldron of the legends? It could actually condense 18 poison bodies. The old man quickly retreated, dodging the 18 poison bodies that were pouncing towards him. At this time, Yen-er was using the power of the immortal Tao in her body. With all her might, the medicine cauldron was shaking, and the 9 primordial demon patterns were intertwined, causing the power of the great Tao to be boundless. The 18 poison bodies became much more condensed, as if they were about to walk out from the void. Every single poison body gave off peerlessly powerful energy waves. Buzz. The ancient cauldron vibrated, and circles of transparent ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron was moving slowly, and Yen-er wanted to force her way out. The medicine cauldron was not an ordinary saint weapon. Although the damaged saint-level formation was terrifying, it could not hurt Yen-er and the others. You want to get out. Dream on. Chapter 2294. Yen-er and little Fatty had accidentally barged into an incomplete saint-class formation and met with great danger. An ancient saint who could actually control the incomplete formation appeared and wanted to kill Yen-er and little Fatty. "Don't waste your energy. You guys won't be able to get out," the old man shouted. At this moment, the old man displayed his terrifying attainments in the art of formations. Controlling the incomplete saint class formation, he gathered boundless saint energy. Dragons appeared out of nowhere, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, pouncing towards the cauldron of myriad medicines. The aura of the true dragons was vast and mighty, as though there were 18 true dragons appearing in the world. The entire heaven and earth trembled as boundless chaotic chi was triggered. Yen-er was taken aback. She felt that something was wrong. This old man was extremely strong. Even though it was only an incomplete formation, under the control of this old man, it was able to display such terrifying might. Seeing this, little Fatty's face turned pale, not knowing what to do. If Yen-er couldn't handle it, he would die as well. Rumble, the 18 chaos dragons collided with the cauldron of myriad medicines. Even though the 18 poison clones were strong, they were still dispersed by the power of the chaos dragons. The cauldron of myriad medicines was forced back to the center of the formation. Boundless formation runes appeared in the air, emitting a power that could cause even saints to feel despair. Yen-Er, who was in the cauldron, was fine. However, little Fatty was crying out in pain. The powerful force caused him to roll around in the cauldron, causing his head to bleed. This is preposterous. Yen-Er was enraged. She took control of the ancient cauldron, and countless Tao runes appeared on it. The 18 poison clones appeared once more as a monstrous poison mist gushed out of the cauldron. At this moment, the cauldron of myriad medicines turned into the cauldron of myriad poisons. This ancient cauldron could save people, but it could also kill people. The poison of this cauldron was enough to poison even saints. It's really that cauldron. The old man was shocked. At this moment, the 18 poison clones rushed towards him with a monstrous poison mist. This black poison mist could corrode the formation runes. After coming into contact with this poison mist, the formation runes began to dim. The 18 chaos dragons were instantly devoured by the poison mist and dissipated in the air. This poison mist seemed to be able to devour everything. What a potent poison! The old man was visibly moved. This myriad medicine universe cauldron was truly frightening. Even ancient saints would have to retreat before this cauldron poison, not daring to come into contact with it. Shua. The old man immediately retreated. The broken formation was collapsing, and the formation patterns were being destroyed by the poison of the cauldron. The divine nature was completely lost, and this caused the old man's heart to pound in fear. Although this was an incomplete formation under his control, he could make up for its deficiencies and bring out its true power. The old man had used this array to kill many people. However, this time, the old man's wishful thinking was wrong. He never thought that Yen-Er would have such an ancient cauldron. Kill! Yen-Er's voice rang out from within the poisonous mist. The 18 poisonous clones chased after the old man. Everywhere they passed, the poisonous mist churned. It was as if even the space around them was going to be corroded. With the incomplete formation destroyed, the old man lost his support and immediately turned to flee. Although he was an ancient sage, his skills were all in the field of formations. When he fought against others, he would also use the power of formations. But right now, his opponent had an ancient cauldron that could emit a terrifying poisonous fog. This was his nemesis. Trying to escape, Yen-Er sneered. The speed of the 18 poisonous clones was extremely fast. In a flash, they had already caught up to the old man and pounced towards him. Roar! The old man was terrified to the extreme. He roared and used his escape technique with all his might, wanting to escape. He tore apart the void, wanting to rush into the primal chaos void. However, it was already too late. One of the 18 poison clones fiercely pounced onto the old man's body before disappearing into his body. In the next moment, the old man fell from the sky. The tables had turned so quickly that little Fatty was extremely shocked. Only now did he know how terrifying the poisonous mist emitted from the ancient cauldron was. The old man fell to the ground. His entire body was emitting black smoke. His cultivation base was almost completely devoured by the poisonous clones. His essence was quickly drained, and he turned into a dried-up corpse. At this moment, the poisonous mist quickly retreated and entered the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron. After doing all this, Yen-Er let out a sigh of relief. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Her face was extremely pale, and her body swayed, almost falling to the ground. In order to break the formation, Yen did not hesitate to use the killing technique of the myriad medicine heaven and earth cauldron at the risk of damaging her vitality. Only then did she break out of the formation and kill the old man. Grand Teacher, Little Fatty was shocked to see blood seeping from the corner of Yen mouth. I'm fine, Yen said. She directly sat down in the cauldron and used her mysterious technique to recover her vitality. Little Fatty did not dare to disturb Yen. He obediently stood guard at the side. He knew that Yen had paid a great price to break the formation. It would be very difficult for her to recover her vitality in a short period of time. Just as Yen broke free, Gufei and the old tortoise arrived at the Divine Mountain. Xiaoqing's successful tribulation made the old tortoise overjoyed. The Iron Blood Taoist success also greatly increased Gufei's strength. But at this time, the passageways into the chaotic world became more and more unstable. Many people had already left this side of the world. Once the passageways disappeared, they would be trapped in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. They would only be able to leave after 10,000 years. No one was willing to stay in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. At this time, some major powers also began to leave this part of the chaotic world. More and more people underwent their tribulations. Everyone wanted to become saints, but the reality was very cruel. Countless people underwent their tribulations, but only a few succeeded. Failing the tribulation meant death. No one knew how many people had fallen in this chaotic world in the past decade. However, the temptation of becoming a saint was too great. It was enough to gamble with one's life. At this time, Gu Zhong and the Crimson Dragon were making their final preparations. They did not want to miss this opportunity to become saints. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, Gu Zhong sat on a large boulder. The aura of the great Tao curled around his body. 9 dazzling golden runes appeared on his body, drawing in the true power of the great Tao. When will the tribulation come? Gu Zhong asked himself. He was about to face the terrifying tribulation of the saint. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. It should be known that if he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. On the mountainside, the Crimson Dragon sat under a large tree. He operated his demonic power and carefully sensed the 9 blurry runes that he had condensed. The aura of the great Tao curled around the Crimson Dragon's body. The 9 blurry primordial runes exuded a terrifying divine aura. The Crimson Dragon was a demonic beast. This surprised the old turtle. He did not expect a member of the demonic beast race to undergo the tribulation. If the Crimson Dragon could succeed, then the strength of the demonic beast race would increase greatly. However, not everyone was happy to see a member of the demonic beast race become a saint. This was especially true for the enemies in the heaven realm. In these years, the old turtle had fought everywhere and offended many people. Although the Crimson Dragon was a flood dragon, he was still a true dragon. A trace of true dragon blood flowed in his body. In fact, the fire Qilin Balan's cultivation had also reached the point where he could break through to the saint level. However, Balan was not in a hurry. If he was too impatient, he would often fail. Balan did not want to take the risk. However, Gu Zhong and the Crimson Dragon were different. They did not want to miss this opportunity. They would rather take the risk and give it a try. If they failed, they would have nothing to say. Boom! Just as the Crimson Dragon entered a state of cultivation, an extremely powerful heavenly might descended from the sky. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, someone had triggered the tribulation of a saint. In the end, he was still one step faster. The Crimson Dragon shook his head with a wry smile. The person at the peak of the Divine Mountain was his eldest brother, Gu Zhong. At this time, a mass of tribulation clouds appeared above the Divine Mountain. Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds. The clouds quickly spread and eventually enveloped the sky within a radius of 1,000 miles. Someone triggered the tribulation of a saint again. The cultivators nearby were startled. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. At the peak of the divine mountain, a man in white was facing the lightning tribulation alone. That's Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. I didn't think that even his cultivation had reached this level. Someone recognized Gu Zhong's background, Gu Fei's disciple. Someone was incomparably shocked. One should know that Gu Fei's name had already spread far and wide. That was a reputation that he earned with his fists. No one dared to look down on him. Come. At the peak of the divine mountain, Gu Zhong stood up from the boulder. He then raised his head and stared at the vast tribulation clouds in the sky without any fear. On the contrary, Gu Zhong's battle intent was like a rainbow. Madness could be seen in his eyes. This was the tribulation of a saint. If he could survive it, he would become a saint monster. The tribulation erupted. Shocking divine light shot down from the sky, all of it blasting towards Gu Zhong, who was on the peak. Bang! Gu Zhong directly punched out. Dazzling golden light bloomed. The powerful fist energy directly dispersed the terrifying divine light descending from the sky. At the same time, Gu Zhong soared into the sky and actually rushed into the tribulation clouds. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. Even the old tortoise was shocked. Gu Zhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. The method of their lineage to pass the tribulation was somewhat different. They treated the tribulation as an opponent in a battle. Only by killing the opponent could they survive. Only by stepping on the tribulation could they become saints. Gu Zhong did the same thing as Gu Fei. He also rushed into the tribulation clouds and fought against the tribulation of a saint. Such an action directly stunned everyone. Chapter 2295. Gu Zhong was a martialist, so his sage heavenly tribulation was bound to be terrifying. After all, he had walked the path of attaining the Tao through strength, which was the most difficult path. Since ancient times, there had only been one person who had attained supremacy through strength, the martial ancestor. Apart from the martial ancestor, there had never been another supremacy who had attained supremacy through strength. Both the Buddhist sects and the Taoist sects had body-tempering techniques, but they were nothing compared to the supreme martial path created by the martial ancestor. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were watching Gu Fei, who was in the tribulation clouds. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist was already clasped in Gu Fei's hand. An extremely weak aura of the supreme great path was also emitted from the old tortoise's glabella. For others, there would only be one outcome if they failed to transcend the tribulation, which was the destruction of their body and soul. However, Gu Zhong would survive even if he failed. This was not because his physique was heaven-defying and he could survive the heavenly tribulation, but because he had a good master who happened to possess a supreme great path sacred weapon. Others would not have been so lucky. Even an Empyrean sage protector would not be able to save someone who had failed to transcend the tribulation. This was because only a supreme great path sacred weapon could disperse the sage heavenly tribulation and allow someone who had failed to transcend the tribulation to survive. In the current great era, no one could invite an Empyrean sage protector, but a supreme great path sacred weapon that had been passed down had such power. The methods of the ancient families that had produced supremacies in the past were unimaginable. The disciples of these ancient families had a higher chance of becoming sages than ordinary cultivators. Rumble, deafening noises were constantly heard from within the tribulation clouds as huge bolts of lightning the size of mountains flashed in the clouds. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. At this moment, Gu Zhong was indeed sitting cross-legged within the tribulation clouds, allowing the endless lightning to engulf him. He was using the power of the tribulation lightning to temper his body. Gu Zhong made good use of the tribulation lightning that others avoided. The heavenly tribulation lightning could transform one's martial body more thoroughly and make it more powerful. Countless bolts of lightning swam around his body, crackling and exploding. Inside his body, there were also countless little snake-like bolts of lightning darting about. Gu Zhong's martial body had already transformed to a powerful degree. His entire body had turned golden, as if it was made of metal essence. 9 dazzling primordial Tao patterns were imprinted on the golden skeleton. These 9 Tao patterns were still blurry and had yet to take shape. Under the tempering of the tribulation lightning, the fragments of the great path that the tribulation lightning brought were captured by Gu Zhong. Then they turned into the divine light of the great path and were absorbed and devoured by the 9 primordial patterns. The 9 golden primordial Tao patterns gradually became clearer. Gu Zhong cultivated the metal element martial body. This kind of martial body was extremely strong. Once it was cultivated to the large success realm, it would be much stronger and more terrifying than the indestructible body. Gu Zhong's muscles and bones were rumbling. The metal elemental power in his body was surging, transforming into the power of the divine path. This kid is not bad. The old tortoise couldn't help but nod when he saw Gu Zhong's transformation within the tribulation clouds. Up until now, Gu Zhong was still at ease and hadn't encountered any danger. Of course my disciple is not bad. I don't need you to tell me that, Gu Fei said with some pride. Gu Zhong was his eldest disciple, and the disciple he was most proud of. It was only a matter of time before Gu Zhong became a saint. He was very confident in Gu Zhong. He be happy. My disciple is definitely not worse than your disciple, the old tortoise said disapprovingly. Xiaoqing was really outstanding. He became a saint earlier than Gu Zhong. In the old tortoise's opinion, Xiaoqing was even more outstanding than Gu Zhong. Is that so? We'll only know after we fight. Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise and said, Very well, then let's arrange a time for them to fight. The old tortoise said. Gu Fei smiled and said, Let's wait until Gu Zhong passes the tribulation successfully. All right. The old tortoise nodded. The most important thing now was for Gu Zhong to pass the tribulation. If Gu Zhong succeeded, there would be 2 martial saints in the human realm. Martial saints were synonymous with absolute power even in the great desolate world. The old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, so he naturally knew many secrets. During the era of the Tai Huang Emperor, the bloodline of the martial ancestor was not severed. The old tortoise once fought with a martial saint for a day and a night without a clear winner. It was still uncertain if Xiaoqing could defeat Gu Zhong after passing the tribulation. Time passed. The momentum of Gu Zhong's tribulation was too great. It was impossible for it not to startle people. Many ancient saints started to move around in the vicinity. No one dared to attack Gu Zhong, especially those ancient saints from the heaven realm. They could feel the aura of the old tortoise. The person undergoing the tribulation actually invited the old tortoise to protect him. Those who knew about the relationship between Gu Zhong and Gu Fei did not dare to do anything. One should know that Gu Zhong's master was a ruthless person. Be it the ancient saints from the soaring dragon ancestral star or the Buzhou ancestral star, none of them wanted to provoke this malefic star. Behind Gu Fei and the old tortoise stood several saints. This was a powerful force that could wipe out an ancestral star. They were not weaker than any of the super forces. At this time, Gu Zhong no longer allowed the tribulation lightning to strike him. This was because the great Tao imprints of the experts who achieved the Tao before him had begun to descend. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Zhong directly fought against the human-shaped lightning that descended from the sky. Yi Fuqian's imprints of the Great Path turned into human-shaped lightning that attacked Gu Zhong relentlessly. Everyone watched this scene nervously. This was the most dangerous moment. Gu Fei had experienced it before. He knew very well that Gu Zhong's body and soul would be destroyed by the human-shaped lightning if he was not careful. Is that father? At this time, on a mountain more than 100,000 miles away, a white-robed woman and a fair and chubby little fatty stood. These two people were Yen, and little fatty Gu Xiaofeng. It's Gu Zhong. Yen frowned. Someone was undergoing tribulation more than 100,000 miles away. The powerful aura actually spread over 100,000 miles, which shocked even her. The little fatty had been away from home for many years, but he was still very familiar with his father's aura. Gu Zhong cultivated the metal martial body, which was different from the others. It's him. In another region, in a valley, an extremely shocked voice was heard. Calm down, don't be distracted. At this time, an incomparably old voice was heard from the valley. Chapter 2296. Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation shook everything. His powerful aura spread across hundreds of thousands of miles. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This kind of aura was too great. At this time, Gu Zhong faced his greatest crisis. The humanoid lightning descended and wanted to kill him. Gu Zhong was in a frenzy of killing, and it was unknown how many humanoid lightning bolts he had destroyed. However, when the last humanoid lightning bolt appeared, he was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Gu Zhong's voice trembled. He was extremely excited. He was extremely familiar with the aura emitted by this humanoid lightning. At this moment, Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. They could not believe that the last humanoid lightning was actually Gu Fei, Master's great Tao imprint. Gu Zhong was still brimming with battle intent, but the last humanoid lightning was actually Gu Fei. This caused his heart to tremble. It must be known that this was Gu Fei's great Tao brand that was imprinted by the heavenly Tao. Not everyone who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation would leave a great Tao imprint on the heavenly Tao. Only the strongest people were qualified to be remembered by the heavenly Tao. Don't worry. Just when Gu Zhong was hesitating, Gu Fei's voice suddenly rang in his mind. This made Gu Zhong's spirit rise. The fighting spirit emitted from his body became even stronger. Bang! Gu Zhong directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. The golden palm instantly covered the heaven and earth and slapped towards the humanoid lightning. A powerful metal elemental power spread out from the golden palm. Rumble, the golden palm was like a huge mountain that pressed towards the humanoid lightning. On the golden palm, there were 9 blurry golden Tao patterns faintly visible. A powerful saint-level aura spread out from the golden palm. Bang! The void shook. The humanoid lightning in front of Gu Zhong also directly struck out with the heaven-covering palm. Endless lightning condensed into a huge hand that met Gu Zhong's golden palm. There was no longer any doubt that this humanoid lightning was really evolved from the great Tao imprint of Gu Zhong's master, Gu Fei. How interesting! The old tortoise could not help but smile at this scene. He had never heard of such a thing happening since ancient times. A disciple wanted to become a sage, but the opponent he had to defeat was the Taoist body formed by the imprint of his master's great way. This is unbelievable. The ancient sages were also able to tell what was going on, and they were equally shocked. Boom! At this moment, the 2 gigantic palms collided fiercely. A powerful force spread out, causing the void to collapse, forming a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. The huge hand formed by the power of tribulation, lightning smashed Gu Zhong's heaven-covering hand like a hot knife through butter, and continued to slam down on Gu Zhong. The powerful force made Gu Zhong almost unable to breathe. Swish! Gu Zhong used his extreme speed 8 steps and immediately rushed out from under the large hand, dodging the calamity. That gigantic hand directly pierced through the place where Gu Zhong was originally standing. Even the primal chaos chi was forced out. Its might was extremely strong. The human-shaped lightning also used its 8 steps extreme speed to chase after it. Preposterous. Gu Zhong felt a great threat. This human-shaped lightning was like Gu Fei himself. Wanting to defeat Gu Fei at this stage was definitely not an easy task. For Gu Zhong, this was a test. The two figures moved quickly in the void. The human-shaped lightning could also use the great techniques that Gu Fei had mastered, and all kinds of martial arts and battle techniques emerged one after another, causing Gu Zhong to constantly vomit blood and retreat. This doesn't look good. The old tortoise saw this scene and muttered to himself. The current situation was very unfavorable for Gu Zhong. It should be known that that was the imprint of Gu Fei's great way. Even if their cultivation levels were the same, Gu Zhong might not be a match for Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Zhong was once again sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. This time, his martial body suffered a great impact, and his chest caved in. Die! He continued to press forward, attacking the humanoid lightning. Gu Zhong's invincible self-confidence was not something that could be mastered overnight. Even in the chaotic times where heroes rose up, there were not many people who had such an aura. He was sent flying again and again, but Gu Zhong never gave up. He was sent flying again and again. In the end, even he himself could not remember how many times he was sent flying. Buzz. Just when Gu Zhong felt that he could not hold on any longer, his body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. The 9 primal Tao patterns had finally formed. An extremely powerful metal element power spread out, and the human-shaped lightning was sent flying. The moment the 9 primal Tao patterns formed, a peerless and powerful saint aura erupted from Gu Zhong's body. He had already stepped into the saint realm, but the heavenly tribulation was still wreaking havoc. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Zhong shouted, and once again used the heaven-covering palm. The 9 primal Tao patterns appeared on his hand, and together with the heaven-covering palm, they pressed forward. This time, the human-shaped lightning retreated. The real 9 primal Tao patterns could destroy everything, and they could even destroy the great Tao imprint. After the 9 primal Tao patterns formed, Gu Zhong's disadvantage was reversed. He was already a powerful Saint Realm creature. As long as the heavenly tribulation dispersed, he would become a true saint. The human-shaped lightning formed by Gu Fei's great Tao imprint was finally destroyed by Gu Zhong, and then returned to the heavenly Tao. Gu Zhong succeeded. If the news that 2 martial saints had appeared in the human world were to spread out, the whole human world would be in an uproar. The martial saint was almost a legendary existence. Since the destruction of the untainted land, there had been no trace of such an expert. The tribulation clouds gradually dispersed, and the terrifying destructive aura also dissipated in the void, as if it had never appeared. Master, I succeeded. Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Gu Fei. He said to Gu Fei with incomparable excitement. Ha! Gu Fei laughed heartily. Gu Zhong's success in overcoming the tribulation meant that there was one more martial saint among them. This greatly increased Gu Fei's power. At this time, besides Gu Fei, there were also Ji Changkong, Iron Blood Taoist, and Shaoqing who successfully became martial saints. If He Tian came back, Gu Fei would have 4 saints under him. This kind of power was enough to sweep away the ancestral star. Even if he returned to the Tongue-Long continent, he would not need to fear anyone. Very good. Gu Fei patted Gu Zhong's shoulder and said, he rarely praised people, but if he did, then that person was definitely a genius in some aspect. Gu Zhong was very clear about Gu Fei's temperament, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Chapter 2297. Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation was thrilling. In the end, even the seal that Gu Fei left on the heavenly path transformed into a human-shaped lightning and fought with Gu Zhong. The human-shaped lightning formed by Gu Fei's seal was extremely terrifying. It was as though Gu Fei had personally taken action. However, it was just a seal after all. Even so, Gu Zhong was in great danger. Gu Fei almost took action to disperse the heavenly tribulation. He could not just watch Gu Zhong die in front of him. However, he did not take action in the end. Gu Zhong successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a martial sage. Gu Zhong was the second martial sage in the world. He became a martial sage through martial arts. This meant that he was destined to be the strongest among the martial sages. It was not a lie to say that a martial sage was invincible among his peers. Congratulations on becoming a martial sage, senior brother. Everyone gathered in the old tortoise's divine palace. The old tortoise used the flesh of many sacred beasts to prepare a table of sumptuous delicacies to celebrate Gu Zhong's ascension. Only the old tortoise could be so generous. What's that? The legendary fire phoenix wings, the divine bear paw from the heavenly snow mountain, and the golden dragon carp from the depths of the Wuji spiritual lake. Shaoqing and the others exclaimed. Even when he became a martial sage, his master did not hold such a banquet to celebrate him. He was a little jealous of Gu Zhong. These were the flesh of sacred beasts that the old tortoise collected when he was fighting in the heaven realm. He was very greedy and often ate the flesh of sacred beasts. The fire phoenix wings were not the wings of the real divine beast fire phoenix. They were the wings of a divine bird with the fire phoenix bloodline. However, the divine bear on the heavenly snow mountain was a real pure-blooded divine beast. It was extremely powerful, but it was still killed by the old tortoise's Tai Huang seal. The Wuji spiritual lake was also a forbidden area in the heaven realm. It was difficult for ordinary people to enter. There were powerful creatures living in the spiritual lake. Even a sage-to-be would die if they entered. However, such a dangerous place was leveled by the old tortoise. The reason was simple. He liked to eat the golden dragon carp that only grew in the spiritual lake. This was a grand banquet. Inside the divine palace, everyone celebrated for 4 hours before dispersing. Master, I want to leave for a while. Gu Fei and his disciples stood at the highest point of the divine palace, overlooking the chaotic land below. Gu Zhong said such words. He had become a saint, and there was one thing he had to do. Gu Fei could guess what Gu Zhong wanted to do. Gu Zhong wanted to return to the Tongue-Long continent. His roots were in the Tongue-Long continent. The Gu family in the Sorcerer Land was his roots in the ancestral star of the Tongue-Long continent. Go ahead, Gu Fei said. He used to have roots in the Tongue-Long continent, but now he was a bit confused. Where was his roots? Perhaps he was a person without roots. Rebuilding the Supreme Profound Sect had always been Gu Fei's wish. Ever since he met Li Lingfeng, he felt that his wish could be realized. Yes, Gu Zhong nodded. He was a decisive person. Since he had decided to leave, he would leave immediately. He did not want to alarm anyone. Remember, when you return to the ancestral star of the Tongue-Long continent, don't have any scruples. Kill those who deserve it, Gu Fei said as Gu Zhong turned around. Disciple will remember. Gu Zhong bowed to Gu Fei, then turned around and left. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he felt his blood boiling. The ancestral star of the Tongue-Long continent was definitely not peaceful right now. After Gu Zhong left, Gu Fei stood at the peak of the divine palace. A cool breeze caressed his face, and his hair fluttered behind him. After a while, he came back to his senses. That kid is gone. Just as Gu Fei was about to jump down from the top of the divine palace, a voice suddenly rang out. Gu Fei turned around and saw that the old tortoise had already arrived at the top of the divine palace, holding a jar of celestial wine in one hand and 2 jade bowls in the other. He walked towards Gu Fei. "Come, have a few bowls with me." The old tortoise seemed to have something on his mind. "What's wrong? You're pretending to be profound now." Gu Fei had never seen this side of the old tortoise. Ever since he met the old tortoise, it had been unreliable and always acted as if it was a game. "Sigh." The old tortoise came to Gu Fei's side and sat down. Then he placed the jade bowls next to him, opened the seal of the jar, and filled the 2 jade bowls to the brim. A rich aroma of wine immediately spread out. This was the fallen immortal, the old tortoise's treasured immortal brew. It was the immortal brew that he had stolen from an old winesage when he was roaming the untainted land. Because of this, the old winesage had chased the old tortoise for 100,000 miles and almost caught him. The fallen immortal, even gods would faint from the smell. This is the best immortal brew I've ever tasted. The old tortoise picked up the jade bowl and drained it in one gulp. At this time, Gu Fei also sat down, picked up the jade bowl, and drained the immortal brew in one gulp. Chaos is coming. I'm afraid that these days of drinking and singing are gone forever. The old tortoise sighed. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, "Why do you say that? Could it be that someone with your abilities can still do anything to you?" Hee, although I didn't experience the calamity back then, I can guess that even an extreme grade supreme isn't immortal. There's a chance that they could fall. The old tortoise was the Grand Emperor's son, so he naturally knew many secrets. What was the great chaos back then? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shaken. It was such a terrifying calamity that even an extreme grade supreme couldn't escape. It was truly unbelievable. I'm not too sure either. Back then, I was captured by one of my father's enemies and was trapped in an ultimate formation. I managed to escape the calamity. When he was captured, the great chaos had yet to erupt. However, there were already signs that the Grand Emperor was already preparing to deal with it. Perhaps it has something to do with the demons. The old tortoise thought for a moment and then said, "It has something to do with the demons." Gu Fei was startled. Then, this time, it has something to do with the demons as well. The chaos on the soaring dragon ancestral star seemed to be caused by the demons as well. The archdevil ancestor, Ing Tian, was wreaking havoc everywhere. And there was also the phantom demon that hadn't been in trouble recently. My father once told me that the demons are the source of all chaos. The old tortoise continued to pour himself a cup of wine. He revealed many secrets, and this was the first time he had told anyone about them. The more Gu Fei listened, the more apprehensive he became. The Grand Emperor said that the demons were the source of all chaos. What did that mean? Could it be that everything was caused by the demons? Chapter 2298. The old tortoise told Gu Fei many secrets on the roof of the divine palace. After that, the two returned to their respective residences in the divine palace. Gu Fei was shocked. He learned something shocking from the old tortoise. The destruction of the ancient world might have something to do with the demons. The demons might really be the source of chaos. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He sat on the jade bed and circulated his mystic art. Soon, he entered an ethereal state of cultivation. He was still half a step away from the Sage King realm. He could feel that his cultivation was about to break through and become a powerful Sage King. The others were also cultivating hard. This might be their last chance. The spatial passageway to the chaotic world had become unstable. No one knew how long it would take for the passageway to close. However, once the passageway to the chaotic world was closed, everyone would be trapped in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. Especially those great perfection quasi-saints. They knew that time waits for no man. If they missed this chance, they might never have the chance to become a sage again. Rumble in a certain region of the chaotic world, the heavens and earth shook. A chaotic light pillar was constantly dissipating, and the chaotic spiritual light kept fusing with the surrounding void. What's going on? Is the chaotic passageway about to close? Many figures appeared around the chaotic passageway. From time to time, someone would soar into the sky and enter the chaotic passageway, disappearing into the chaotic spiritual light. The Kunlun ancestral star's passageway is about to close. Someone spread the news. Kunlun ancestral star. At this time, Gu Fei also received the news that the passageway to the chaotic world was about to close. This made Gu Fei recall some of the things that happened in Kunlun ancestral star. He was just a passerby to Kunlun ancestral star. Kunlun is not ordinary. The old tortoise said in the divine palace, among the 5 great ancestral stars of the human realm, the most chaotic one was the soaring dragon star. The oldest one was Kunlun. Legend has it that Kunlun ancestral star had existed since ancient times. I've been to that ancestral star before. There are no cultivators there anymore. Gu Fei said, when things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. Could it be that even the ancestral star of Kunlun will die? Old Tortoise could not help but mutter to himself after hearing Gu Fei's words. This was an ancestral planet that had existed since the mythological era. Let's go take a look, Gu Fei said and stood up. It's good to go and take a look, Old Tortoise said. The closing of the primal chaos passageway was no small matter. Perhaps something could be seen. Gu Fei then left the divine palace. The old tortoise did not go with him. He wanted to stay here and guard the divine palace. One must know that there were many people who had their eyes on him. However, although old tortoise did not go, Shaoqing left the divine palace with Gu Fei. The iron blood Taoist Ji Chongkong and the others all wanted to go, but Gu Fei didn't allow it. One had to know that the crimson dragon Zhongli Meng and the others were all cultivating, and the iron blood Taoist and the others had to protect them. Gu Fei only brought Shaoqing and headed towards the primal chaos passageway that led to the ancestral star of Kunlun. Before Gu Fei and Shaoqing left, many ancient saints had already appeared near the primal chaos passageway. These ancient saints were alarmed. What's going on? Is this a sign that the spatial passageway is closing? An ancient saint muttered, there seems to be something strange over at the ancestral star of Kunlun. An ancient saint sensed a subtle fluctuation coming from the other side of the primal chaos passageway. At this time, the cultivators who entered the chaotic world from the ancestral star of Kunlun began to retreat. They had no choice but to leave. Once the spatial passageway closed, they would not be able to leave. Swish! A fiery light came from afar. A powerful fire elemental energy was surging. Within the fiery light was a black-bearded Taoist in a Taoist robe. Grand Completion Quasi-Saint. Those ancient saints who were closely observing the surroundings of the primal chaos passageway were shocked when they saw someone arriving. This was an expert who had 1 foot in the sage realm. On the primal chaos passageway, the primal chaos spiritual light was constantly dissipating. Without any hesitation, that middle-aged Taoist entered the primal chaos passageway and disappeared within the spiritual light. Such a character is actually willing to retreat. Everyone was surprised. One must know that this was a grand completion quasi-saint. He had one foot in the sage realm. If he were to leave just like that, it would mean that he had lost his only chance to become a sage. When that middle-aged Taoist entered the primal chaos passageway, Gu Fei and Xiaoqing happened to arrive and saw this scene. There's actually such a character in the ancestral star of Kunlun. Gu Fei was shocked. Back when he was in the ancestral star of Kunlun, he did not notice such an existence. Where did these people hide? Could it be that there's a heavenly grotto heaven in the ancestral star of Kunlun? There weren't many cultivators from the ancestral star of Kunlun after an hour. Only 5 cultivators entered the primal chaos passageway and left the chaotic world. Has Kunlun truly declined completely? An ancient city said something like this: "Rumble, the primal chaos passageway was shaking. The chaotic energy that formed the passageway was constantly turning into chaotic spiritual light and dissipating in the void. It seemed like the passageway would collapse at any time. What's going on? Something doesn't seem right." Gu Fei stared at the primal chaos passageway with a solemn expression. "Big brother, what should we do?" Xiaoqing also felt uneasy. "Let's wait and see," Gu Fei said. He was very cautious and was not in a hurry to make a move. He knew that those ancient sages in the dark should have also sensed the aura coming from the other end of the primal chaos passageway. As expected, some of the ancient sages couldn't sit still anymore. Swish! A figure radiating golden light appeared in front of the primal chaos passageway. This was an expert that cultivated metal elemental immortal force. Golden light rose from his body, making him look like a dazzling golden fireball. Ancient sage. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that person. That ancient sage hesitated for a moment, then walked into the primal chaos passageway and disappeared inside. Everyone was waiting. There was no one who could kill someone as powerful as the ancient saints without anyone noticing. Only a supreme being could accomplish such a feat soon. A furious roar came from the primal chaos passageway. The voice was filled with unwillingness. Soon, the spatial communication channel calmed down. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. That was an ancient sage. No one thought that even an ancient sage would fall in the primal chaos passageway. For a moment, no one dared to enter the primal chaos passageway anymore. At this time, even the cultivators from the ancestral star of Kunlun didn't dare to enter the primal chaos passageway anymore. A faint smell of blood came from the primal chaos passageway. Chapter 2299. The fact that the chaos passageway leading to the Kunlun ancestral star was about to close had shocked everyone. Many ancient saints had personally come to see what was going on. However, an Empyrean saint had actually perished after entering the primordial chaos passageway. This left the super old-timers completely shaken. What was happening on the other side of the primal chaos passageway? Even an ancient saint was about to fall. Could it be that the ancient devils had come out? The ancestral star of Kunlun was filled with countless legends. It was an ancestral land that existed since the ancient mythological era. It was once a glorious place where a celestial ancestor, Fuxi, walked out. The other supremes had once manifested their dharma bodies in Kunlun and passed down their teachings. This was enough to prove that Kunlun ancestral star was extraordinary. It was a place where the supreme beings had left their footprints, and there were countless secrets that were unknown to the world. Did something happen in the Kunlun realm? An ancient sage said, "Could it be that a peerless demon lord has appeared? Otherwise, how could even an ancient sage fall?" Someone said, "Only a peerless demon comparable to a Runhuang could kill an ancient saint. It should be noted that every ancient saint had lived for countless years, and ordinary saints could not compare. Some ancient sages were even sage kings or sage emperors. They were all extremely powerful. Even ancient saints were about to fall, so no one dared to act blindly without thinking. There was definitely a great vicious being on the other side of the primal chaos passage, an unknown exceptional expert blocking that place. Even Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel a powerful devilish aura coming from the other end of the chaos tunnel. That aura was no weaker than the Archdevil Lord Ing Tian. It really is the birth of the demon ancestor. Gu Fei muttered to himself, "Demon ancestor, it can't be." Shaoqing was extremely shocked. The demon ancestor was the legendary unparalleled demon. He had followed Old Tortoise for so long, so he naturally knew what kind of existence the demon ancestor was. The birth of the demon ancestor was no small matter. Rumble, the primal chaos passageway, was shaking. The primal chaos divine light was like a rain of primal chaos light, spreading out from the top of the primal chaos passageway. Could it be that this chaotic passageway that connects the three realms and the six Daos was actually constructed by humans? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. If that was really the case, then it would really be a shocking amount of money. At this time, none of the cultivators from the Kunlun ancestral star dared to enter the chaos passageway, knowing that they would die. Who would dare to enter it? Those are cultivators from Kunlun Mountain. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura from a few Kunlun cultivators. Back then, he had come into contact with the cultivators from the Kunlun Immortal Mountain on the ancestral planet. "I'll go take a look." Gu Fei looked at the chaotic channel ahead and pondered for a moment before saying, "What?" Shaoqing was shocked. "Big brother, isn't this too risky? If there really is a demon ancestor at the other end of the passageway, you will be in danger too." Shaoqing disapproved of Gu Fei taking the risk because it was not worth it. In his opinion, they should not interfere in the matters of Kunlun Ancestral Star if they could. "It doesn't matter. So, what if it's the demon ancestor? Although I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with an expert of this level, I still have the ability to survive under the hands of the demon ancestor." Gu Fei was very confident. The trump cards in his hands were enough for him to face the demon ancestor. "I'll go with you," Shaoqing said. "No, you stay behind. If you're by my side, you'll only distract me," Gu Fei said. Shaoqing wanted to say more. However, Gu Fei had already taken a step forward and instantly appeared in the primal chaos passageway. His speed was so fast that even little Qing was taken aback. Who is that? How dare he barge into Kunlun? Those ancient sages were shocked to see Gu Fei appear in the chaotic channel. He clearly knew that even ancient sages had fallen in there, yet he still dared to go forward. Could this person's cultivation be even stronger than ancient sages? It's him. Some of the ancient sages recognized Gu Fei, and they were astonished. "I didn't expect it to be him." Some ancient sages muttered. With Gu Fei making a move, there would be a good show to watch. This fellow was a peerless expert who dared to kill even ancient sages. Gu Fei's fame was earned through fighting. None of the ancient sages dared to look down on him. While those ancient sages were still in shock, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared into the chaotic channel. Everyone stared at the chaotic channel, especially Shaoqing. He was breaking out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. One must know that an ancient sage had already fallen in there. Gu Fei sped through the chaotic channel. Very soon, he saw something floating in front of him. When he got closer, he saw that it was actually some broken corpses. The cultivators of Kunlun Ancestral Star, who had entered the chaotic channel, had really met with a calamity. Even their fleshly bodies were smashed into pieces. "I'd like to see who this divine being is." While speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. It was another Gu Fei. This Gu Fei was the immortal war slave that Gu Fei had obtained. The immortal war slave was incomparably powerful. It was originally the trump card of the Ji clan's patriarch, but Gu Fei had snatched it away and turned it into his war slave. The immortal war slave turned into a shadow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Fei was very careful. The immortal war slave's battle prowess was incomparably powerful, not any weaker than an ancient sage. More importantly, the immortal war slave had an immortal divinity, making it unkillable. Rumble, just as the immortal war slave was about to reach the exit of the chaotic channel, a sudden rumbling sound came from the front. A huge black hand slammed into the passage from the outside. This is Gu Fei's immortal war slave was taken aback. He directly pushed his palm forward, and the power of the chaotic secret art surged forward. The black hand was actually reversed and slammed towards the exit of the chaotic channel. What? An exclamation came from the exit of the chaotic channel. Boom! With a loud bang, the black hand directly smashed the exit of the chaotic channel, causing a powerful demonic energy to encircle it. There's really an expert from the demons guarding outside. Gu Fei's immortal war slave muttered to himself. 9 immortal runes appeared on the immortal war slave's body, and an extremely powerful sage aura erupted from the immortal war slave. Another ancient sage. A divine sense fluctuation came from outside the chaotic channel. Kill. An old voice sounded from outside the chaotic passageway. Then, a dark light pierced through the sky, broke through the void, and pierced the indestructible battle slave's forehead. The big shot from the demons had made his move. The immortal war slave directly punched out. The black light actually pierced through his fist, but there was no splattering of blood. The hole on the immortal war slave's fist was rapidly healing. That old man seemed to be surprised. To think that he couldn't kill that ancient sage with a single move. One must know that the ancient sage from before couldn't even take a single move from him. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Watch this. Gu Fei's indestructible war slave bellowed. 9 immortal Dao runes transformed into a beam of divine light that shot out from his body. They transformed into 9 peerless divine swords that pierced towards the demons outside the chaotic passageway. You've got guts. An old voice rang out. The old devil outside the chaotic channel was taken aback. To think that the person in the chaotic channel didn't retreat, and was even attacking him. A pitch-black demonic hand appeared once again, emanating boundless demonic aura. It grabbed at the 9 peerless divine swords that had pierced through the air. Clang! Under the demonic hand's grasp, the 9 peerless divine swords were immediately crushed, and the 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao were directly obliterated by the demonic power. So strong. After exchanging just 2 moves, Gu Fei's immortal war slave already knew that his opponent was incomparably strong. He wasn't someone that ordinary demons could compare to. This caused Gu Fei's immortal war slave to feel an immense pressure. However, as a martial artist, Gu Fei would only advance bravely. Nothing could stop his invincible heart. He directly killed his way out of the chaotic channel. Just as Gu Fei's indestructible war slave rushed out of the primal chaos passageway, he saw a scene that shocked him to the point where he couldn't be more shocked. Before the chaotic channel, blood flowed like a river. On the ground, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The essence blood of countless living beings had converged to form a sea of blood. A series of scarlet devil runes could be faintly seen. There was actually a great devil outside the entrance of the chaotic channel, using an endless amount of blood to form a grand formation. Could this be the legendary blood devil? When Gu Fei's immortal war slave saw this scene, he was truly shocked by the demon's methods. He couldn't speak for a long time. how many living beings had to be killed for the blood to converge into a sea of blood. Voom. The moment Gu Fei's indestructible war slave rushed out of the Primal Chaos passageway, the demon race array in front of the Primal Chaos passageway immediately activated. One after another, blood-colored shadows stood up from the demonic formation, as if they had turned into bloody fiends, pouncing towards Gu Fei's immortal war slave. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei didn't hold back against the demons who had slaughtered countless living beings. He attacked with all his might. Voom. The space before his forehead trembled. A beam of sword light shot out from between his brows, turning into a divine sword of the great Tao that slashed towards the blood-colored shadows that were pouncing towards him. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and the countless blood shadows that were pouncing towards Gu Fei were all cut in half by his sword. They then dissipated into the void, as if they had never been there. Interesting. You are actually just a tool for killing. An old voice sounded. A blood-colored shadow loomed within the blood fiend demonic formation. It seemed to have merged with the surrounding void, making it impossible to guard against. That old demon had seen through Gu Fei's immortal war slave. Rumble, the blood fiend demonic formation, was operating. Endless blood-colored light rushed out from the demonic formation, illuminating the entire space in a bloody color. Chapter 2300. Sure enough, there was a problem with the passageway leading to Kunlun. There was a supreme demon guarding the passageway, waiting for the cultivators who came out to jump into the demonic formation. The ancient saint who died before was most likely refined to death by this demonic formation. Rumble, blood-colored light shot into the sky, dyeing the entire world in the color of blood. This was simply an endless sea of blood. Blood-colored demonic chi was vast and mighty, and one could faintly see white bones floating in the sea of blood. This was not something that truly existed. It was just an illusion, but it was still shocking enough. This demonic formation was truly terrifying. Roar. At this time, blood-colored dragons rushed out of the sea of blood, pouncing towards Gu Fei above. To be more precise, these were Gu Fei's undying war slaves. These killing tools, which were famous in the ancestral Myrtle Star, fell into the hands of Gu Fei. Seal. Gu Fei's undying war slave stretched out his hand and pressed downwards. 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared in his palm and rushed out, drawing upon the power of the great Tao, suppressing downwards. Rumble. The power of the great Tao shook the heavens and the earth. The 9 immortal runes turned into a supreme Tao diagram that enveloped the entire sea of blood. The dragons that rushed out of the sea of blood were all blocked by the Tao diagram. Buzz. The Tao diagram that was formed from the 9 runes trembled. An extremely powerful saint-level power descended from the Tao diagram, causing the blood-colored dragons to explode in the void. Not bad. You are much stronger than that guy just now. An ancient voice rang out. The blood-colored demonic figure appeared in the endless bloodlight, emitting a demonic aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Without a doubt, this demon was definitely a demon ancestor. Gu Fei realized that he was in big trouble. A demon ancestor was not something ordinary demons could compare to. This was a supreme existence among demons. Swish! He soared into the sky, wanting to enter the chaotic passageway and leave this demonic formation. He didn't want to fight a demon ancestor for no reason. It wasn't worth it. You want to leave? Too late. Just as Gu Fei's undead war slave broke through the layers of bloody light and rapidly approached the entrance of the Primal Chaos passageway, he suddenly felt the world spin. The entrance of the Primal Chaos passageway disappeared. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had actually returned to the boundless sea of blood formed by the power of the blood fiend demonic formation. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Gu Fei knew that the other party had already sealed up this part of the world, trapping him inside. Unless he could break this demonic formation, it would be impossible for him to leave this damned place. It was very simple to break the formation, and that was to kill that old devil. However, knowing the method to break the formation was one thing. Wanting to kill that old demon was not an easy task. One must know that this was a demon ancestor. The feeling this archdevil lord gave Gu Fei was that he was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit weaker than the archdevil lording Tian. A great battle erupted. Gu Fei controlled his undead war slave and executed all sorts of immortal killing techniques, attacking the figure in the sea of blood. Immortal Tao Divine runes appeared between his hands. Powerful immortal Tao energy spread out, repelling the demonic qi around Gu Fei's undead war slave. Bang! A blood-colored fist punched out from the sea of blood formed by the demonic qi. On the fist, blood-colored demonic runes coiled around it, drawing in a supreme demonic energy. Gu Fei's undead war slave was directly sent flying by this blood-colored fist. However, the undead war slave was said to be undying, possessing undying divinity. Gu Fei's undead war slave instantly rushed back from afar, continuing to attack. Immortal Tao Divine runes rushed out from Gu Fei's undead war slave, imprinting themselves into the void. Then they exploded, causing a large amount of demonic qi to dissipate. An old demon covered in blood-colored light fell out of the void. Good lad, you can actually sense where this demon's true body is. How did you do it? The blood fiend demon ancestor was somewhat surprised. One had to know that no one had ever been able to force his true body out of the formation, not even once. This old demon was very curious as to how this human cultivator knew where his true body was. Humph, why are you spouting so much nonsense? Gu Fei's undead war slave pressed towards the blood fiend demon ancestor, brimming with battle intent. He had already viewed this old demon as the strongest opponent he had ever met since he started cultivating. This battle body is not bad. The blood fiend demon ancestor was shocked to see how powerful the undead war slave was. Someone had actually refined such a terrifying killing tool. If he could obtain this battle body and study the Tao runes on it, he might be able to create countless such killing tools. By then, it would only be a matter of time for the demons to unify the 3 realms and 6 Taos. At this thought, the blood fiend demon ancestors' blood-colored eyes immediately lit up. Unifying the 3 realms and 6 Taos had always been the ultimate goal of the demons. Rumble, the formation shook. The blood fiend demon ancestor activated the entire formation's power. Endless blood-colored light interweaved, forming a blood-colored net that enveloped Gu Fei's undead war slave. Swish! The blood-colored net was extremely fast. In an instant, it trapped Gu Fei's undead war slave, and the interweaved blood-colored demonic light pierced into its flesh. The blood-colored demonic light was like the edge of a peerless demonic blade. It directly slashed across the undead war slave's body, cutting it into thousands of pieces. However, a divine light of the immortal Tao flashed, and Gu Fei's undead war slave recovered. The blood marks on its body disappeared, and its body also emitted a mighty wave. Immortal battle body. The old demon was obviously shocked to see this scene. The opponent's battle body was very unusual. It was not something that an ordinary sage could refine. Could it be the blood fiend demon ancestor seemed to think of something, and his face became somewhat gloomy? While the old demon was distracted, Gu Fei's undead war slave had already reached him. A purple divine light rushed out from the undead war slave's forehead, turning into a divine, sword of the great Tao, and slashed at the old demon. The old demon was shocked to see Gu Fei's undead war slave use this immortal Tao secret technique. This was the supreme immortal technique of the Tao sect, a supreme divine ability created by the Tao ancestor. The mighty wave of power from the divine sword of the great Tao made the old demon's heart palpitate, and he immediately retreated. However, the divine sword of the great Tao followed him like a shadow, chasing after the old demon, forcing him to constantly dodge within the demonic formation, not daring to let the divine sword of the great Tao get close to him. Chapter 23:01. It was only after Gu Fei had taken control of the undying war slave that he realized how powerful and terrifying this killing tool was. This battle form could use all the techniques of the person who had taken control of it. Of course, this battle form could only use the techniques of the immortal path. Perhaps the person who had refined this undying war slave was a supreme cultivator of the immortal path. Gu Fei's undying war slave used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword of the way secret technique, and successfully injured the blood fiend demon ancestor. However, he knew that the blood fiend demon ancestor was not so easy to deal with. Roar! The blood fiend demon ancestor roared in anger. He could not believe that he had been injured. Moreover, this was a wound caused by a divine sword of the great path. The wound was difficult to heal, and black demonic blood flowed out. How dare you injure my demonic body? I'll kill you! In his rage, the blood fiend demon ancestor attacked Gu Fei's undying war slave. Endless demonic chi surged, and the entire demonic formation's power was directed to his hands by the old demon. Bang! The blood fiend demon punched out, and the power of the demonic path exploded. The world shook, and a pitch-black spatial fissure appeared in the void. Endless demonic patterns went to seal Gu Fei's undying war slave. Return to truth. Gu Fei's undying war slave used another secret technique of the immortal path. A mysterious power of the great path spread out from his body. Wherever this power went, large swathes of demonic chi were melted away. All the spiritual chi of the world seemed to have been reduced to its most primitive state. This was the terror of the return to truth secret technique. It could melt away any power of the great path. What the blood fiend demon ancestor could feel the power of his punch rapidly draining away. The demonic chi was melted away in the void. Reverse chaos. Just as the blood fiend demon ancestor was in extreme shock, Gu Fei's undying war slave used another secret technique. The power of reverse chaos diverted the blood fiend demon ancestor's punch, causing it to turn back and hit him. Roar! This time, the blood fiend demonic ancestor was truly moved. He roared again and again, desperately urging his blood fiend demonic power. The fist that was about to hit him finally stopped before it hit him. You are the successor of the Tao Father. The blood fiend demonic ancestor roared furiously. Back then, he had a deep grudge with the Tao ancestor's bloodline. The reason why he was where he was today was directly related to the Tao ancestor. Gu Fei's undying war slave did not speak, but his aura instantly soared to a level that made the blood fiend evil ancestor's heart palpitate. Bang! Gu Fei's undying war slave immediately used the supreme killing technique of the immortal Tao, heavenly transformation hand. 9 primordial Tao patterns interweaved to form a great Tao hand that pressed down on the blood fiend demon ancestor. Rumble, endless baleful blood demonic chi was melted away. This was a supreme technique of the immortal Tao, known to be able to melt away even the heaven and earth. The void below the giant hand was being destroyed soundlessly. Bang! The giant hand descended, and the blood fiend demon ancestor was smacked down from the sky. His baleful blood demonic chi dissipated, and a small part of his body was destroyed by the heavenly transformation hand. Another of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the blood fiend demon ancestor, was both shocked and furious. He had suffered greatly from the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Not long after he broke free, he encountered Gu Fei's undying war slave, who had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The war slave used the heavenly transformation secret art to raise its battle prowess to the limit. It was then that Gu Fei unleashed the true power of the undying war slave. The war slave's battle prowess was no weaker than the immortal sovereign's Tao body. Break. Gu Fei controlled the war slave to launch a heavenly transformation hand into the sky. Endless, baleful, blood demonic patterns were destroyed by the heavenly transformation hand, and a corner of the blood fiend formation was broken. The old demon couldn't help but be shocked at the sight. How could this guy break his formation? Although it was hard to believe, it was the truth. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and rushed out of the blood fiend formation. Damn it! The blood fiend demon ancestor roared in the blood fiend formation. The small part of his body that had been destroyed by the heavenly transformation hand had already healed. His bones and flesh had regenerated, and it was as if he had never been injured. Where do you think you're going? The blood fiend demon ancestor didn't hesitate. He drove the demonic formation and chased after Gu Fei's undying war slave. Swoosh! Gu Fei's undying war slave charged into the chaos passageway and disappeared inside. The old demon followed suit and continued his pursuit of Gu Fei's undying war slave. Blood-colored demonic patterns interweaved around his body, a demonic aura that could cause all life in the world to palpitate spread out from the old demon's body. What's going on? Why did that demonic aura suddenly become so much stronger? The ancient sages around the exit of the chaos world were shocked to the extreme. They could sense a supreme demonic energy rushing over from the other end of the chaos passageway. At this moment, a figure flashed at the exit of the chaos passageway. A person rushed out from the chaos passageway. Big Brother, Xiaoqing, who was guarding the exit of the chaos world, couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he saw that person. You want to screw me over? Let's see who screws over who. Gu Fei ignored Xiaoqing. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient bronze cauldron appeared in his hand. He then placed the ancient cauldron in front of the exit of the chaos world. Buzz. The ancient cauldron vibrated. The ancient bronze cauldron turned into a huge cauldron the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the cauldron faced the exit of the chaos world. After arranging all this, Gu Fei's real body and Xiaoqing retreated together. Not long after, a figure rushed out of the chaos world and directly rushed into the ancient bronze cauldron. The demon that was chasing after that person did not hesitate and directly rushed into the ancient bronze cauldron. Soon, the ancient cauldron began to vibrate. Powerful demonic energy erupted. The blood fiend evil ancestor knew that he had been tricked. He desperately rushed out of the cauldron. However, the blood fiend evil ancestor was intercepted again and again. The exit of the ancient cauldron was blocked by the primordial chaos chi. Unless Gu Fei was willing to let him go, the blood fiend evil ancestor would be in for a tragedy. The ancient cauldron vibrated. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on the ancient cauldron. The birds, beasts, insects, and fish on the ancient cauldron seemed to come to life. They emitted an incomparably ancient aura that seemed to come from ancient times. That is, some ancient sages were extremely shocked. The aura emitted from the ancient cauldron made their hearts palpitate. A supreme item. Someone guessed something, but they were not sure. It should be known that this item was a legendary existence that had disappeared in the ancient times. Chapter 23:02. Gu Fei gave him a taste of his own medicine. He also dug a huge pit at the end of the chaos passageway and made the blood fiend demon ancestor jump into the pit. What's going on? The evil blood ancestor rushed into the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if he had entered a whole new world. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no earth or sky. However, the void here was so vast that even his divine will could not reach the end. An aura that made the blood fiend demon ancestor's heart palpitate came from the depths of the void. Roar. The blood fiend demon ancestor was shocked and angry. He roared and used his demonic technique. 9 demonic patterns rushed out of his body, wanting to use the power of the Great Path to break this part of the void. The 9 demonic patterns emitted a powerful demonic power that shook this part of the void. It should be known that even though his vitality was injured and he was no longer the invincible demon venerable of the past, his demonic body was the true body of the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor level Tao patterns displayed terrifying power. Every Tao pattern was like a blood-colored demonic sun, emitting endless demonic light. Rumble, the world shook. The surroundings of the 9 demonic patterns seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart. There was chaos chi seeping out. Bang! Without any warning, the blood fiend demon ancestor, who had unparalleled demonic power, suddenly flew out. The left side of his face collapsed, and a fist mark appeared. He had actually been punched by someone. Who dares to sneak an attack on me? The blood fiend demon ancestor was shocked and angry. His broken facial bones were rapidly recovering. In just an instant, he had completely recovered, as if he had not been injured at all. The true body of the demon ancestor was incomparably strong. Ordinary means could not really hurt this demonic body. What truly shocked the blood fiend demonic ancestor was that he actually couldn't see how the person in the dark had made his move. This was truly frightening. If even he couldn't see how the person in the dark had made his move, then wouldn't the person in the dark be much stronger than him? Hee, a little demon child dares to call himself the demon ancestor. Don't be a joke. A divine will was transmitted, and a voice sounded directly in the blood fiend demon ancestor's heart. Who are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. The blood fiend demonic ancestor roared. His gaze swept in all directions, but what shocked him was that he still could not find the location of the person in the dark. How is this possible? The blood fiend demonic ancestor thought to himself. That person seemed to have melded into the void, as if he did not exist at all, yet he seemed to be everywhere at the same time. How could this be? This old devil was truly moved. He had encountered a very terrifying opponent. Could it be a human emperor or one of those immortal venerables that had yet to perish? In his opinion, only powerful existences at the level of human emperor and celestial prime could trap him. Do you really think you're the true ancestor of all demons? I'll come out just because you called me. That divine will appear again. Roar. The blood fiend demonic ancestor roared angrily. 9 demonic marks rushed out in 9 directions. Vast demonic power spread out from the 9 demonic marks. He wanted to break the void, forcefully. However, at this moment, a huge hand appeared silently above the head of the blood fiend demonic ancestor. After that, a palm slapped down, causing the blood fiend demonic ancestor to fall tens of thousands of feet down. His head was smashed into his chest. Boundless blood, see. The blood fiend demonic ancestor roared angrily. He was almost driven mad. He desperately urged the demonic power in his body. countless formation marks that lingered around him rushed out in all directions, directly imprinting themselves into the surrounding void. Rumble, the blood fiend demonic formation, was activated. A blood-red world appeared in the void. The extremely terrifying demonic power caused the void to become unstable. "Oh, you little devil brat, you've gone all out. Even if the true ancestor of the devils were to appear before your daddy, he would still be suppressed." That voice sounded in the blood fiend demonic ancestor's heart again. At this moment, the blood fiend demonic ancestor's demonic body had recovered. He did not say anything. He directly activated the blood fiend demonic formation. The blood-red demonic chi was like a blood-red wave, sweeping out in all directions. It seemed like it was going to fill up the entire void. However, just as the blood fiend demonic ancestor showed his power, he was punched in the chest by the person in the dark. His tendons and bones were shattered, and his entire chest caved in. His demonic body was almost broken into two by that person. What's going on? Impossible. The blood fiend demonic ancestor was really going crazy. He was in the demonic formation. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher than his, they could not hurt him silently. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Just as the blood fiend demonic ancestor was shocked, the entire demonic formation suddenly shook. A layer of purple chi appeared outside the demonic formation. The purple chi was vast and gave off an endless aura. It actually suppressed the power of the blood fiend demonic formation that was surging out in all directions. Primordial chaos chi. When the blood fiend demonic ancestor saw the purple chi, he was even more shocked. In the 3 realms and 6 Daos, there was only one thing that gave birth to primordial chaos chi. This old devil was a Khanate devil that was born from the legendary netherworld Blood Sea. This kind of Khanate devil was born with great abilities and power. Although the blood fiend demonic ancestor was also a demon ancestor, he was not on the same level as the demon ancestors born from the chaos. In the distant past, some people called those innate devils born from chaos the true ancestors of devils. However, as a demon ancestor, the blood fiend demonic ancestor's knowledge was naturally very extraordinary. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. The mountain and river cauldron, it's the mountain and river cauldron, the blood fiend demonic ancestor muttered to himself. An extremely powerful force pressed down from all directions, causing the blood slaughter demonic formation to shrink. Even the 9 demonic marks were suppressed back into the formation. There was no suspense. Even if the blood fiend demonic ancestor wanted to go all out, it would be difficult to do so. He already knew what kind of existence he was facing. The demonic formation was broken, and the 9 demonic patterns were suppressed back into the blood fiend demonic ancestor's body by the primordial chaos chi. The blood fiend demonic ancestor was suppressed. At this moment, outside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, with a wave of his hand, the mountain and river cauldron rapidly shrank and flew back into his hand. Big brother, after Gu Fei suppressed the blood fiend demonic ancestor with the mountain and river cauldron, Shaoqing hurried over. This demon is not simple. It will be difficult to refine him in a short time. Gu Fei said, he wants to use the mountain and river cauldron. Could this demon really be a demon ancestor? Chapter 2303. To think that Gu Fei had actually suppressed a demon lord. This caused everyone who witnessed the scene to be extremely shocked. One must know that it was a demon lord. Demon ancestor was a synonym for absolute power. When the news of Gu Fei suppressing the demon ancestor spread out, all the cultivators in the chaos world were shocked. That was especially true for those forces that were Gu Fei's enemies. Everyone felt insecure. The one who stole my undying war slave even suppressed a demon ancestor. He has the supreme mountain river cauldron. In the ancestral court of the G clan, on the Myrtle Star, a middle-aged man sat on a throne as he spoke. There were only a few people standing in the hall. How is that possible? Didn't the mountain river cauldron disappear in the ancient era? An old man with a head full of white hair said, "Looks like there will be another great upheaval that engulfs the 3 realms and 6 Daos in this era." Another old man sighed. Whenever a supreme saint artifact appeared, a storm of blood would be stirred up in the 3 realms and 6 paths. There would be shocking changes. Back then, when the primordial world shattered, the figure of a supreme appeared. A supreme saint tool. In the hall, a young man clenched his fists, his eyes flashing. This young man was the genius of the G clan, G Fan, who was defeated by Gu Fei. The middle-aged man sitting on the throne was the current patriarch of the G clan, Emperor G. G Fan had the limitless physique, innately close to all great Daos. He was the carrier of all great Daos. His cultivation and battle prowess had long surpassed his father. Without a doubt, G Fan would be the next patriarch. Let's wait and see. After pondering for a while, Emperor G, who was sitting high up on his throne, said these words. He had to plan before taking action. In this great world, if he was not careful, it would be very easy for other powers to take advantage of him. Although the G clan was the most powerful clan in the ancestral star, this was only in the ancestral star. One should know that there was more than one ancestral land in the human realm. In other ancestral lands, there were also Daos passed down by supremes. There were also ancient clans that had once produced supremes. In the human realm, the ancestral star could not be the only one. Yes, the people in the hall hurriedly responded. Since the patriarch didn't allow them to find trouble with Gu Fei, they didn't dare to do anything. One must know that the patriarch of the G family was someone with absolute authority. Even the unruly G Fan had to behave himself. Although the G family of the ancestral Myrtle Star was waiting to see what would happen, it didn't mean that the other superforces wouldn't make a move against Gu Fei. The mountain and river cauldron was a supreme divine tool. Who wouldn't want it? However, one had to pay a price to obtain the cauldron of mountain and river. Even the ancient sages didn't dare to provoke Gu Fei. However, regardless of the era, there was no lack of crazy people. After Gu Fei had used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the blood-fiend demon ancestor, he had been targeted. In the end, the chaotic passageway leading to the Kunlun ancestral star collapsed. This was just the beginning. The collapse of the chaotic passageway shocked many people. Subsequently, the chaotic passageways leading to other places in the 3 realms and 6 Dao also showed signs of instability. This made everyone believe that the chaotic world was about to close. The closing of the primal chaos world was no small matter. Everyone was prepared to leave the primal chaos world, because once the primal chaos passageways closed, everyone would be trapped in this world. No one would be willing to stay in this barren land. Moreover, there were extremely powerful remnant species of chaos occupying this part of the world in the chaos. The remnants of chaos were incomparably powerful and possessed the bloodline of their ancestors. Among these remnants of chaos, there were even extremely powerful and terrifying existences. Over the past decade or so, many cultivators of the human race had died tragically under the claws of the remnants of chaos. Gu Fei didn't care about this. When he and Shaoqing returned to the sacred mountain, they were shocked to find that there were 2 more people there. One of them was a fairy in snow-white robes, and the other was a fair and chubby little fatty. Yen, little grand-disciple. When Gu Fei saw the 2 of them, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, especially Yen, Ever since they parted ways in the heaven realm, he hadn't heard any news about her. Everyone was very tactful and retreated when they saw that Gu Fei and Yen had reunited. Two figures stood at the peak of the sacred mountain. You, Gu Fei and Yen looked at each other. They clearly had a lot to say, but they didn't know where to start. For a moment, both of them fell silent. How have you been all these years? In the end, Gu Fei said this. I'm fine, but I'm often being chased by the Eastern Emperor Xian Gu. Yen said angrily. Back then, Gu Fei had left her in the heaven realm, which made her resent him for a long time. She always thought that when she saw Gu Fei again, she would teach Gu Fei a lesson to vent her anger. However, when she really reunited with Gu Fei, she realized that she simply couldn't do it. Yuan Gu, that guy actually dared to chase after you. Where is he? I'll go and kill him to help you vent your anger, Gu Fei said, angrily. Stop it. You're with that old turtle. Don't you know that Yuan Gu has already been killed by that old turtle? Yen said, angrily. Is that so? I really didn't know. So, that guy is already dead. Then I have no way to help you vent your anger. Gu Fei rubbed his head and said, if anyone were to see this side of him now, their jaws would definitely drop. It turned out that behind Gu Fei's coldness, there was actually a warm side. Gu Fei and Yen chatted for 6 hours after the topic was opened. The two of them seemed to have endless topics to talk about and endless things to talk about. Sigh, Ancestral Master is such a good fairy. It's a pity that she was wooed by the Ancestral Master. Little Fatty couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the two of them standing side by side on the mountain peak. What are you talking about, you little brat? Beside Little Fatty, Xiaoqing reached out and knocked on Little Fatty's head. Little Fatty immediately cried out in pain, and soon a big bump appeared on Little Fatty's head. Marshal Uncle Qing, are you trying to murder me? Little Fatty cried out as he rubbed the bump on his head. It was so painful that tears started flowing out. Humph, since your father isn't here, I'll help him teach you. Xiaoqing looked at Little Fatty and said fiercely, Oh my God! Chapter 2304. Gu Fei and Yen reunion was a joyous occasion. Everyone already saw Gu Fei and Yen as a couple. Even Old Tortoise and Xiaoqing thought so. However, the relationship between Gu Fei and Yen was a little strange. Neither of them made their relationship clear, nor did they deny it. Yen's appearance made Zhongli Meng a little jealous, but she also knew that she was not worthy of Gu Fei. Only a saintess like Yen could be Gu Fei's partner. In the end, Zhongli Meng left. Gu Fei personally sent her to the chaotic passageway leading to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Zhongli Meng had been away from the ancestral star for too long, and she was homesick. Moreover, according to Old Tortoise, the 3 realms and 6 Daos would soon be in chaos, and the soaring dragon ancestral star would not be spared. As a member of the Zhongli clan, she should do her part for the clan. Gu Fei's words made Zhongli Meng tear up. In the end, she still entered the chaotic passageway and left the chaotic land. Sigh. Gu Fei stood at the entrance of the chaotic passageway for a long time. In the end, he let out a long sigh and returned to the sacred mountain. Old Tortoise's divine palace floated at the peak of the sacred mountain. It was an extraordinary palace with a Taoist rhyme lingering around it that resonated with the great Tao. Cultivating in the divine palace would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The divine palace had a great origin. It was said to be a palace belonging to the supreme Tai Huang of the monster race. It was the palace where the supreme Tai Huang once lived. That little girl has left. When Gu Fei returned to the sacred mountain, Old Tortoise came out. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. I can tell that the little girl is interested in you. Have you ever thought of taking her in as well?" Old Tortoise grinned. At this time, he had turned back into the cynical old ruffian. "Are you itching for a beating?" Gouffé glared at Old Tortoise and said, "Don't worry, Old Tortoise. Hee, I'm telling the truth. That peerless expert doesn't have many women behind him. It's very normal." Old Tortoise said, "Stop, this topic ends here." Gouffé said with a frown. At this time, he had a very strange feeling, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes spying on him. When he wanted to investigate, that feeling completely disappeared. "You're being watched." At that moment, Old Tortoise's expression became solemn. "You sensed it," Gouffé said. If even the Old Tortoise said so, then the person who dared to spy on him was definitely not an ordinary ancient saint. The one hiding in the dark was definitely a formidable opponent. "Who is it?" Gouffé muttered to himself. He had many friends, but he definitely had more enemies than friends, especially when the mountain and river cauldron appeared in his hands. Who wouldn't want an extreme Tao Saint artifact? Humph, who cares who he is? If he dares to jump out, we'll just kill him." Old Tortoise said domineeringly. At this time, Old Tortoise's uncle, who had disappeared for a while, came to the Divine Mountain. He found Old Tortoise and told him something that made Old Tortoise furious. "Are those 4 old guys tired of living?" Old Tortoise was furious. Gouffé learned from Old Tortoise that the demon race's ancestral court in the heaven realm was attacked, and many experts of the demon race died. The person who dared to attack the demon race's ancestral court must have a powerful background. It was one of the 5 great Emperor Sien of the heaven realm. Old Tortoise did not hesitate and directly returned to the heaven realm. Those who dared to touch the demon race's ancestral court must have died. "Do you need help?" In the Divine Palace, Gouffé said, "Brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but your troubles aren't small either. Don't get involved in these muddy waters." Old Tortoise directly rejected Gouffé. The ancestral court could not be lost. Old Tortoise quickly drove the Divine Palace through the chaotic passage to the heaven realm and returned to the heaven realm to find the 5 great Emperor Sien to settle the score. Old Tortoise's departure made Gouffé lose a great help. It was likely that the person who was secretly watching him would jump out soon. However, in the following days, nothing strange happened in the area around the Divine Mountain. Everyone on the Divine Mountain was working hard to cultivate. Even Gouffé himself sat cross-legged on the peak of the Divine Mountain, breathing in and out the chaotic essence, hoping to improve his cultivation to the next level and become the King of Saints. The King of Saints was a rare, peerless expert even in the great era of the untainted land. He could become the overlord of a region. Rumble, within Gouffé's body, the Great Path was resonating. 9 primordial patterns of the Great Path appeared in his dantian. The 9 chaotic patterns intertwined into a ball of light, spreading waves of the Great Path. It was difficult to improve one's comprehension of the Great Path in a short period of time. Gouffé felt that while his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, it was not easy to break through this bottleneck. Boom! While Gouffé was cultivating, a muffled sound was heard without warning. A huge black hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the Divine Mountain, then blasted down on Gouffé at the peak of the Divine Mountain. The peerless power of the Divine Path swept down from the black hand. The entire Divine Mountain was shaking. At this moment, everyone on the Divine Mountain was startled. Who dares to cause trouble here? A loud shout was heard. A figure surrounded by divine flames rushed into the sky. The shadow of a fiery phoenix rushed out from this person's body. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. Vroom! A rumble was heard from the Iron Blood Taoist's hand. 9 divine patterns rushed into the sky, intertwining and turning into a fiery phoenix, rushing towards the huge hand coming down from the sky. However, there was no suspense at all. 9 primordial Tao patterns surged out from the black palm that came crashing down from the sky, and directly blasted the fire phoenix into a ball of divine fire that dissipated in the void. The iron blood Taoist fell from the sky and landed at the peak of the divine mountain. He looked up at the black hand that was still slamming down on the divine mountain. His eyes sparkled. He was very shocked. The opponent was powerful enough to force him back with a single move. The iron blood Taoist still wanted to rush up. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's voice was heard. "You're no match for that person. You'll only die if you go up." Gu Fei uttered such words. The iron blood Taoist could not help but be extremely shocked when he heard this. Was the person who secretly attacked so powerful that he could kill saints? Humph, cowardly scoundrel. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder he was sitting on and threw a punch upwards. Powerful chaotic fist force rushed into the sky and collided with the black hand. Boom! The black hand in the sky exploded with a loud sound. It was shattered by Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch. The primordial patterns were collapsing, and the black hand had also completely dispelled Gu Fei's fist force. Chapter 23:05. Gu Fei made a move and dispersed the black hand in the air above the divine mountain with a single punch. Afterwards, the person who attacked in secret did not show himself, which greatly surprised Gu Fei. If the attacker had already made his move, why was he still not showing himself? The attacker only struck once and disappeared. Even Gu Fei couldn't sense the attacker's location. The attacker was in the dark while he was in the light. This made him feel uneasy. Because the enemy was hiding in the dark, his every move would be seen by the enemy. But he himself was in the light, yet he didn't know who the enemy was. "Master, the iron blood Taoist walked over. He too felt the threat from the hidden enemy. Plus, the enemy did not come out in the open. This was not good for them. Old Gu, what happened? Yen also came to the mountain peak. In fact, the moment the black hand appeared, she already felt something was wrong. "We are being watched. Be careful. Do not leave the mountain for no reason," Gu Fei said. His voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone on the divine mountain, causing their hearts to tremble, especially Qi Long. He could already feel that his heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Is he going to undergo heavenly tribulation here? The red dragon was anxious. Shaoqing had already returned to the heaven realm with the old tortoise. Now, on the mountain, other than Gu Fei himself, only Yen, and the iron blood Taoist were saints. With 3 saints working together, no matter which era it was, they would be the overlord of an area. But this time, the enemy they were facing was not ordinary. Next, Gu Fei made a decision that shocked everyone. He wanted to refine the divine mountain and take it away. This was definitely a huge move. This divine mountain was no ordinary mountain. It was a mountain that was suppressing an earth vein. Nourished by the earth vein's spiritual energy, it was close to becoming sentient. Gu Fei and Yen worked together and guided all the spiritual energy from the earth vein into the divine mountain. After a few days, Gu Fei and the others finally succeeded. The spiritual energy from the earth vein was all absorbed by the divine mountain. The entire divine mountain became even more sentient, as if it could awaken its own consciousness and turn into an innate mountain god at any time. Living beings nurtured by the heaven and earth were synonymous with power. If this divine mountain could awaken its own consciousness and turn into a mountain god, it would definitely be a powerful mountain god. Of course, Gu Fei wouldn't miss out on such a divine mountain. Gu Fei kept the sacred mountain and the others into his inner world. Then he rushed towards the region where the chaotic passageway leading to the soaring dragon ancestral star was located. It was time for him to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. The world was about to descend into chaos, and he felt that he had to settle his grudges before that happened. However, just as Gu Fei was approaching the chaos channel, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him. "Humph, you're finally going to jump out yourself." Gu Fei stopped and stared at the black figure in front of him. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he moved. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the black figure. The man in black also reached out to grab Gu Fei. "Kill!" Gu Fei yelled and rushed into the sky. He took a step forward and stomped down on the head of the man in black. A terrifying force surged out from Gu Fei's right foot, shattering the hand that was about to grab him and forcing him back. Rumble! Before the black-clothed man could regain his senses, Gu Fei had already taken his second step. An even more powerful force than the first step surged out from his feet. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and the man in black was forced back again. Roar! The man roared and waved his hand. 18 flags flew out from his hand and stuck themselves in the ground. The flags fluttered, and a killing formation was set up. Die! The figure of the black-robed man disappeared into the formation. The 18 flags emitted monstrous energy waves. Divine inscriptions rushed out from the flags and sealed the space around them. "You want to trap me? Dream on," Gu Fei said in disdain. However, he soon had to be careful. The 18 flags began to emit extremely powerful saintly power. Rumble! The void trembled as the 18 banners emitted a powerful destructive force, rushing towards Gu Fei, who was in the middle of the formation. The void was crumbling and being annihilated. "You know that I have the cauldron of mountain and river, and you still dare to attack me. You're looking to die." Gu Fei's voice was extremely calm. He then flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. He held it in his palm. Bzzz. Just as the power of the 18 flags arrived, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand trembled slightly, and the destructive power that was heading towards him was immediately dispersed. Even the 18 flags that were inserted in the surroundings flew up, and the formation was instantly destroyed. Bang! While the man in black was still in shock, an ancient cauldron the size of a fist came smashing toward him. It directly smashed into the bridge of his nose and broke it. Immediately, his face was covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state as he staggered away. "So you're Gu Fei. You're very strong indeed." Just as Gu Fei was about to kill the man in black, a voice suddenly came from the side. Gu Fei hurriedly turned around and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw an elder standing on a small mountain tens of miles away, looking at Gu Fei. "Who are you?" Gu Fei said, as he looked at the old man on top of a hill a dozen li away. "You don't need to know who I am. As long as you hand over the cauldron of mountain and river, I will spare your life. How about it?" The elder said. The chi on his body became sharper. He was ready to attack. "Humph! The cauldron of mountain and river is in my hands. Come and take it if you can." Gu Fei looked at the elder on the small mountain. His chi also became stronger. The opponent was here for the cauldron of mountain and river. A battle was unavoidable. "You've got guts." The elder gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. "After so many years, this is the first time I met someone who dared to talk to me like this." The elder said. Gu Fei was getting impatient. "Cut the crap. Come on." Gu Fei's battle intent surged. Even if he was facing an incomparably strong opponent, he would fight. He would never retreat. At this moment, he would fight even if the elder was an immortal venerable. Cultivators were born to be fighters. Ha, actually, I've already made my move. The elder suddenly laughed. What? Chapter 2306. Those who were spying on the cauldron of mountains and rivers finally made their move. They would not let Gu Fei return to the ancestral dragon star so easily. It was not the right time for saint-level beings to descend into the mortal world. The power that was even more terrifying than the heavenly punishment still enveloped the entire mortal world. Some of the super antiques, who had lived for countless years, seemed to know many secrets. After all, when the primordial world collapsed, there were still many living beings at the saint level who survived. However, these living beings only appeared for a short period of time before completely disappearing. The world had changed. No one knew when it started, but all the saint-level beings were suppressed by a force. No matter how powerful the saint-level being was, they would be mercilessly killed by that force. The saint-level beings who survived the calamity had to seal themselves to avoid it. Those people finally could not sit still when Gu Fei wanted to return to the ancestral dragon star. If they did not make their move now, they did not know when they would have the chance to do so. I've already made my move. At this moment, the words of the old man 10 miles away shocked Gu Fei. How could it be? Since the old man had already made his move, how could he not feel the slightest ripple of the power of the great path? Boom! At this moment, the void around Gu Fei suddenly collapsed. An extremely powerful force instantly pulled him into the void of chaos. Gu Fei was truly shocked. The old man's method was too brilliant. He had actually struck the power of the great path into the void of chaos and then attacked him. Such an attack was really special. At least if it was used as a sneak attack, it would definitely catch the opponent off guard, and they would instantly fall into the trap. That old man was really too careful. Rumble, the void trembled like thunder. After Gu Fei was pulled into the void of chaos by that extremely powerful force, he saw a chaos formation behind him. There were countless chaotic runes intertwining, condensing into a powerful force that made even his heart palpitate. This was a formation that could kill saint-level beings. Clang! Like peerless heavenly weapons being unsheathed, 9 startling rays of sword light shot out from the chaos formation. Each ray of sword light was condensed from chaotic force and emitted terrifying sword chi. The 9 sword lights pierced through Gu Fei, who was trapped in the chaos-killing formation, and instantly pierced his body. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair danced wildly as an extremely powerful chaotic energy erupted from his chaotic martial body. Boom! The 9 primal chaos sword lights that pierced his body instantly shattered, turning into specks of primal chaos spirit light. He opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all the specks of primal chaos spirit light into his mouth. What? An ancient voice sounded out. The old man was shocked to the extreme. This Gu Fei was actually so powerful. This exceeded his expectations, and he felt a trace of unease. You have angered me. Gu Fei stared at an empty space within the chaos formation and said coldly. He had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, so he could immediately see where the old man was hiding. Under the martial path heavenly eye, there were no secrets within the chaos formation. Every single rune was clearly displayed in Gu Fei's mind. He could instantly sense every tiny change in the formation. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. The old man had to admit that he had underestimated this newly minted martial saint who could kill saint-level beings. This wrong judgment made him feel danger. Things had already gone out of the old man's control. Old man, why haven't you killed this guy yet? At this moment, the voice of the mysterious black-robed man rang out. You two are accomplices. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes flashed coldly. The mysterious black-robed man and this old man were accomplices plotting against him together. Damn it! At this moment, he also understood why there was a chaos-killing formation waiting for him in the chaotic void. The old man couldn't possibly have known that he would leave the chaotic world. The black-robed man attacked first and entangled him, giving the old man time to set up the chaos-killing formation in the chaotic void before plotting against Yifutian. Clanging sounds rang out from the formation as rays of chaos sword light condensed again. This time, each ray of chaos sword light contained a chaos Tao rune. The old man called Primordial Saint was very terrifying. He also cultivated the great Tao of chaos. Moreover, his understanding of the great Tao of chaos was even above Gu Fei's. After all, this Primordial Saint had become a saint much earlier than Gu Fei. He was an expert among the ancient saints. Some even suspected that this Primordial Saint had already become a saint ruler. A saint ruler was the king of saints. They were peerlessly powerful, and not something ordinary saints could compare to. "Who do you think you are, black dog? How dare you bark in front of me?" The old man was furious when he saw that the black-robed man had dared to order him to do something. The black-robed man had become a demon saint for a black dog. However, in the eyes of the Primordial Saint, a dog was a dog. Even if it had become a saint, it was just a different way of saying it, adding the word saint behind the word dog. "Primordial Saint, the black-robed man, was furious. Scram!" The Primordial Saint waved his right hand and swept the black-robed man out of the chaos-killing formation. He didn't like this dog saint. If it wasn't for the person behind this dog saint, he definitely wouldn't have teamed up with this dog saint. You have to look at the owner first. Aren't you afraid of offending the person behind this dog saint? Gu Fei watched everything coldly. He had cultivated the divine eyes of martial path, so he naturally saw the true body of the mysterious black-robed man. He also guessed that there must be someone behind this dog saint. One had to know that this dog saint wouldn't have dared to attack him if he didn't have someone to rely on. "Humph, I don't need you to care about my business. You should worry about yourself." The Primordial Saint stood on a mass of chaos chi and looked at Gu Fei in the formation. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his entire body was surrounded by chaos Tao patterns. "Ha! You think you've got me?" Gu Fei laughed. Although the chaos-killing formation was powerful, it couldn't do anything to him. One should know that he had cultivated the chaotic martial body. The chaotic martial body was naturally close to the chaos chi. In this chaotic void, the chaos chi was endless and could provide him with endless energy. Hand over the mountain and river cauldron, and we may become friends. The Primordial Saint said, "I don't think you're the kind of person who would rob people. Could it be that you have some difficulties? But what does that have to do with me? The mountain and river cauldron is mine, and I won't hand it over to anyone." Chapter 2307. Gu Fei was trapped by the primordial chaos-killing formation laid down by the Primordial Chaos Saint. This formation was the Primordial Chaos Saint's trump card. It could gather endless chaotic energy and transform it into various killing moves to obliterate the opponents trapped within. "I'm determined to get the mountain and river cauldron. It seems that I have no choice but to fight." As Primordial Chaos Old Man spoke, his aura changed. A shocking might erupted from his body. At this moment, he was no longer an old man, but an indomitable and supreme saint who looked down on the three realms. "Come," Gu Fei said. His expression turned solemn. He didn't know if it was his honor or the Primordial Chaos Old Man's sorrow to be able to meet such an opponent. "Be careful." As Primordial Chaos Old Man spoke, he began to operate the formation. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as beams of chaotic sword light rapidly condensed within the formation. At this moment, The endless chaotic energy outside the formation began to boil and gather towards the formation. The formation was devouring the chaotic energy. To a certain extent, the primordial chaos formation that was laid down in the primordial void was already invincible. This was because such a formation had an inexhaustible power. The thing that the primordial void lacked the least was chaotic energy. This move is useless against me. Endless chaotic sword light shot into the sky, piercing towards Gu Fei from all directions. He stood still as a mass of chaotic divine light rushed out from his body, enveloping him within. The chaotic sword light that pierced towards him were all blocked by the layer of chaotic astral energy. Humph! Seeing that Gu Fei had easily blocked his killing move, the primordial chaos old man's formation changed again. Endless chaotic runes interweaved, and an earth-shattering roar rang out. A peerless chaotic dragon appeared within the formation, raising its head and letting out a dragon roar. Hee, Gu Fei, you're dead this time. In the distance, within the chaotic energy, the dog saint had yet to leave. Primordial chaos saint was a powerful existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the person behind him. Ordinary saints were like children before him, unable to fight back at all. If it wasn't for some reason, even the person behind him wouldn't be able to invite this old man. The mixed origin saint was strong, and his cultivation was infinitely close to that of a holy king. However, he was not a holy king yet, so he could not do anything to Gu Fei. Transform into a true dragon. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by this scene. This chaos grand formation was very extraordinary. It could actually evolve such a powerful life form. A true dragon that was born from chaos was the true dragon ancestor. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only the Grand Emperor was a chaos true dragon. Roar. The true dragon formed by the chaos formation roared and soared into the sky. Then it pounced towards Gu Fei. Rumble. The entire chaos array began to shake. This chaos true dragon had already gathered almost 80% of the array's power. The power of this pounce caused even Gu Fei's heart to tremble. Good timing. Gu Fei bellowed and took a step forward. With the speed of 8 steps, he instantly appeared in front of the chaotic true dragon and threw a punch at the dragon's head. Boom! With a loud sound, 2 shocking powers instantly collided. Gu Fei flew away, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His chaotic martial body had suffered a great impact. On the other hand, the head of the chaotic dragon exploded from Gu Fei's punch and turned into chaotic chi. The dragon's entire body was also shattered into several pieces. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold snort. The 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body, and his injuries were immediately healed. He wiped off the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth and looked at Old Man Primordial with a sharp gaze. I didn't expect your chaotic martial body to be so powerful. The mixed origin elder was very surprised. This Gu Fei could actually withstand 80% of the chaos array's power. It was really unexpected. If you have any skills, then use them all. Gu Fei said calmly. His cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. It was difficult to break through by relying on cultivation alone. The only thing he could do was to fight and sublimate and transform in battle. As you wish, the mixed origin elder said calmly. Old Man Primordius said. After that, he began to increase the power of the chaos array once again. He had already vaguely guessed Gu Fei's intentions. He also wanted to see how long Gu Fei could last in the chaos array. This chaos array was the mixed origin elder's life's work. Once the chaos array was activated, killing a sage was as easy as killing an ant. But now, the ant that was trapped in the chaos array was incomparably powerful. Endless chaotic chi gathered from all directions. The chaos array frantically devoured the chaotic chi, and the endless array patterns emitted dazzling, chaotic divine light. At that moment, Gu Fei felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the formation had suddenly gained a life of its own, which shocked him greatly. A formation grandmaster. Gu Fei had to admit that old man Primordius's attainments in the Tao of array formations were in no way inferior to He Tian's. Apart from He Tian, old man Primordius was the second person Gu Fei had seen who could fuse with an array formation. Becoming one with the formation was a technique that only a formation grandmaster could use. Mixed Origin Elder could borrow the power of the chaos array to increase his own strength. Chaos opens the heavens, for spirits appear. The Mixed Origin Elder's voice came from the chaos array. Then, the entire chaos array shook, and the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated. From the chaos array, the great Tao was born. It was as if the world was really being created. For figures that were so powerful that they made all living beings tremble were born from the endless chaos. Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, developing the chaos and cosmos. Is this the method of a sage-level formation grandmaster? Gu Fei's heart trembled. The Mixed Origin Elder actually evolved the four spirits of chaos. This was too frightening. One must know that the four spirits of chaos were existences that only existed in legends. Moreover, the chaotic true dragon recognized by the three realms and six Taos was the Tai Huang. As for the azure dragon of the four spirits of chaos, no one knew if it was the chaotic true dragon. One must know that after the chaos opened the heavens, the heaven and earth gave birth to countless connate life forms. These life forms were born from the heaven and earth, not from the chaos array. Some people believed that the four spirits of primordial times were life forms born from the heaven and earth. But now, Mixed Origin Elder had directly evolved the four spirits of chaos from the chaos array. Endless chaotic chi gathered towards the four spirits. The four figures emitted a terrifying aura that was enough to crush the heaven and earth. Even Gu Fei felt suffocated. So powerful. Chapter 2308. Old Man Primordius controlled the heaven-shaking killing formation. As the formation operated, it seemed to split the heavens and the earth, displaying a peerless power. The four powerful figures that appeared from the chaos emitted terrifying fluctuations that could definitely crush the world and the void. Four spirits of chaos. Gu Fei stood in the middle of the killing array and bore the brunt of the pressure. The four figures that rushed out from the endless chaos above almost made him breathless. This Gu Fei felt a great pressure. His muscles and bones trembled, emitting a series of explosive sounds. The power of the chaotic martial body was exploding to resist this power. It's not too late to hand over the mountain and river cauldron. Old Man Primordius's aged voice sounded. The four peerless figures in the sky didn't rush down. Old Man Primordius wanted to give Gu Fei a chance. People like Gu Fei wouldn't appear in millions of years. If he were to be killed just like that, it would be a pity. Ha! Since you know that I have the mountain and river cauldron, aren't you afraid that I will use it against you? Gu Fei smiled. Although he was facing the four terrifying figures in the sky, his expression was still calm, as if he didn't feel any fear. Sigh, then I'm sorry. Old Man Primordius sighed. He cherished talent and didn't want to kill a genius. However, he was determined to get the mountain and river cauldron. Although he was unwilling, he had to act. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The four figures in the sky immediately pounced towards Gu Fei. The powerful force tore the heavens and earth apart, turning this part of the void into a peerless killing field. Roar! The chaotic chi was vast and mighty. The chaotic azure dragon was the first to arrive. It extended its dragon claw and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. It was like a real chaotic dragon pouncing on its prey. Good timing. Gu Fei shouted. 9 chaos Dao patterns emerged from his body, and the power of the great path of chaos erupted from his body. Then, he threw a punch at the claw of the chaos dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with the chaos dragon claw. Gu Fei felt a huge force coming from his fist. Then, his entire body was sent flying, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. So strong. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had actually been forced back. This was the first time he had been forced back in the process of a head-on clash with someone. One had to know that martial artists were indomitable and extremely powerful. They were natural warriors. Moreover, their martial bodies were incomparably powerful. Only martial artists could send their opponents flying. It was rare for martial artists to be sent flying by their opponents. The Chaos Azure Dragon took on Gu Fei's punch head-on, but it was also shaken by Gu Fei's fist energy. Its dragon claws collapsed, and it was actually evenly matched. Looks like I've underestimated you. Old Man Primordial, who was in control of the formation, saw that Gu Fei could take on the Chaos Azure Dragon's attack head-on. One had to know that the power of the Chaos Azure Dragon's attack would even tear a sage apart in an instant. The Chaos martial body is really that strong. Even Old Man Primordial was shocked. At this time, Gu Fei had already started fighting with the Chaos Four Spirits. The Chaos Four Spirits were not ordinary. They seemed to really have a mind of their own, and all of them were extremely powerful. Especially in this chaotic void, the Chaos Four Spirits seemed to have endless power. The more they fought, the stronger they became. However, Gu Fei was fearless. The battle intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. He actually used his physical martial body to fight against the Chaos Four Spirits. He did not use the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Chaos Fist. Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced in the wind, and an invincible fist intent emerged from his body. The powerful Chaos Fist force surged from his fists. Boom! He fiercely clashed with the Chaos White Tiger, forcing the Chaos Chi White Tiger to retreat. He then stepped out with his 8 steps 8 kills, trampling the vermilion bird down from the sky, punching the White Tiger and trampling the vermilion bird. Even the martial ancestor could not compare to such divine might back then. Roar! At this time, the Chaos Azure Dragon roared and spat out a ball of chaos true fire at Gu Fei. This type of divine fire was very terrifying. If one were to be burned by it, even a sage would be destroyed in body and soul, turning into ashes. Yin-yang sort of life and death. Gu Fei used his martial arts skill, turning his fist into a sword. Black and white sword chi immediately rushed out from his hand, breaking through the chaos true fire and rushing towards the Azure Dragon. 5-element fist, boundless water. Gu Fei threw another punch. The water fist force turned into a monstrous water, directly sending the Chaos Azure Dragon flying. It was extremely powerful. Just as Gu Fei sent the Chaos Azure Dragon flying, the Chaos Black Tortoise attacked. The huge Chaos Turtle shell knocked Gu Fei away. Among the 4 spirits, the Black Tortoise's defense was definitely the best. The force of the collision could even smash a real immemorial sacred mountain. Gu Fei only felt like his whole body was falling apart. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. Kill! The chaos true force in Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. The injuries suffered by the chaos martial body were healed in an instant. His battle intent was still like a rainbow as he rushed towards the 4 spirits. This was the terrifying part of the chaos martial body. No matter how serious the martial body was, Even if it was smashed into pieces, the chaos martial body's powerful self-recovery ability could instantly restore the martial body. As long as the soul was not destroyed, the chaos martial body would not be destroyed. This was an extremely tragic battle. Gu Fei did not use the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. He wanted to put himself in danger and use this extreme method to stimulate the potential of the martial body. He was forcing himself. Roar! All of a sudden, Gu Fei leaped up high and punched the Chaos Azure Dragon's spine, splitting the dragon's body into 2. At the same time, the Chaos Azure Dragon's claws left several bloody marks on Gu Fei's body, revealing his bones. What? Old Man Primordial was stunned. No one had ever been able to break the Chaos Azure Dragon's body, and no one had ever survived the attack of the 4 spirits. Gu Fei was an anomaly. He fought with the 4 spirits for several hours, but in the end, no one could do anything to the other. Gu Fei's chaos martial body was smashed several times. The 4 spirits were also smashed by Gu Fei. However, as long as the chaos array was not broken, the 4 spirits would not disappear. If this continued, the 4 spirits could exhaust Gu Fei to death in the array. Gu Fei was not a fool. He naturally knew the other party's intentions, but he would not sit still and wait for death. He wanted to force himself to the limit. Chapter 2309. Gu Fei battled the Chaos 4 spirits. This battle lasted for an entire day and night. Even Gu Fei couldn't count how many injuries his chaos martial body had suffered. The recovery ability of the chaos martial body was astonishing. After Gu Fei was injured, his wounds would immediately heal as though he had never been injured. Soon, during the battle, Gu Fei could clearly sense that the bottleneck of his cultivation was beginning to loosen. This was a sign that he was about to break through. Saint King. Boom. The gigantic dragon claw slammed down, and Gu Fei was sent flying. However, this time, he wasn't injured. He completely withstood the force. Warriors were born to be warriors. Just by cultivating in seclusion, the increase in cultivation was very limited. Since ancient times, there had been many warriors who had succeeded in cultivation. Most of these warriors who had succeeded in cultivation had made it through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Many warriors could transform and sublimate in battle. Gu Fei attacked with all his might, forcing Old Man Primordius to circulate the array with all his might. The power of the Chaos 4 spirits was also increasing. It was incomparably terrifying and was enough to threaten Gu Fei. You are really heaven-defying. You actually lasted for so long. Old Man Primordius was truly stunned by Gu Fei. No one had ever been able to last so long in his chaos array. This was definitely an anomaly. If it was an ordinary saint trapped in the chaos array, they would have been killed countless times by the chaos-killing array set up by Old Man Primordius. What other abilities do you have? Hurry up and use them. Gu Fei said loudly. As long as the power of the chaos-killing array was a little stronger, he might be able to force himself into a desperate situation. The potential in his body would be stimulated. Very good. If this move can't kill you, then there's nothing I can do. Old Man Primordius said. Then he controlled the chaos-killing array and was about to produce the strongest power of the killing array. He had no choice but to use his trump card. 4 spirits as 1. Old Man Primordius roared in anger. His entire body surged with power as the runes interweaved. Within the chaos array, the 4 primordial spirits soared into the sky and collided with each other, erupting with a blinding divine light. The 4 spirits fused together, and an extremely terrifying giant figure appeared in the middle of the chaotic aura. All the power of the 4 spirits gathered in that figure. The figure was blurry, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, it gave off a peerlessly powerful feeling. "What is that?" Gu Fei looked up. For the first time, he felt that his life was in danger. The power gathered by the figure in the sky was too strong. "Kill!" Elder Primordial Chaos bellowed. The four chaotic spirits fused together and transformed into a phantom that pounced towards Gu Fei. The momentum of this pounce drove the power of the entire formation towards Gu Fei. Bang! Without any surprises, with a muffled sound, Gu Fei was directly pressed down from the sky by the figure. Under the great power, Gu Fei's chaotic martial body almost collapsed. "All right, again." Gu Fei rushed into the sky and charged towards the figure. Boom! He was knocked away by the figure once again, but very soon he charged back and attacked the blurry figure. He was still filled with battle intent. Under the impact of the great power, Gu Fei's martial body finally changed. The 9 runes of chaos became brighter and brighter, and the power of the waves that radiated from them became stronger and stronger. Rumble! Suddenly, without any warning, thunder actually rang out from above the chaos array. Even Old Man Primordius found this unbelievable. "How is this possible?" Old Man Primordius muttered to himself. Only now did he realize that Gu Fei was actually using his own power to help him reach Saint Ruler. This kind of boldness was not something that everyone possessed. After all, it was very risky to use the power of others to refine one's own body. If one was not careful, they might pay with their life. "I've already done my best." With that, Old Man Primordius unfurled a scroll, and the diagram of a teleportation formation rushed out. He stepped onto it and directly fled. He was a decisive person. If he knew that he could not do anything, he would retreat immediately. Without Old Man Primordius' control, the Chaos Array's power immediately decreased. The figure that had been conjured from the fusion of the 4 chaotic spirits was dispersed by Gu Fei in the end, dispersing into the void. The grand primal chaos array collapsed as Gu Fei rushed out. He directly tore apart the void and walked out from the primal chaos void, returning to the primal chaos world. He sealed up his cultivation, and the thunder in the sky immediately disappeared. He did not want to undergo his tribulation now. He did not want too many people to know that he had the right to make a breakthrough to Saint Ruler. "No one's going to stop me from returning to the soaring dragon ancestral star, right?" Gu Fei directly walked towards the chaotic passageway that led to the soaring dragon ancestral star. How is this possible? The black-robed dog sage could not help but turn pale with fright when he saw that even Old Man Primordius could not deal with Gu Fei. He fled far away, not daring to approach Gu Fei. "I'll go back and ask Master to make a decision." With Dog Sage retreating, he was left alone. He was even less of a match for Gu Fei. Only by asking that person to come out would he have a chance to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. The person behind Dog Sage seemed to be determined to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. However, it wasn't an easy task to snatch something from Gu Fei's hands. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Just as Gu Fei was about to enter the chaos passageway, a voice suddenly resounded from afar. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw a bald little monk holding a violet gold alms bowl walking over from afar, one step at a time. Little monk Fan Xiao. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the little monk. It was him who had called out to him. "It's really you. Don't tell me that old tortoise is nearby." The white-robed little monk was also shocked when he saw Gu Fei. It seemed like even he could not believe that he would bump into Gu Fei here. "Hee, little Fan Xiao, we meet again." Gu Fei initially had one foot in the chaotic passageway. However, he retracted his foot and looked at little monk Fan Xiao. "Old tortoise is not nearby. Heaven is really helping me." Hurry up and hand over the mountain and river cauldron. Little monk Fan Xiu said to Gu Fei. The only person he was worried about was Old Tortoise, because Old Tortoise possessed the strongest demon weapon of the demon race. Hand over your big bald head. Chapter 23:10. The chaotic world was connected to the 3 realms and 6 paths. Old Tortoise could enter the chaotic world through the chaotic passage. So could little monk Fan Xiu. The person who stopped Gu Fei was actually little monk Fan Xiu. This little baldy who jumped out of the tomb of the ancient Buddhist masters on Spirited Mountain still looked the same. He was still a fair, chubby, and harmless little baldy. However, Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this little baldy, who was always smiling. One should know that this little baldy was also the ancestor of sneaky tricks. Even Old Tortoise had suffered a great loss in the hands of this little baldy. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was filled with a mighty chaotic aura. 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared on his martial body, and the chaotic power of the great path of chaos was intertwined. Io, how long has it been? You've actually cultivated the chaotic martial body. It's really nature-defying. Congratulations. Little monk Fan Xiu held the purple gold alms bowl in his left hand and placed his right hand in front of his chest. He congratulated Gu Fei as if he was really congratulating Gu Fei for becoming a martial sage. However, no one knew what was going on in this little baldy's head. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's expression became extremely solemn. This little baldy knew that he had cultivated the chaotic martial body, but he was not the slightest bit nervous. Could it be that this little baldy's cultivation was even higher than his? If you want the mountain and river cauldron, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Fei was very direct and did not want to talk nonsense with this little baldy. Very well, I think you'd better hand over the mountain and river cauldron. I'm doing this for your own good. Little monk Fan Xiu said with a compassionate expression. It was as if Gu Fei was helping Gu Fei by handing the mountain and river cauldron over to him. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. If little monk Fan Xiu's words were reliable, even pigs could climb trees. He would never believe a word that this little baldy said, even if he was beaten to death. Don't doubt me. The mountain and river cauldron is very important. I guess those people will definitely take action once they receive the news. Little monk Fan Xiu said very seriously. Humph, I still stand by my words. If you want the cauldron of mountain and river, we'll have to see if you have the ability. Gu Fei snorted coldly. It was impossible for Fan Xiu to convince him to hand over the mountain and river cauldron with his glib tongue. Even if the ancient Buddhist lord came personally, Gu Fei would still say the same thing. AI, why can't you understand? Give me the cauldron of mountain and river. I will bear all the karma. If I don't go to hell, who will? Amateus Buddha, little monk Fan Xiu's face was filled with benevolence. A faint Buddhist light circulated around his body as a peaceful aura spread from his body. Preposterous! Why don't you give me the alms bowl in your hand and let me bear your karma? Gu Fei said snappily. Sigh, looks like we still have to fight. I really don't want to fight. Little monk Fan Xiu looked helpless. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Gu Fei stared at little monk Fan Xiu and said indifferently. He was not moved. He would not believe a single word that little monk Fan Xiu said. Come to the alms bowl. At this moment, little monk Fan Xiu raised the alms bowl in his hand and said to Gu Fei, Buzz. Immediately, the alms bowl let out a buzzing sound. Then, a golden whirlpool appeared in the alms bowl. A heaven-devouring force was emitted from the golden whirlpool. Rumble! The space in front of the alms bowl was shaking. Then it collapsed and was devoured by the golden whirlpool in the alms bowl. The strong devouring force could devour the space in the heavens and earth. At this moment, Gu Fei felt his body tighten. He had been enveloped by the strong suction force from the golden whirlpool in the alms bowl. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His body shook, and the 9 chaotic Tao patterns on his body rushed out immediately. They shook off the suction force and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived above Little Monk Fan Xiu's head and stomped down on Little Monk Fan Xiu's head. Boom! There was a loud sound. When Gu Fei's foot landed, a large piece of the void below immediately collapsed. It turned into a destructive force that obliterated Little Monk Fan Xiu below. Gu Fei used the 8 kill steps without holding back. Hey! Little Monk Fan Xiu raised his right hand and slapped upwards. It collided with Gu Fei's right leg. The strong martial arts force and the Buddha's power collided violently. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Little Monk Fan Xiu was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and fell to the ground. Gu Fei was also sent flying by the Buddha's power that erupted from Little Monk Fan Xiu's hand. This Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He was very clear about the strength of his martial body. It could directly compete with the divine weapon. The power of this stomp could directly crush a mountain. However, the other party actually blocked his foot. Could there be a divine body in this world that could compete with the chaotic martial body? The chaotic martial body is indeed powerful. At this time, Little Monk Fan Xiu was even more shocked than Gu Fei. One should know that the palm that he struck just now seemed to be casual, but it was the supreme demon-subduing divine power of Buddhism, the Buddha's palm. Since ancient times, when the Buddha's palm was used, no matter what kind of evil demon it would be instantly suppressed. But now, Gu Fei was not suppressed by Little Monk Fan Xiu. Kill! Gu Fei roared and raised his hands. The black and white sword light immediately rushed out like 2 shocking divine rainbows. It descended from the sky and strangled Little Monk Fan Xiu. The sword light tore the void between heaven and earth. The impact of the cold sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply, showing a peerless power. This was a martial arts battle technique, the yin-yang life and death sword. Gu Fei's chaotic holy force could be converted into yin-yang and the 5 elements at will. Come to the alms bowl. The little monk, Fan Xiu, raised the purple-gold alms bowl in his hand, and a golden vortex appeared again. The black and white sword lights that Gu Fei shot out were immediately absorbed by the purple-gold alms bowl, and the 2 sword lights were instantly refined by the purple-gold alms bowl. Buddha is with me. After withdrawing Gu Fei's yin-yang sword light, the little monk Fan Xiu's body shook, and an endless golden Buddhist light rushed out from his body. 9 Buddhist inscriptions vaguely appeared, and a golden Buddhist figure the size of a mountain appeared in the world. Terrifying waves of Buddhist power spread out in all directions. It was as if the ancient Buddhist Lord had personally arrived. This part of the chaotic world seemed to have turned into a Buddhist kingdom. An auspicious aura filled every inch of the void. Vaguely, one could hear Buddhas chanting sutras. The Buddha's Dharma. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Little monk Fan Xiu had actually cultivated such a divine power and attracted the shadow of the Buddha. Boom. Chapter 23:11. The little monk Fan Xiu was extremely powerful and had definitely become a saint. However, Gu Fei had never sensed a Buddhist master becoming a saint before. Obviously, the little monk Fan Xiu must have used some forbidden method when he became a saint. Once someone like Fan Xiu became a saint, his cultivation would definitely increase rapidly, and he would become an expert among saints, just like the old tortoise. The little monk Fan Xiu displayed the heavenly Buddha Dharma and gathered endless Buddhist power. attracting a wisp of the Dharma of the Millennium Buddha. This made Gu Fei feel great pressure. Boom! The golden hand slammed down on Gu Fei below. The Dharma of the Millennium Buddha moved, and the Buddha's Dharma sealed the space below. Gu Fei could not dodge at all. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if the Millennium Buddha were here, I would blow him up with one punch. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His long hair danced in the wind. He roared and punched upward with his right fist. Endless power of chaos gathered crazily on his fist. 9 chaos Tao patterns emerged on his fist, triggering the power of the great path of chaos. An extremely powerful chaos saint might burst out. Gu Fei's fist exuded an invincible fist will. This, sensing the invincible fist will on Gu Fei, even the little monk Fan Xiao could not help but be moved. This guy was incredible. He already had the aura of a saint. Boom! Gu Fei's fist slammed hard on the Golden Buddha's hand that was slamming down from the sky. The Golden Buddha's hand was like an immortal mountain that was difficult to move. Gu Fei felt an irresistible power coming from the Buddha's hand. The Golden Buddha's hand slammed down and slammed Gu Fei into the ground. Although it was only an extremely weak avatar, the ancient Buddha Lord was still the ancient Buddha Lord after all. His Buddhist energy was so strong that even Gu Fei could not contend against him. Buzz. At this moment, a sword chime came from the ground. A black light broke through the soil and rushed out of the ground, slashing at the Buddha's Dharma. The sword light was extremely sharp. However, the heavenly Buddha merely waved its hand and shattered the sword light. Rumble, just as little monk Fan Xiao controlled the heavenly Buddha Dharma idol to shatter the sword light, the entire ground suddenly shook. The ground undulated violently like waves. Hee, no matter how powerful you are, it is useless at this moment. Little monk Fan Xiao smiled. This was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. The Dharma body of an ancient Buddhist master wasn't that easy to condense. Kill! With a roar, the entire ground exploded. A figure rushed out from the depths of the earth, surrounded by chaotic energy, like an invincible god walking out from the primordial chaos, attacking the Dharma body of the Buddhist Lord. What? Seeing how strong Gu Fei was, even little monk Fan Xiao was shocked. It wasn't a joke to say that a martial artist was invincible in the same realm. With Gu Fei's cultivation, how could an ordinary sage be his opponent? Terrifying chaotic energy shook the heavens and earth. Gu Fei directly displayed his strongest combat strength, using the primal chaos fist. He punched out, shattering the void. It was as terrifying as splitting the heavens and earth apart. Pung! The heavenly Buddha Dharma idol slapped out again, and the endless chaotic energy was immediately scattered. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying again. Wah! In the air, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Even someone as strong as the chaotic martial body was injured. Sai, Buddha is merciful. Little monk Fan Xiao muttered. You little baldy, Gu Fei's senses were extremely sensitive. When he heard little monk Fan Xiao's whisper, he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. A surge of hot blood had already rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Again, Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of miles away by the Golden Buddha's palm, but after he stopped, he immediately rushed towards little monk Fan Xiao. Martial artists became stronger when they met strong opponents. Even when facing the Dharma idol of the ancient Buddha, it was the same. It was impossible to retreat, and he still pressed forward. However, invincible battle intent didn't seem to be able to change anything. In the face of absolute power, no matter how strong one's battle intent was, there seemed to be only one outcome, and that was defeat. This was the first time that Gu Fei met such an extremely strong opponent. He was sent flying again and again, but he still rushed forward. He was so tenacious that it made people's hearts palpitate. Hand over the mountain and river cauldron. Little monk Fan Shio couldn't help but say, "Hand over your big baldy." Gu Fei roared. The clothes on his chest were stained with his own blood. "Just a little bit more," Gu Fei murmured in his heart. He didn't use the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, nor did he use any other techniques. He had been fighting with his own strength. One had to admit that little monk Fan Shio was really strong. Gu Fei was very curious as to how Fan Shio was able to do all this. One had to know that the Dharma idol of the ancient Buddha wasn't that easy to condense. Could it be that this little baldy has a Buddha artifact? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shaken at the thought of this. Bang! The golden Buddha's palm fell, and this time Gu Fei's physical body collapsed. But in the next moment, the scattered flesh and blood flew back and reformed into the chaos martial body. Although Gu Fei was heavily injured, the 9 chaos Tao patterns in his body were getting brighter and brighter. When Gu Fei's primal chaos martial body was blasted by the golden Buddha's hand for the 3rd time, Gu Fei's primal chaos Tao pattern finally emitted endless primal chaos divine light. The 9 primal chaos Tao patterns were evolving the primal Tao. Rumble. Above the firmament, there was the sound of thunder. What? At this moment, little monk Fan Shio was shocked. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. He didn't know when, but there was a mass of tribulation clouds in the sky. Good boy, little monk Fan Shio was shocked. The aura from the tribulation clouds in the sky made his heart palpitate. It was a kind of supreme power that surpassed that of a sage. In the depths of the firmament, an extremely powerful force descended and shrouded the entire heaven and earth. Little monk Fan Shio immediately retreated far away. Sage ruler's heavenly tribulation. Little monk Fan Shio only dared to stop after retreating thousands of miles. Then he said such words. "Ha ha, thank you, little baldy, for helping me." Gu Fei laughed out loud. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his own cultivation. A powerful aura spread from his body, causing the heaven and earth to shake. He already had the right to attract the saint ruler's heavenly tribulation, but he did not want to do that. Right now, he had basically made himself feel the threat of death once again, tempering his mental state once again. Chapter 23:12. Gu Fei triggered the Sage King's ordeal and scared off Fan Shio. This guy, in the distant sky, Fan Shio's expression changed. The terrifying aura of destruction that descended from the depths of the sky made his heart palpitate. It really is the Sage King's ordeal, Fan Shio muttered to himself. Then he turned around and left without looking back. The Sage King's ordeal had descended. Even if he still had trump cards that he had not used, he did not dare to use them. That was the Sage King's ordeal. At this time, Gu Fei could not be bothered with Fan Shio, because at this time, an extremely powerful figure had appeared in the depths of the sky. That was the Dharma body of the Great Path that Jizun had left behind when he tried to break through to the Saint King realm. This was the reappearance of Jizun's battle prowess when he was at the Saint King realm. Rumbled, the heavens and earth shook. The blurry figure took a step and instantly arrived in front of Gu Fei. Endless aura of the Great Path spread out from the figure, as if a supreme existence had descended in this part of the world. At this moment, all the saint-level creatures in the entire chaotic world felt the vast and powerful Sage King's aura, and all of them were shaken. What's going on? Has a Sage King descended into the chaotic world? Someone exclaimed. The pressure of the Sage King was too shocking. Even the sages would change their expressions, but on the contrary, the living beings below the saint level were completely unaffected, as if they could not feel the Sage King's aura at all. The saint-level creatures in the chaotic world were indescribably shocked. Some of them directly rushed in the direction of the Sage King's aura, wanting to know who it was. The Dharma body of Jizun, when he was at the Saint King realm, Gu Fei felt great pressure from the blurry figure. The powerful ripples of the great path that came from the figure made him feel suffocated. Kill. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly rushed towards the figure. He extended his hand, and a large chaotic hand immediately rushed out, grabbing at the figure. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. It should be known that he was facing the Dharma body of Jizun when he was at the Saint King realm. No one knew how powerful such a Dharma body was. Bang! That figure stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. 9 primordial Tao runes surged out from his palm and instantly sealed the space before him. Gu Fei's giant chaotic hand was frozen in the void, completely imprisoned. Bang! With a shake of the figure's right hand, Gu Fei's chaotic hand shattered and dissipated into the void. Gu Fei was taken aback. He had never imagined that his opponent would be this strong, easily dispelling his full-powered attack. Looks like this battle will be extremely difficult, Gu Fei muttered to himself. It was not an easy task to become a Saint King. Shua. At this time, the blurry figure waved his right hand, and Gu Fei immediately felt the world spin around him. His essence qi was rapidly draining away. He was shocked to the extreme. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the return to truth secret technique. It could dissolve a cultivator's essence energy and erase their cultivation. It's the Tao ancestor's Dharma body. Gu Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It was the Dharma body of the Tao ancestor. How was he supposed to fight it? But soon, Gu Fei realized that the return to truth secret technique was not complete. It seemed to be only a prototype. The power that could erase someone's cultivation and destroy someone's fruit of the way did not appear. If it was the complete returning to truth secret technique, then Gu Fei would be in trouble. Return to truth. Gu Fei roared and also used the returning truth secret technique. This was the complete returning truth secret technique, which could refine all the essence energy in the world and erase a person's cultivation. Rumble. As the 2 forces of the same origin collided, the flawless power of returning nature eventually overpowered the flawed power of returning nature. The blurry Dharmakaya became even more blurry. Gu Fei's flawless secret skill of returning nature had almost shaved off the power of the Great Way. When the supreme Tao ancestor was in the Sage King realm, he had not created the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but he had already begun to derive the 9 secret techniques. The flawed 9 secrets could not compete with the flawless 9 secrets. Gu Fei had the upper hand for now. Primordial soul sword of the way. He did not hesitate, and used the primordial soul sword of the way. A purple divine light rushed out from his brow and turned into a divine sword. It emanated the aura of the great path and slashed at the Tao ancestor's Dharma body. Buzz. The void trembled, and the Tao ancestor's Dharma body also rushed out with divine light. It turned into a sword of the way and slashed at Gu Fei. The power of the great path was mighty. Gu Fei's primordial soul sword of the way rushed out and destroyed the primordial soul sword of the Tao ancestor's Dharma body. It then instantly cut the Dharma body in 2. The flawless 9 secrets completely suppressed the flawed 9 secrets. This gave Gu Fei the upper hand. This was something that Gu Fei had never expected. However, the Tao ancestor's Dharma body was at the Sage King realm after all. Its immortal Tao magic was not to be underestimated. It still heavily injured Gu Fei and almost destroyed Gu Fei's chaotic martial body. In the end, the Tao ancestor's Dharma body dissipated, and Gu Fei survived. However, just as the Tao ancestor's Dharma body dissipated, Another figure descended from the sky to fight Gu Fei. This time, the blurry Dharma body exuded an aura that Gu Fei had never seen before. It was a humanoid creature, but the Dharma body was blurry. He could not tell what kind of creature it was. Boom! The power of the Great Path exploded, and the void trembled. Gu Fei and the creature began to fight. This was a fierce battle. Divine blood splattered across the sky. Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was heavily injured one after another. Even his martial body was destroyed several times, and the fire of his life was almost extinguished. If he had not cultivated the wing transformation secret technique, he might have been in danger. The more injured he was, the brighter the 9 chaotic Tao patterns in Gu Fei's body became. The Sage Tribulation brought not only destruction, but also a kind of Great Path imprint of a supreme creature at the Sage King realm. This power of the Great Path was constantly perfecting Gu Fei's 9 primordial Tao patterns. The pressure of a Sage King began to emerge from Gu Fei's body. To Gu Fei, this was definitely a good thing. The power of the Sage King was condensing, causing some changes to the aura on his body. Gu Fei was like a cockroach that could not be killed. 9 figures descended from the sky, and each figure had the combat power of a Sage King. He forced the 9 figures back, and the 9 primordial Tao patterns were perfected. In the end, the 9 Tao patterns emitted endless chaotic divine light. Under the shroud of the chaotic divine light, Gu Fei's chaotic martial body quickly recovered. He had endured and survived. The 9 Tao patterns were one step closer to the 9 flawless Tao patterns. Everyone who witnessed this scene had their minds go blank. They did not expect that someone had actually successfully passed the Sage King Tribulation. The powerful Sage King Tribulation was vast and mighty. Chapter 23:13. Many people could not believe that Gu Fei had passed the Sage King ordeal. However, it was a fact, because there was more than one ancient saint who had witnessed Gu Fei's success. News of this matter quickly reached the ears of the various superpowers. Some rejoiced, while others worried. Those who had previously attacked Gu Fei felt as if they were facing an imminent disaster, especially those who came from the soaring dragon ancestral star. I'm afraid we can't avoid this. Some people left the chaotic world and returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star. They had to be prepared. Once Gu Fei returned, he would definitely start a bloodbath. At this time, the soaring dragon ancestral star was in chaos. The heavenly secrets became unpredictable, and the power that suppressed the saint-level beings was disappearing. The soaring dragon ancestral star was located at the border between the West Earth Buddhist Kingdom and the Central Earth. There was a place called the Sorcerer Land. It used to be the territory of the Sorcerer tribe, but hundreds of years ago, the Sorcerer tribe was exterminated by Gu Fei. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land was originally a small family, but after it became the master of the Sorcerer Land, the family gradually became stronger over the past hundreds of years. The current leader of the Gu family was Gu Zhong's father. Back then, Gu Fei had left behind many things that were enough to make the Gu family strong enough to become the true master of the Sorcerer Land. The Gu family and the Yaotai Ancient Sacred Ground were connected by marriage. Although the Yaotai Ancient Sacred Ground had never acknowledged this relationship, it was an indisputable fact that Gu Zhong's wife was the former Holy Lady of the Yaotai Ancient Sacred Ground. It was also for this reason that the super forces did not attack the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land, because they were afraid of the Yaotai Ancient Sacred Ground. However, there were some forces on the soaring dragon ancestral star that did not respect the Yaotai Ancient Sacred Ground. For example, the West Earth Buddhist sect. As a supreme inheritance, the West Earth Buddhist sect did not care about the Yaotai Ancient Sacred Ground. On this day, 500 golden arhats suddenly descended and surrounded the Gu family's Yanwu city. On this day, The Sorcerer Land was in chaos. Apart from Yenwu City, all the forces of the Gu family in the Sorcerer Land were uprooted. The Gu family could not resist the West Earth Buddhist sect at all. Western Earth Buddhist sect, what are you guys trying to do? An angry roar came from within the city. At this moment, the defensive array of the city was activated. Countless runes interweaved, forming a screen of light that covered the entire city. This was the grand formation that He Tian had set up in the past. Hundreds of years had passed, and this grand formation was constantly devouring the essence of the world. It was no longer the same grand formation that it had been in the past. He Tian's attainments in formations were so high that even Gu Fei was impressed. The formations he laid down were extraordinary. They could automatically evolve and change. You are the inheritors of that demon, Gu Fei. We are here to subdue the demon. A Buddhist Vedanta walked out and said those words. Exorcism? What a joke. How could we be those devils? Looks like your Buddhist sect is determined to annihilate my Gu family. The patriarch of Gu family rushed to the sky above Yenwu City. A mighty, immortal emperor pressure spread out from his body. Rays of purple, immortal Tao divine, light lingered around his body. Gu Zhong's father had actually cultivated the immortal emperor Tao fruit in these hundreds of years. However, such a cultivation base was nothing in front of the 500 golden arhats. One should know that each golden arhat had the cultivation base of a Buddha emperor. One had to admit that the foundation of West Earth's Buddhist sect was very deep. 500 Buddha emperors were enough to sweep through a region in the ancestral dragon star. There's no need to say anything to these devils. Another Buddhist Vedanta walked out. Formed the Arhut demon, subduing grand formation. A Buddhist Vedanta ordered the 500 golden arhats. In an instant, golden figures flickered outside Yenwu City. Buddhist runes soared into the sky, and a powerful Buddhist energy was rapidly condensing. In Yenwu City, the Gu family patriarch was filled with anger. These Baldies were truly despicable. They clearly wanted to annihilate the Gu family, but they just had to pin a groundless crime on their heads. At this moment, within Yenwu City, the members of the Gu clan also made their move. A shocking killing intent rushed out from the grand formation of Yenwu City, under the control of the Gu family. The grand formation of Yenwu City had turned into a heaven-shaking killing formation. Sensing the mighty killing intent from the grand formation, even the Buddhist Vedanta couldn't help but be moved. Before they attacked the Gu family, they already had a premonition that things wouldn't go smoothly. Now, they finally knew why things didn't go smoothly. At this time, the Arhut demon, subduing grand formation of West Earth's 500 golden arhats, had already been activated. Powerful Buddhist energy rippled across the heavens and the earth. A vague Buddha figure could be vaguely seen in the grand formation. This was a confrontation between the Arhut demon subduing grand formation and the killing formation of Yenwu City. These two forces had already surpassed the immortal emperor realm and were definitely at the almighty realm. Especially the killing formation of Yenwu City laid out by He Tian. The power of this grand formation was incomparably powerful. It could definitely withstand the attack of a grand completion almighty. Even a half-step saint wouldn't be able to break this killing formation in a short period of time. Do we really have to go back and ask for help? A Buddhist Vedanta muttered. The important figures of the Gu family were hiding in Yenwu City, which made things very troublesome. Their plan to take down the Gu family with lightning speed could be considered as a failure. In fact, the Buddhist sect of West Earth had long wanted to act against the Gu family. The shaman land stood between the Buddhist sect of West Earth and Middle Earth, and the Buddhist sect of West Earth wanted to open up a path between the two. Most importantly, The Gu family had a close relationship with Gu Fei, which made the Buddhist sect of West Earth feel uneasy. By this time, the incident in the shaman land had already been known by many major powers. Everyone was shocked that the Buddhist sect of West Earth had actually acted against the Gu family. This was simply looking down on the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground. As the primordial era faction of the soaring dragon ancestral star, the Jadistage ancient sacred ground naturally sent people to the chaos world. After learning that Gu Zhong had become a sage, those who did not have a good impression of Gu Zhong gradually changed their attitude. One should know that Gu Zhong was the disciple of Gu Fei. This was no secret to the major powers of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Now that Gu Zhong had become a saint, he was a mighty martial saint. In the desolate era, a martial saint was a synonym for invincibility. A martial saint was definitely worthy of being roped in by the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground at all costs. Especially when the great calamity was about to descend, even a fool would know the benefits of joining forces with a martial saint. Chapter 23:14. The Buddhism of the West Earth had sent out 500 golden-bodied arhats to destroy the Gu family in one fell swoop. The news spread and shook the cultivation world of the ancestral dragon star. The golden-bodied arhats of the West Earth were not weak. Those who could cultivate arhat Tao fruit were all Buddha emperors who could stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal emperors. Everyone felt that the arrival of 500 Buddha emperors in the Sorcerer Land was overkill. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land was not a powerful cultivation family. It was just that they had Gu Zhong and had a special relationship with the Yao Tai ancient sacred land. Therefore, no one paid attention to this small family over the years. However, when the news of Gu Zhong becoming a martial saint reached the ancestral dragon star, some forces changed their attitude towards the Gu family. After all, no one dared to look down on a martial saint in any era. A martial saint was even more powerful and terrifying than an ordinary martial saint. Some major forces looked further ahead. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. If even Gu Zhong had become a martial saint, wouldn't his master be even more powerful? Ancestor, should we send someone to the Sorcerer Land as well? Deep in the mountains in the eastern region of the ancestral dragon star, someone said in a land of rising dragons. This was where the Dongfang family's ancestral court was located. Birds sang and flowers bloomed. Mist lingered in the air, and pavilions dotted the mountains. Immortal birds and spirit beasts could be seen from time to time. It was a paradise, a land of rising dragons. Spiritual qi gathered here. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. We don't need to do anything. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land is just an ant. An old voice was heard. Just as the people of the Dongfang family decided to wait and see, the people of the Yao Tai ancient sacred land had already entered the Sorcerer Land and were rapidly approaching Jiawu City. Bronze chariots pulled by wild beasts rolled across the sky. The world shook, and a powerful aura spread in all directions. What's going on? Why are the war immortals of the Yao Tai ancient sacred land here? Many cultivators appeared at the border between the Sorcerer Land and the Central Earth. Some recognized the chariots that rolled across the sky as coming from the Yao Tai ancient sacred land. Are they declaring war against the Buddhism of the West Earth? Someone guessed something and couldn't help turning pale with fright. The West Earth Buddhist sect and the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground were both super forces in the soaring dragon ancestral star. If these two forces were to start a war, the entire soaring dragon ancestral star would be in an uproar. War chariots streaked across the sky. Someone counted and found that there were 81 war chariots entering the shaman land. Such a huge commotion shocked everyone. Rumble, at this moment, in the area where Yenwu City was located, the heavens and earth trembled. Boundless golden Buddhist light illuminated the entire area, turning the entire area golden. Buddhist runes appeared indistinctly within the Buddhist light, and Buddhist power spread out for a distance of 30,000 miles. At this moment, Yenwu City was completely enveloped by Buddhist light. The demon-subduing formation set up by the 500 golden arhats was in operation. The Buddhist Grand Formation displayed great power. The virtuous Buddhists controlling the formation wanted to destroy Yenwu City, but amidst the endless golden light, there was a sky-blue light screen that shrouded the sky above Yenwu City, blocking the golden light. Patriarch, what should we do now? In the mayor's mansion of Yenwu City, all the important figures of the Gu clan were seated. A middle-aged man, who looked similar to Gu Zhong, was sitting at the head of the table. Everyone was restless because no one knew how much longer the grand formation of Yenwu City could last. The grand formation of the Buddhist sect outside of Yenwu City had sealed the void of heaven and earth. The grand formation of Yenwu City could no longer gather the essence of heaven and earth. In other words, for every bit of energy the grand formation of Yenwu City expended, it would lose another bit of energy. It would be difficult for it to gather spirit qi from the outside to replenish the consumed energy. With this, it was only a matter of time before the grand formation of Yenwu City collapsed. Once the grand formation of Yenwu City collapsed, the Gu clan in the city would be wiped out by the Buddhist sect. Wait, the Gu clan's patriarch only said one word. That's right. Other than waiting, there was really nothing else they could do. The important figures of the Gu clan felt very uneasy when they heard this. Were they just going to wait for death here? Why did the Buddhist sect suddenly attack us? Someone from the Gu clan voiced out his doubts. Could it be because of nephew Gu Zhong? Someone asked. The people present were all Gu Zhong's uncles. Many of them knew that Gu Zhong and his master had a feud with the Buddhist sect of West Earth. Stop making wild guesses. When those baldies attack, we will know the reason. Someone was very pessimistic. Gu Zhong's father looked at the scene coldly and didn't say anything, just as the important figures of the Gu family felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. The people from the Yaotai ancient sacred ground finally arrived. When war chariots rolled over from afar, the Buddhist Vedanta were immediately moved. The Jadastige ancient sacred ground was an ancient power that had existed for countless years. Even the Buddhist sect of West Earth didn't dare to underestimate this ancient power. A few figures walked out from the grand formation of Buddhism and headed towards the chariots of the Jadastige ancient sacred ground. Buddha is merciful. 3 virtuous Buddhist sect placed their palms together and chanted. They actually wanted to stop the chariots. Scram! A loud shout came from the leading chariot. The beast that pulled the chariot let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the void to tremble. Then, the chariot directly charged towards the 3 virtuous Buddhist sects, virtuous Buddhist sects, virtuous Buddhist sect. The 3 virtuous Buddhist sects, virtuous Buddhist sect, couldn't help but change their expressions. They hurriedly dodged to the side. The disciples of the Jadastige ancient sacred ground were all women. These war immortals were also female war immortals. Although they were female war immortals, they were still incomparably powerful. Fairies of the Jadastige ancient sacred ground, do you want to start a war with our Buddhist sect of West Earth? Among the 3 virtuous Buddhist sects, virtuous Buddhist sect, a fat middle-aged monk said with his palms pressed together, "Humph, you guys are the ones who started this. The people of the Jadastige ancient sacred ground aren't so easily bullied." A female war immortal shouted. The chariots rumbled. 81 chariots stopped in the air and formed a grand formation. A powerful energy fluctuation appeared in the world. You guys, the 3 virtuous Buddhist sects, virtuous Buddhist sect, were shocked. The people of the Jadistage ancient sacred ground really wanted to start a war with the Buddhist sect of West Earth. Just as swords were drawn, a figure appeared between the virtuous Buddhist sect and the people of the Jadistage ancient sacred ground. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who had directly barged into the middle of the confrontation between the two groups of people. Baldy of West Earth, do you guys want to wipe out my entire sect while I'm not here? Chapter 23:15. Just as the Buddhist Vedanta and the Yaotai War Immortals were confronting each other, a person suddenly appeared between them. Who are you? The leader of the Yaotai War Immortals shouted at Guzhong. It's you. Before Guzhong could speak, one of the three Buddhist Vedanta's expressions suddenly changed. His voice trembled in shock. I didn't expect someone to recognize me. Guzhong. Guzhong was a little surprised. The person who recognized him was actually a Buddhist Vedanta. None of the Yaotai War Immortals recognized him. You are Guzhong. When the female War Immortal heard this, she couldn't help but size up Guzhong. At this time, Guzhong had already sealed his saint tier cultivation. The people of the Yaotai War Immortals had already received the news that Guzhong had become a sage. I am Guzhong, and Guzhong is me. Now, I am qualified to take back my wife, right? Guzhong said to the female War Immortals. Back then, he couldn't even enter the mountain gate of the Yaotai War Immortals. But now, those people probably wouldn't stop him. It's a pity that the previous saintess isn't at the Yaotai War Immortals. The female War Immortal said, Where is she? Guzhong asked hurriedly. I don't know, the female War Immortal replied. She only knew that the previous saintess had left the Yaotai War Immortals. As for where she was, only the previous saintess master knew. However, the previous saintess master had also disappeared along with the previous saintess. Guzhong was a little disappointed, but now he had to resolve the crisis of the Gu family. These big baldies of West Earth were really despicable. 3 big baldies, come and die. Guzhong hooked his finger at the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, causing the void to tremble. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta turned and left. How would they dare to fight against Guzhong? However, with a flash, Guzhong had already appeared in front of the 3 Buddhist Vedanta and blocked their path. His speed was so fast that it caused everyone to be shocked. Guzhong knew that if the 3 of them entered the Buddhist Vedanta's formation, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. What do you want? The leader of the 3 Buddhist Vedanta stared at Guzhong. Ha ha, what a joke. You wanted to exterminate my entire clan, and now you're telling me what I want to do? Guzhong smiled. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from the hand of a Buddhist monk. A golden Buddhist bell flew out from the monk's hand and enveloped Guzhong. Guzhong did not dodge. Shwa! Buddhist light flickered, and the Buddhist bell descended from the sky. It grew to the size of a small mountain and instantly sucked Guzhong inside. Everyone felt disbelief when they witnessed this scene. Guzhong was a person who'd sealed his cultivation at the Saint Realm, and his physical body was a metal element martial body that lived up to its name. So, how could the Buddha bell have taken him? You're only SOSO. You've given us a false alarm. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta were pleasantly surprised, especially the Buddhist Vedanta, who made a move. He couldn't believe that his Buddhist treasure would be so powerful. However, just as the 3 Buddhist Vedanta thought that Guzhong was doomed, the expression of the Buddhist Vedanta, who held the Buddhist bell, suddenly changed drastically. Buzz. The Buddhist bell hummed, and desolate runes appeared. The Buddhist Vedanta felt his hand tremble as the Buddhist bell flew up and expanded to the size of a small mountain. Clang! Pung! Fist and palm prints emerged from the Buddhist bell from time to time. Gu Zhong attacked from within the Buddhist bell, causing it to vibrate repeatedly. Soon, cracks appeared on its surface. Everyone was inexplicably shocked, especially the war immortals from the Yaotai ancient sacred land. They were pleasantly surprised. Gu Zhong's combat strength was truly powerful. One had to know that the golden Buddhist bell was a precious treasure of the Buddhist sections. What's going on? The Buddhist Vedanta's heart trembled. Quickly suppress him with all your might. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta immediately took action. Each of them was enveloped in a layer of golden Buddhist light, and the sound of chanting seemed to resound in the void. Rumble, the 3 Buddhist Vedanta struck out Buddhist runes at the golden Buddhist bell in an attempt to suppress Gu Zhong. Open for me. Gu Zhong roared angrily as he attacked with all his might. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden Buddhist bell shattered, and countless fragments shot out in all directions. The 3 Buddhist Vedanta suffered a great impact, and they were sent flying back while coughing up blood. Die! Gu Zhong shattered the Buddhist bell and charged out. Following that, he attacked again and again. A golden divine light rushed out from his glabella, transforming into a golden Tao sword that cleaved at the 3 Buddhist Vedanta. Swish! The essence soul Tao sword instantly caught up and cleaved at one of the Buddhist Vedanta. Following that, the Buddhist Vedanta fell from the sky. Those who were struck by the essence soul Tao sword would not be injured physically, but their souls would be destroyed by the essence soul Tao sword, leaving behind a soulless corpse. Gu Zhong only killed 1 Buddhist Vedanta, while the other 2 successfully escaped into the Buddhist sect's array. Demon subduing! A Buddhist Vedanta roared angrily. Then, beams of golden light rushed out from the great formation formed by the 500 golden arhats, piercing towards Gu Zhong. Each beam of golden light was wrapped in a Buddhist Tao pattern. Subdue your big bald head! Gu Zhong bellowed and punched out with his fist. Dazzling golden light rushed out and dispersed the Buddhist light that had pierced through his body. Then he took a step forward and directly charged into the Buddhist formation set up by the 500 golden-bodied arhats. Buddha is merciful. Seeing Gu Zhong charge into the array, some Buddhist experts were both surprised and delighted. The Buddhist sect's Vajra demon subduing array wasn't something ordinary arrays could compare to. In the eyes of the Buddhist sects, Gu Zhong was courting death. However, when Gu Zhong rampaged through the Great Formation, the people from the Buddhist faction were dumbfounded. No one had ever been able to shake the Great Formation of the Buddhist faction set up by 500 golden-bodied arhats. If the power of 500 golden arhats gathered together, even an Empyrean saint who had sealed himself would have to retreat. However, Gu Zhong was getting stronger and stronger. Martial artists were all-powerful, and their martial arts and battle techniques had an indomitable might. Kill him for me! Within the array, the Buddhist Vedanta could no longer remain calm. This Gu Zhong was truly too heaven-defying. The power of a single person was enough to shake the Buddhist sect's array. This was simply a miracle. Rumble, the 500 golden arhats attacked with all their might. Boundless Buddhist energy erupted, and Buddhist runes were branded in the void, sealing this part of the void. Chapter 23:16. The power of the exorcism formation formed by 500 golden arhats was infinitely close to the saint level. It was peerlessly terrifying. Even an ancient saint who had sealed his cultivation would probably die inside the formation. The human world was still not a paradise for saint-level beings. The mysterious power of saint-slaying still threatened every saint-level being, and saints were also suppressed. Even though Gu Zhong was already a saint, he had no choice but to seal himself, and it was difficult for him to utilize the cultivation and combat strength of a saint. But even then, he still pressed forward courageously, and every single punch or kick he made shook the entire Buddhist formation. He really became a saint. The female war immortals of Jadistage, ancient Holy Land, were all shocked. No wonder the Sacred Lord didn't hesitate to start a war with the Buddhists of West Earth. It seemed that the Sacred Lord already knew about this. The Sacred Lord of Jadistage, ancient Holy Land, was an ancient saint who had lived since ancient times. He could be called a super antique, someone who could be noticed by the Sacred Lord of Jadistage, ancient Holy Land, was naturally not an ordinary person. How can he be so strong? The two Buddhist Vedanta in control of the Buddhist formation were shocked by Guzhong's battle power. He was too strong. The Buddhist formation couldn't suppress him at all. The Buddhism of West Earth had a very deep foundation. As the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist Lord in the human world, they even had the legendary supreme Buddhist weapon. However, the shaman land was not an ordinary place. It also had a contingency plan left behind by a supremacy. Back then, the supreme Buddhist force appeared in the shaman land and fought against the supreme Buddhist weapon. When the supreme Buddhist force and the shaman land's supreme force confronted each other, Gu Fei and the others pushed into Central Earth. No one knew what the result was. The Gu family of the shaman land survived. All the other powers were wary of the shaman land. This allowed the Gu family in the land of the sorcerer to rest and build up their strength for hundreds of years. The Buddhism of West Earth didn't want to cause another confrontation with the supreme Buddhist force, so they didn't use it. They only sent 500 golden arhats to destroy the Gu family. No one would have thought that the Gu family's city defense formation would be so powerful. Even the Buddhist formation would find it hard to break through the city defense formation in a short period of time. Now that Gu Zhong had returned, it was even more impossible to destroy the Gu family of the shaman land. Rumble? The Buddhist demon subduing formation trembled. Within the formation, Gu Zhong's body emitted a dazzling golden divine light. He was like a golden divine sun, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. 9 golden Tao patterns appeared on his body, activating the power of the great Tao of metal. His entire body seemed to be cast from peerless gold, giving off a feeling of peerless power. Ha! Big Baldies, bring out whatever skills you have. Gu Zhong laughed heartily. Although he couldn't display the cultivation of a saint, he could raise his battle strength to a level that was infinitely close to a saint. This Buddhist formation couldn't do anything to him. Bang! Yi Fuqian immediately unleashed the sky-covering hand. The golden hand blasted forward, and 9 golden patterns of the way emerged in the palm. The power of the great path was mighty, and a large area of the void in front of him was annihilated. Screams rang out as the boundless golden Buddhist light collapsed under the huge golden hand. The bodies of more than a dozen golden arhats exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. The power of the heaven-covering palm was unparalleled and unstoppable. It actually broke a corner of the Buddhist formation and struck out from within. Retreat. The two Buddhist Vedanta saw that the situation wasn't right and immediately gave the order to retreat. Beams of golden light shot up into the sky, and the remaining golden arhats imprinted the matrix patterns in the void. Then, all of them rushed out from the Buddhist formation. Swoosh! A scroll flew out from the hands of one of the Buddhist Vedanta, and a dazzling Buddhist light rushed out from the scroll. A golden spatial passageway appeared in the void. You want to leave? Not so easy. Gu Zhong roared angrily from within the Buddhist formation. He attacked with all his strength, directly killing his way out of the Buddhist formation. The tyrannical power directly shattered the golden matrix patterns that were imprinted in the void. However, Gu Zhong was still a step too slow. When he rushed out of the Buddhist exorcism formation, the remaining hundreds of golden-bodied arhats had all turned into Buddhist lights and rushed into the golden spatial passageway. The golden spatial passageway immediately collapsed and disappeared as if it had never appeared. They came and went at lightning speed. It was obvious that the Buddhists of West Earth had made sufficient preparations in order to attack the shaman land. They even prepared a path of retreat. Preposterous. Seeing this, Guzhong couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The enemy used this method to escape, and it was impossible for him to stop them. However, the crisis of the Gu family in the shaman land was over. The sorcerer's land was the Gu family's root. When the sorcerer's land changed, the Gu family was forced to leave the sorcerer's land. However, after the battle, that Saint Emperor and the force he controlled disappeared into thin air. No one knew why that force disappeared. Some people speculated that perhaps the time was not right, and the world had not changed yet. The Saint Emperor chose to continue to hide, waiting for the world to change before coming out. The Gu family returned to the shaman city. After all, the ancient mysterious inheritance was extraordinary. However, after the battle, the earth veins of the shaman land changed, and the ancient killing trap was likely to be broken. Even so, after that shocking battle, no force dared to enter the shaman land. In the following hundreds of years, the Gu family in the shaman land was safe and sound. The Gu family had the formation map that He Tian gave them, and they once again set up the formation to protect the shaman city. Even Gu Fei and He Tian did not expect all of this. After Guzhong broke the Buddhist demon-subduing formation, the leaders of the Gu family immediately opened the city protection formation and welcomed Guzhong and the female war immortals of the Yaotai ancient holy land into the shaman city. Although the mysterious Saint Emperor occupied the shaman city, it was only for a short time. After the Saint Emperor disappeared, the shaman city became an empty city again. The Saint Emperor did not destroy anything in the city, not even a blade of grass or a tree. After hundreds of years, the Gu family was actually a little uneasy. If the mysterious Saint Emperor suddenly came back, then the Gu family would be in trouble. Especially now, the world might have changed. All the ancient forces that had left the shaman land might appear again. Even some of the heaven-defying existences that were said to have died would reappear. No one knew what would happen to the 3 realms and 6 Dao when the world changed. Chapter 23:17. Just as Guzhong was reuniting with his clansmen, the chaotic passageway that connected the 3 realms and 6 Daos in the Chaos world started to become unstable. The Chaos world was about to disappear. Everyone realized that the opportunity to become a sage was about to disappear. If they didn't go through the tribulation, now they wouldn't have another chance. This time, the Chaos world had appeared for more than 10 years. This was something that had never happened before. Some people guessed that this wasn't a good thing for all living beings. Perhaps the changes of the world were about to happen. At that time, the 3 realms and 6 Daos would definitely be in chaos. Those who had temporarily retreated would return. This time, a victor might be decided. In the following days, there were constantly people who attracted the sage heavenly tribulation. Everyone took advantage of this last bit of time to fight with their lives. If they succeeded, they would become a supreme sage and look down on the world. If they failed, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Reality was cruel. Either they fought with their lives, or they lost the chance to become a sage. To cultivators, becoming a sage was their life goal. What was the point of cultivating hard for their entire lives? No one was willing to give up on this chance. Roar. A furious roar rang out from a valley in the Chaos world. The sky above the valley was covered by a layer of tribulation clouds. Amidst the endless tribulation lightning, a gigantic dragon soared into the sky, bathed in tribulation lightning, and ascended to the 9 heavens. He broke through the restraints of the Tao of the heaven and earth and successfully became a sage. The endless tribulation clouds dissipated. The figure of the gigantic dragon disappeared as well. A young man descended from the sky. A peerless sage aura spread out from his body. I, Azure Dragon, have finally become a sage. The young man roared into the sky. His voice shook the sky. Another sage has appeared. Some of the cultivators in the vicinity were trembling under the pressure of the sage realm. This sage aura was so strong that they found it hard to breathe. Even though they were great circle quasi-sages, they were nothing in front of the true sage aura. Azure Dragon has become a sage. The news spread. Some of the geniuses from the soaring dragon ancestral star were incomparably shocked. They didn't expect Azure Dragon to become a sage at this time. In another region of the chaos world, in a place where chaos energy gathered, there was a large withered tree. All that was left of the tree was a thick trunk. At this moment, there was a woman wearing fiery red battle armor sitting cross-legged on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. At this moment, a fiery light streaked across the dark sky and flew towards the woman. The woman waved her hand, and the flame fell into her hand. A wave of divine sense was transmitted from the flame, which was directly read by the woman. Then, the flame dissipated in the void. The Azure Dragon has become a sage. A gleam of light flashed across the woman's eyes. Then she muttered to herself, "Looks like I am still a step slower than that Azure Dragon." Then the woman closed her eyes again and sat quietly on the wooden pole. Tiny flames began to appear on her body, and the aura of the great path spread from her body. On the soaring dragon ancestral star, although the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness were on the same side, the competition between them was intense. The Azure Dragon might be the first among the 4 ancient clans to become a martial saint in 10,000 years. Although Gui Tung of the Black Tortoise clan was not the most outstanding and powerful person among the 4 ancient clans, he was still qualified to become a martial saint. No one knew if he had already become a martial saint. When Gu Fei first made his debut, the White Tiger clan had been repeatedly defeated by Gu Fei. This clan had already become the weakest among the 4 ancient clans. There were definitely many prodigies on the soaring dragon ancestral star. The southern wilderness, eastern region, extreme north, and western earth all had people who were qualified to become martial saints. Western Earth's Buddhism had another little Baldi, while the eastern region's Dongfang clan had a Donghuang and the Zhao clan's goddess. The Jiang clan and Zhou clan were ancient cultivation clans with extremely long legacies. The Jiang clan's Little Shun King was extremely powerful. Even among the famous figures of the older generation, there were not many who were his match. The Zhou clan's successor was rather mysterious. The Li clan was the original clan of the supreme Tao ancestor, so their successor was naturally extraordinary. With so many geniuses, no one knew how many of them could successfully become a martial saint. The heritage of these ancient clans was not something that ordinary people could imagine. In the chaos world, there were constantly people who triggered martial saints' tribulations, and people kept dying. The path to becoming a martial saint was a path of blood. Even geniuses would die. The heavenly Tao was merciless. Not everyone could grasp that slim chance of survival. On this day, the chaos world was shaken. The successor of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity had died. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The successor of the Zhou clan had failed to pass the tribulation. Not long after, shocking news spread in the chaos world. The successor of the Li clan of the primordial antiquity had failed and died to the martial saints' tribulations. This news was a huge blow to those who had yet to trigger martial saints' tribulations. If even the successor of the primordial antiquity had died to the tribulations, then wouldn't the chances of others succeeding be even slimmer? Some people felt that they could not compare to the successors of the primordial antiquity clans, so they immediately gave up on the idea of undergoing the tribulations. However, many people still wanted to take a gamble. The Azure Dragon has become a martial saint. In a mountain range in the Chaos World, a figure sitting cross-legged on a huge mountain suddenly said, "Do you dare to fight Gu Fei?" On this day, the Chaos World was shaken. The Azure Dragon, who had just become a martial saint, roared. He actually called out Gu Fei's name and challenged him. Is he crazy? He actually dares to challenge that ruthless person. Some people did not think that the Azure Dragon would win. One should know that Gu Fei's reputation was built by killing, while the Azure Dragon had just become a martial saint. The gap between the two was definitely not small. The Azure Dragon is challenging Gu Fei. There's going to be a good show. Some people who came from the soaring dragon ancestral star and knew about the Azure Dragon had a different opinion. One should know that the Azure Dragon was the strongest existence among the 4 ancient clans of the Southern Wasteland. The 4 ancient clans of the Southern Wasteland were definitely no weaker than the forces of the primordial antiquity, especially the Azure Dragon clan. It was said that the ancestor of the clan was a pure-blooded Azure Dragon. A pure-blooded Azure Dragon was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supremacy. However, although the Azure Dragon had called out, Gu Fei did not say anything, nor did he respond. This surprised everyone. Given Gu Fei's personality, there was no way he would back down now that the Azure Dragon had called out. However, just as the Azure Dragon called out, Gu Fei entered the deepest part of the Chaos World and found traces of the demons. Chapter 23:18. Demons appearing frequently in the Chaos World caused Gu Fei to feel uneasy. Perhaps the demons were planning something big in the Chaos World. And at this time, the Chaos Passageway became unstable. The experts of the 3 realms and 6 Daos were retreating, but the experts of the demons kept entering the Chaos World. Weren't they afraid of being trapped in the Chaos World for 10,000 years? Gu Fei didn't know why the demons would take the risk to enter the Chaos World at this time, but he noticed that there were quite a few demonic figures in the depths of the Chaos World. Could it be that these demon bastards have designs on the origin of this world? Gu Fei looked at everything coldly. What were the demons trying to do? He wanted to know that it wasn't that easy to refine the origin of the Chaos World. Perhaps only a true paragon could take away this Chaos World. Ordinary sages didn't have the ability to do so, not even human emperors. In the depths of the Chaos World, there was a piece of chaos void. The chaos chi, there was so thick that it was almost liquefied. Several demonic figures could be seen roaming outside the chaos void. Before long, Gu Fei sensed a powerful demonic aura coming from afar. Arriving in front of the chaos void, the demonic figure walked into it. He's here too. On a mountain ridge several thousand li away from the chaos void, Gu Fei was shocked. The demonic figure that walked into the chaos void was actually the Archdevil Lord, Tian. The Archdevil Lord was a ruthless character. He could fight the old tortoise endlessly. Even after the old tortoise used the Grand Sovereign Seal, the Archdevil Lord still managed to escape. Gu Fei asked himself, if he were to face the Archdevil Lord now, he still wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. One had to know that the Archdevil Lord was a demon's. Even if the Archdevil Lord hadn't recovered to his peak, Tian's devil physique was the true body of the Archdevil Lord. That is, not long after the Archdevil Lord Tian entered the Chaos Void, another powerful devil figure appeared outside the Chaos Void. This was a devil with the body of a human, but the head of a dragon. This dragon-headed demonic figure wasn't simple. Gu Fei could tell that it was the head of the ancestor dragon. Another fiend ancestor. Gu Fei was taken aback. The aura exuding from the devil dragon was not any weaker than the Archdevil Lord Ing Tian. With two Archdevil Lords appearing at the same time, Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. One demon ancestor was already enough to make Gu Fei extremely fearful. Now that there was another demon ancestor, Gu Fei had no choice but to hide carefully. If he were to be discovered, he could only run away. Soon after, powerful demonic figures arrived outside the chaotic void. However, these demonic experts didn't enter the chaotic void. Instead, they stood guard outside. It seemed that only existences at the level of the devil ancestor could enter the primal chaos. In half a day's time, no less than 100 demons had gathered outside the chaos void. This caused the devil chi outside the chaos void to soar into the sky. Good heavens, so many demons have come. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. What in the world were they trying to do with over 100 demons gathered here? A total of 3 Archdevil Lords entered the chaos void. The last Archdevil Lord was shrouded in black lightning. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from his body. Lightning ancestor. Gu Fei was shocked. To think that this Archdevil Lord was an Archdevil Lord that was born from lightning. He was extremely powerful and could be called the lightning ancestor. Just what is there in the chaos void? Gu Fei thought to himself, for 3 Archdevil Lords to descend at the same time, there must be something unimaginable within the chaos void. Otherwise, how could it attract all 3 Archdevil Lords? He wanted to sneak into the chaos void. However, the demons' defense was tight. They had sealed the entire chaos void, not allowing any living beings to get close. Gu Fei began to wander around the periphery of the chaos void. He wanted to find a chance to enter the chaos void, but the chance was too small. If he directly killed his way in, the demons outside the chaos void wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. However, once he made a move, he would definitely alarm the 3 Archdevil Lords inside the chaos void. If that happened, he would be finished. Gu Fei didn't want to die. That little baldy is here too. Just as Gu Fei was at his wit's end, he caught sight of a sneaky figure. It was a little monk wearing a white monk robe and holding a violet gold alms bowl. Who else could this little monk be but Fan Xiao? Fan Xiao didn't notice Gu Fei. One should know that Gu Fei had grasped the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. One of the 9 secrets, the anti-void secret art, could allow a person's aura to be infinitely close to nature. Even if Fan Xiao had become a Saint Emperor, it would be difficult for him to sense Gu Fei's presence. Moreover, Fan Xiao hadn't even become a Saint Emperor yet. Humph, little baldy Fan Xiao, you're out of luck. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly sent a palm towards Fan Xiao, while his other palm was aimed at the demons in front of Fan Xiao. Boom! The violent force directly shook Fan Xiao out. At the same time, the demons guarding outside the chaos void were sent flying by Gu Fei's palm force, coughing up blood. Enemy attack! In front of the chaotic void, shouts could be heard from all directions. Immediately after, the experts of the devil race soared into the sky and pounced towards Fan Xiao. Gu Fei, you bastard! Seeing the countless demons pouncing towards him, Fan Xiao immediately stomped his feet and turned to flee. The demons had no intention of letting Fan Xiao go. They chased after him, leaving only a few demons behind to guard the chaos void. Swoosh! Gu Fei stealthily approached them and suddenly exploded. With a punch, a demon's head immediately exploded. He stepped out and directly stomped another demon's head into its chest. He killed 2 Devil Clan experts in an instant, but the 3rd Devil Clan expert was blasted into a cloud of blood mist by his palm, directly annihilated in both body and soul. Gu Fei's cultivation base was much higher than those demon race experts. Those demon race experts didn't even have the strength to fight back. Swoosh! After killing the demons, Gu Fei directly entered the chaos void. What's going on? As soon as Gu Fei entered the chaos void, he felt a faintly discernible demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was weak, it made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. He carefully, stealthily moved forward. All he could see was the nearly liquefied chaos chi. Cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, Gu Fei did not come here to cultivate. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure standing in front of him. This figure exuded a demonic aura, and a powerful life wave spread from the body of this demon. Gu Fei stopped. His Tao power was vast and mighty. He was ready to make a move at any time. However, the demon opposite him did not move. How is this possible? When Gu Fei saw the demon standing in front of him, he was shocked to the extreme. It was a demon with a single horn on its head, wearing battle armor and holding a spear in its hand. It had a human body and was a demon with a human body. The demon's eyes were closed. Although there was a powerful life wave coming from its body, it did not seem to sense Gu Fei's arrival. When Gu Fei carefully looked at the demon, he was shocked to find that the demon was automatically devouring and transforming the surrounding chaos chi. This time, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. He thought of a certain possibility which made his expression change. Using chaos chi to nourish the demon soldier. Such a generous move. Gu Fei found it hard to imagine that the demon race had probably already laid out this trap in the distant past. This was because he discovered that the demon soldier's body had actually condensed an immortal divinity. This demon soldier was extremely powerful. It was a terrible killing tool. This is too extravagant. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. He continued to move forward and saw the demon soldiers standing quietly in the chaos chi. They were nourished by the chaos chi day and night. The demons wanted to create an indestructible demon soldier. Who is it? Just as Gu Fei was shocked by the demon's generous move, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Then, a powerful demonic power erupted in an instant. A demon shadow directly rushed towards Gu Fei, wanting to directly kill Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei punched out. A powerful wave of power rushed out from his fist and then blasted towards the demon shadow that was rushing towards him. Bang! Gu Fei and the demon shadow clashed head-on. Gu Fei could not help but fall back. The demon shadow that attacked was also knocked back by Gu Fei's fist force. The demon shadow was very surprised that the other party could actually take his punch. This surprised him. After clashing head-on with the demon, Gu Fei retreated into the primal chaos chi. Trying to escape, the demon shadow roared and stretched out his hand. A black demon claw immediately rushed out from the demon shadow's hand and grabbed at Gu Fei, who was hidden in the chaos chi. Buzz! A sword sound rang out. A black light slashed out from the chaos chi. The sword split the black demon shadow's claw in half and dissipated in the void. What happened? At this moment, the incomparably powerful spiritual will of the two powerful beings transmitted over. You guys continue. I'll be back after I kill this guy. The demons said coldly. They seem to be really doing something. Finish this quickly. From the depths of the chaos chi, such words came out. Got it. The demon shadow seemed a little impatient. This was a demon ancestor dragon with a human body and a dragon head. He was extremely powerful. However, this wasn't the true cultivation of this demon shadow. This demon shadow's essence chi was injured and had yet to recover. You want to kill me? Dream on. Gu Fei's voice came out from the chaos chi. He was very confident. Is that so? Chapter 23:19. Gu Fei had entered the depths of the chaos world and discovered the secret of the demons. This caused the demon ancestor dragon to make a move and swear to kill him. The demon ancestor dragon was extremely powerful. Even though it wasn't a true ancestor dragon that had turned into a demon, anyone who knew about the demon ancestor dragon's background would know that this demon ancestor dragon was a true ancestor dragon. Kill! The demon ancestor dragon roared out and struck out at Gu Fei. Endless chaos chi was being converted into demonic chi as a gigantic demonic claw the size of a mountain appeared in the world, grabbing out at Gu Fei. Heaven-encompassing palm. Gu Fei did not dare to waste any time as he deployed his martial arts battle skill. A gigantic chaos hand appeared before him and slapped out, causing the entire world to tremble with the power of chaos. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the chaos hand that Gu Fei had struck out clashed with the demon ancestor dragon's demon dragon claw, causing a deafening explosion. The surrounding chaos chi was immediately dispersed by the destructive power, forming a void that was tens of thousands of miles wide without any chaos chi within the chaos. After the chaos chi was dispersed, a series of demonic figures that were hidden within the chaos chi appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. When he caught sight of this, he could not help but be startled. Within the void, there were tens of thousands of demonic figures standing silently. Every single one of them was emitting a peerlessly powerful ripple of the demonic Tao. Every single one of them had the cultivation state of a saint. That was tens of thousands of demon saints. This had Gu Fei's scalp going numb. If so many demon saints were to appear, they would most probably be able to sweep through the entire human realm. The demons were truly going all out, using the chaos chi to nourish these countless demon soldiers. These demons were clearly trying to create an invincible demon army. The destructive power that resulted from the clash between Gu Fei and the demon ancestor dragon spread out. However, it did not affect the countless demon generals at all. Those demon generals that were standing quietly in the void did not wake up from their slumber either. You can go and die now. The devil ancestor dragon struck out once more. This human before him had already found out about their secret. This human had to die. The void trembled as a terrifying demonic power erupted from Mo Zulong's body. 9 demonic patterns were imprinted in the void, sealing the entire world. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He directly tore the void and rushed out. What? Mo Zulong was evidently taken aback. He hadn't expected this human to be able to tear apart the void that he had sealed with his 9 Tao patterns. Seemed like this human wasn't simple at all. Escape? Do you think you can escape? The demon ancestor dragon was very powerful as an existence at the level of the demon ancestor. He had the capital to be arrogant. He chased after them. The matter that the demons had prepared for countless years couldn't be leaked. However, Gu Fei displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and instantly left Mo Zulong in shock. Shwa! 2 devil wings appeared on Mo ancestral dragon's back. The devil wings fluttered, and Mo Zulong's speed was instantly raised to an unimaginable state. To think that he would be able to close the distance between him and Gu Fei by quite a bit. The devil wings on Mo Zulong's back had demonic patterns appearing faintly. Each time they fluttered, the distance between them and Gu Fei would close by a little bit. It was extremely fast. This demon, looking at how the demon ancestor dragon could chase after him, Gu Fei was startled beyond words. To think that the other party's speed wouldn't be any slower than his extreme speed of 8 steps. Both of them were extremely fast. Before long, Gu Fei had rushed out of the chaos and returned to the chaos world. However, he didn't stop as he continued to fly forward. Are all humans scoundrels? Do you dare to stop and fight? The voice of the demon ancestor dragon rang out in Gu Fei's mind. He was using his consciousness to send a message. Humph, catch up to me, and I'll fight you. Gu Fei replied, unwilling to back down. Scoundrels will always be scoundrels. They only know how to run. The voice of the demon ancestor dragon continued to ring out in Gu Fei's mind. He wanted to provoke Gu Fei to stop and fight him. However, Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to the words of the demon ancestor. He continued to flee for his life. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight the demon ancestor dragon, but that he had some misgivings. Within the chaos world's chaos essence, there were still two demon ancestor level existences. If those two demon ancestors were to attack him, he wouldn't be a match at all. Once he was far away from the chaos essence, Gu Fei suddenly stopped on a large mountain. Ha! Why aren't you running anymore? Continue running. The demon ancestor dragon laughed as he chased after Gu Fei. He also arrived at the mountain peak and stood in front of Gu Fei. He stared at Gu Fei with an incomparably cold gaze. What a joke! Do you really not know why I lured you here? Gu Fei looked at the demon ancestor dragon and said indifferently, could it be that you, the demon ancestor dragon's shock, was no small matter? He could vaguely feel a trace of unease. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He directly struck out with his chaos fist. The power of chaos surged, causing the entire mountain beneath his feet to tremble. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountain. Roar! The demon ancestor dragon roared angrily. The power of the devil Tao surged. 9 devil marks interweaved, sealing the void. An incomparably huge figure of a demon dragon appeared in the world. You want to decide the victor in a single move. Gu Fei was taken aback. The chaos fist that he struck out was completely dispelled by the demon ancestor dragon's powerful true form. The demon ancestor dragon had transformed into his true form. This was a demon dragon that was as huge as a mountain. With just a swing of his tail, he sent Gu Fei flying. Puny human, what right do you have to fight me? The voice of the demon ancestor dragon rang out in Gu Fei's heart. After that, the demon ancestor dragon opened its mouth and sucked in. A part of the void collapsed. Even Gu Fei was sucked into the mouth of the demon ancestor dragon. This demon ancestor dragon wanted to swallow Gu Fei whole. Gu Fei was shocked. He couldn't control his body and was actually swallowed by the demon ancestor dragon. At the instant he was swallowed by the demon ancestor dragon, a ball of chaos divine light surged out from Gu Fei's body. It turned into a light barrier that enveloped him. Ha ha, I'm just pretending to be weak. To think that you would dare to swallow me into your stomach. You're courting death. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the heart of the demon ancestor dragon. This caused the demon ancestor dragon to turn pale. All of this was because the other party was pretending to be weak. How could this be possible? Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei punched out. The violent power nearly pierced through the body of the demon ancestor dragon, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. The demon ancestor dragon was shocked and enraged. To think that the other party would really attack in its stomach. Boom! Gu Fei stepped out once more. The powerful force immediately caused the bones of the demon ancestor dragon to crack. The demon ancestor dragon's face turned extremely pale. Roar! Chapter 23:20. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and demon ancestral dragon's essence soul began fighting. With demon ancestral dragon's body as the battlefield, demon ancestral dragon's body was quickly destroyed into a mess. Boom! Gu Fei fiercely clashed with demon ancestral dragon's essence soul. The two experts rushed out of demon ancestral dragon's body and continued their battle outside. Essence Soul Fiend bodies were extremely powerful. Demon Ancestral Dragon's Essence Soul Fiend body held 2 ancestral dragon horns. They were demonic artifacts refined from the ancestral dragon horns he shed. Clang! Gu Fei remained empty-handed, but his hands constantly clashed with the demonic sage artifact in Demon Ancestral Dragon's Essence Soul Fiend body's hands, producing metallic clanging sounds. Your fleshly body has actually become so powerful. Demon Ancestral Dragon's Essence Soul Fiend body was extremely alarmed. One had to know that the ancestral dragon horn in his hands was a true fiend ancestral weapon, but it couldn't do a thing to his opponent. The fiend ancestor is only SOSO, said Gu Fei. You demon ancestral dragon was alarmed and furious. He vaguely felt that he had fallen into a trap. His opponent had feigned ignorance to lure him here. If you truly had the cultivation level and combat strength of a fiend ancestor, you would have long killed me on the spot, said Gu Fei. He could sense that his opponent's cultivation level and combat strength did not match his title as the fiend ancestor. This old fiend had yet to recover his Yuan Qi. It was hard to imagine what had happened back, then that even a sage would perish, and the fiend ancestor would be severely injured. Even after countless years, it was still difficult for him to recover his peak cultivation level. Gu Fei's overwhelming might forced Demon Ancestral Dragon's Essence Soul Fiend body to constantly retreat. Finally, Gu Fei cast the Heaven Ascension Mystic Art. His combat strength increased tenfold, sending the Ancestral Dragon Horn and Demon Ancestral Dragon's Essence Soul Fiend body flying. Then, he charged over and plucked off Demon Ancestral Dragon's head. An extremely powerful fiend ancestor was slain by Gu Fei just like that. Things of the devils. Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and placed the 2 ancestral dragon horns into it. The only thing that caught Gu Fei's eye on this demon ancestral dragon was the pair of ancestral dragon horns. The fiend ancestral dragon was unlucky to have encountered Gu Fei. If it had encountered an ordinary sage, the fiend ancestral dragon would have been able to slay it even if its Yuan Qi had not recovered. This demon ancestor dragon had only recovered the cultivation of a saint king. Cultivators were invincible in the same realm. Even though they were both saint king level existences, it wasn't easy for Gu Fei to kill Mo Zulong. However, once Gu Fei used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, killing Mo Zulong would be much easier. Just as Gu Fei killed the demon ancestor dragon, a wave of demonic power emerged from the depths of the chaos world. In that instant, the sages who had yet to leave the chaos world sensed it. All the sages were extremely shocked. Demons, some of the ancient sages, immediately charged into the depths of the primordial chaos. Rumble, following that, the entire primordial chaos world shook. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Endless primordial chaos chi gathered towards the depths of the primordial chaos world. What are those demons trying to do? An ancient sage said, the commotion caused by this incident was simply too great, attracting the attention of various powers. Demons were gathering endless primordial chaos chi. One after another, extremely powerful figures walked out from the primordial chaos chi of the primordial chaos world. That's a tall demonic figure appeared with a demonic aura. Demons! Some of the ancient sages who had rushed over immediately attacked. A huge golden seal descended from the sky. It emitted a terrifying sage-level power as it smashed towards the demons below. Rumble. As the golden seal smashed down, the void was annihilated. It displayed its peerless might. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The demon that walked out from the primordial chaos chi of the primordial chaos world did not dodge the golden seal at all. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Dust flew everywhere. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks extended far into the distance, and one could not see the end of it. The demon was actually smashed deep into the ground by the golden seal. Haha, that's all there is to it. I thought that some peerless demon would be born. A figure rushed over from afar. His entire body was pulsating with golden divine light. It was as though golden flames were rising, illuminating the dark sky and earth with a golden hue. However, when he retracted the golden seal, his expression changed. The person that was smashed deep into the ground by his seal was actually still alive. It was simply a miracle that he did not die after taking a blow from a sage weapon. Demonic weapons that walked out from the primordial chaos chi possessed immortal divinity, let alone ordinary sage weapons. Even great sage weapons would find it hard to destroy such demonic weapons. After killing the demon ancestor dragon, Gu Fei returned to the vicinity of the primordial chaos world. Roar! A furious roar came from deep underground. Following that primordial chaos, chi soared into the sky. A figure rushed out from the ground. Swoosh! The demonic weapon attacked the middle-aged man with the golden seal. The demonic spear in the demonic weapon's hand pierced through the void and instantly reached the middle-aged man's forehead. So fast, the middle-aged man was shocked. He immediately rolled to the ground and dodged the incoming spear. Then he jumped up from the ground and drove the golden seal towards the demonic weapon. Kill! Without any words, the two experts started fighting. The immortal weapon had the upper hand. He only attacked and did not defend. He was not worried that his demonic body would be injured. Even if the middle-aged man destroyed his demonic body, the demonic body would quickly regenerate. In the end, the immortal weapon actually killed the sage who wielded the divine weapon on the spot. When they caught sight of this, everyone was stunned. That was a saint, and he was killed just like that. After killing the middle-aged man, the immortal weapon did not attack again. Instead, it returned to the primordial chaos world. Haha, I finally succeeded. From the primordial chaos world came such a laughter. What's going on? Everyone was confused. Only Gu Fei knew what was going on. At this moment, Gu Fei's face was a little ugly. The moment he thought of the countless immortal weapons that he had seen, he felt his scalp go numb. One immortal weapon could kill a sage. If 1,000 or 10,000 demonic weapons were to attack at the same time, the person controlling the demonic weapon would not be afraid of anyone. A calamity of the human world. Chapter 23-21. The source ground of the chaos world was undergoing a massive change. The demons had been refining an undying demon weapon within the source ground for countless of years, and they had finally succeeded. By the time the ancient saints arrived, it was already too late. A single demon weapon had appeared and killed an ancient saint instantly. This was something that had everyone shocked to the max. After killing that ancient saint, the demon weapon retreated back into the source ground of chaos and disappeared from sight. However, the demonic aura that was emanating out of the source ground of chaos was getting stronger and stronger. Eventually, the demonic chi shot up into the sky and converged into a gigantic demon shadow. That is, the gigantic demon shadow gave off an extremely ancient aura, as though it had originated from the primordial times. It was extremely chilling, and all the saints present were stunned. Chaos demon! When Gu Fei caught sight of this, he could not help but be surprised. He could feel that this demonic chi was different from the rest. Could this truly be a trap laid out by the demon that was born from the chaos? No one dared to enter the source ground of chaos casually. One had to know that an ancient saint had just died in the hands of that demon earlier on. Ha! After all these years, I've finally succeeded. You guys have come just in time. I'll start with you guys. A burst of laughter rang out from the source ground of chaos. Everyone was taken aback as they glared ahead warily. Go on. Kill all of these people. Another voice rang out. After that, a series of demon shadows walked out from the chaos one after another. Every single one of these demon shadows gave off a supremely powerful demonic Tao aura, causing the entire world to tremble. Rumble, the void was quaking as the entire world lost its colors. What? How could this be? The horrifying demonic might had everyone trembling in fear. Everyone was dumbfounded with their jaws agape as they looked ahead in disbelief. This is heaven revolting. Some of the ancient saints muttered out with a quivering voice. There were countless of demon shadows, and all of them were demon saints. How could this be? How could something as such happen? Tens of thousands of demon saints had appeared at the same time. Even if all the demon saints from the ancient times were added up, there wouldn't be that many of them. How in the world did they do this? Kill. Some of the demon ancestors roared out in rage. After that, those countless demon shadows surged out like a tidal wave and rushed out at the masses. The demon chi spread out for a distance of 100,000 miles. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Thousands upon thousands of demon sages were like an army as they charged towards the human race ancient sages. Some of the human ancient sages wanted to flee, but in the next moment, all of them felt despair. This part of the world was enveloped by a peerless demonic might. An unimaginable demonic power sealed the entire world, making it impossible for anyone to escape. You think I'm afraid of you? Some of the ancient sages immediately took action, riding on their sacred weapons and charging forward. Dazzling sacred light illuminated the chaotic world, breaking through the layers of demonic chi and charging into the army of demon saints. Just like a torch falling into the sea, the human race ancient sage was instantly drowned by the army of demon sages. The army of demons charged through, and a powerful human race ancient sage fell just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded. This army of demon sages was truly terrifying. Thousands upon thousands of demon sages were gathered together. At this moment, the strength of an individual was nothing in front of the countless demon sages. Let's fight. We're going to die either way. Let's kill as many as we can. Someone roared. Even if they were to die, they would drag someone down with them. Kill. Some of the ancient sages joined forces and charged forward. The other ancient sages gathered together as well, in the face of countless demon sages. Only by joining forces would they have a chance of survival. Everyone began to fight with their lives on the line. Dozens of ancient sages split into 3 groups. Like 3 sharp blades, they pierced into the army of demon sages that were charging at them. An unavoidable battle had erupted. Buzz. A primal chaos umbrella opened up, and a heaven-devouring force gushed out from the bottom of the umbrella, sucking the 3 demon soldiers into it before refining them with all their might. However, the demon soldiers had an immortal demonic nature on them. The primal chaos divine fire within the primal chaos umbrella could not refine them. The 3 demon soldiers gave it their all and actually broke out of the primal chaos umbrella. What? The owner of the primal chaos umbrella was shocked. This was a saint weapon that was refined by a saint emperor. It was unbelievable that it could not refine these demon soldiers. Dozens of demon soldiers attacked the owner of the primal chaos umbrella together. Preposterous. All of you die. The owner of the primal chaos umbrella burned his divine energy. An extremely strong destructive force erupted from his body, shaking the entire space. Boom. A loud sound was heard. A ball of golden light exploded. The destructive force turned into golden divine fire. It instantly swept 100,000 miles and enveloped all the demon soldiers. The owner of the primal chaos umbrella self-destructed. The human ancient sages retreated immediately. However, the demon soldiers did not seem to know the danger at all. They did not retreat and continued to chase after the human ancient sages. Under the cover of the golden divine fire, countless demon soldiers were burnt to ashes. The demon sages disappeared just like that. They were annihilated. The owner of the primal chaos umbrella was a Saint King. He was extremely strong. If the Saint King self-destructed in the outside world, the entire human world would be affected. Those demon soldiers have been annihilated. When everyone saw this scene, they were both surprised and happy. There were just too many demon soldiers. Moreover, every demon soldier was a demon saint. Their combat strength was shocking, and they could kill saints. If so many demon saints appeared in the 3 realms and 6 paths, all living beings would be in trouble. It won't be that simple, Gufei muttered to himself. Just now, he killed 3 demon soldiers alone. He was shocked to find that the demon soldiers that he killed would instantly reform their bodies and come back to life. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that these saint soldiers did not seem to have souls at all. They were like soulless killing tools. That ancient sage king did not hesitate to self-destruct to kill the demon soldiers. However, this was probably useless. Even if they were burnt to ashes by the golden divine fire, these demon soldiers might not disappear just like that. As expected, when the golden divine fire gradually dissipated in the void, the floating ashes in the void started to move. Many shadows appeared in the void. Every shadow exuded an extremely strong wave of demon path power. What is going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Immortal demonic nature. This is bad. Some ancient sages saw something. Ancient sage King Jin Kuan sacrificed himself for nothing. Damn it. Some ancient sages knew the origin of the owner of the primal chaos umbrella. It was a sage king named Jin Kuan. He was famous in the ancient era and lived until now. Do we have to invite the extreme path sacred weapon? Someone whispered. Some of the cultivation forces that had supremes in the past might have extreme path sacred weapons left by supremes. Other than the extreme path sacred weapon, there was really nothing that could destroy the immortal demonic nature. The extreme path sacred weapon is the nemesis of the immortal demonic nature. When Gufei heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Kill! At this moment, an angry roar was heard. The countless demon saints that were burnt to ashes by the golden divine fire of destruction actually appeared in front of everyone again. Tens of thousands of demonic soldiers charged towards them once again. The demonic might was vast and mighty. Everywhere they passed, the void would collapse and be annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. The sages worked together, fighting as they retreated. Human race ancient sages were constantly killed by the demon soldiers, letting out extremely miserable screams before they died. Without any suspense, the power of the demon saint army overwhelmed everything. Human race ancient sages could only retreat in defeat because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. In the face of such a situation, even Gufei was helpless. He could only retreat together with the sages. This day was the darkest day of the chaotic world. The demon saint army suddenly appeared. Under the leadership of the 2 demon ancestors, they swept the entire chaotic world. Fortunately, many of the human race had left the chaotic world before this. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered even greater losses. Such an army of demon sages appeared in the chaos world and swept through everything. Countless human cultivators and alien races of the chaos world were killed off. The news spread, shaking the 3 realms and 6 Daos. After that, the human race in the 3 realms and 6 daos began to move. A large number of experts entered the chaotic world again. There were even experts from the superforces that brought powerful sacred weapons that could destroy the immortal demonic nature. What do the demons want to do? In the ancestral court of the dragon race in the heaven realm, the old turtle's expression became a little ugly. He felt a little uneasy. The final show was about to begin. We are not ready yet. Could it be that the demons are ready? The old turtle muttered to himself. After receiving the news from the chaotic world, he thought of many things. An army of tens of thousands of demon saints was really a big move. He did not enter the chaotic world again because there was a great enemy secretly watching him. If he left the heaven realm, then that great enemy might attack the ancestral court of the dragon race again. The demon race was not peaceful. In the past, the Tai Huang had offended many people, especially his competitors. In the end, the Tai Huang won and cultivated the supreme body. They are really haunting us. The old turtle sighed. This time, the ancestral court of the dragon race was almost breached. If the old turtle had not rushed back in time, his nest would have been destroyed. The power of the other side began to surface, which made the old turtle very afraid. The dark chaos in the chaotic world did not last long because Jiang Renhuang's aura appeared in this part of the chaotic world. The aura of the human sovereign spread throughout the chaotic world. The human ancient saints were surprised and happy. Jiang Renhuang and the demon saint army met. The battle was earth-shattering and attracted the attention of the 10 ancient saints. Gu Fei was also in the crowd. When the human sovereign made his move, even the powerful demon saint army could not withstand it. Countless sacred level demonic soldiers were destroyed by the human sovereign. Their immortal demonic nature was destroyed, and these sacred level demonic soldiers could not be reborn. The demon lord Ingtian and the lightning ancestor of the demons saw that the situation was not right. They hurriedly brought the remaining sacred level demonic soldiers back to the chaotic world. Chapter 23-22. Jiang Renhuang had forced the 2 great demon ancestors back to the origin ground of the chaotic world. They did not dare to come out again. However, even someone as powerful as Renhuang did not enter the origin ground of the chaotic world to completely eliminate this threat. There was something in the origin source of the chaotic world that made Jiang Renhuang apprehensive. Perhaps it wasn't time yet. No one knew the reason. Jiang Renhuang left. The human race had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Dozens of ancient sages had died in battle. Many local life forms had died as well. Even the powerful remnants of chaos weren't a match for the immortal demon soldiers. Gu Fei lingered outside the origin source of the chaotic world for a few days before leaving. It's time to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Very soon, Gu Fei appeared outside the chaotic passageway leading to the soaring dragon ancestral star. This time, Fan Xiu didn't appear. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, even little monk Fan Xiu wouldn't be willing to take action against him. After all, the strength of a king sage wasn't something an ordinary sage could compare to. Before returning to the soaring dragon ancestral star, Gu Fei sent Ji Chongkong to the chaotic passageway leading to the myrtle ancestral star. Ji Chongkong wanted to return to the Ji clan and take back everything that belonged to him. It was time to settle the scores from 10,000 years ago. Without hesitation, Gu Fei entered the chaotic passageway and moved forward quickly. Rumble, the chaotic passageway suddenly shook. Chaotic aura lingered, and the entire passageway seemed like it was about to collapse. It became very unstable. It wouldn't be long before the passageway disappeared. At this time, everyone who entered the chaotic passageway began their return journey. No one wanted to be trapped in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the chaotic passageway, a pale-faced monk holding a purple gold alms bowl walked over from afar. That maleficent star finally left. Fan Xiu looked at the entrance of the chaotic passageway and muttered to himself. Then, Fan Xiu didn't enter the chaotic passageway. Instead, he turned around and left. It seemed like he didn't want to leave the chaotic world just yet. After Fan Xiu left, a few figures appeared at the entrance of the chaotic passageway. They paced around the entrance for a while before leaving. That person has left. We can start now. On a small island in the depths of the Chaos Divine Sea in the Chaos World, someone said. Not long after, a shocking pressure erupted from the small island. It was a terrifying pressure that surpassed that of a saint. The heavens shook, and the entire chaotic divine ocean churned. The countless ferocious beasts residing in the chaotic divine sea all retreated into the distance. Even the powerful remnant species of chaos were no exception. Someone had triggered the sage king tribulation. If great ancestor succeeds, our Dongfeng family will fear no one. In the distant sky, someone was muttering. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the 9 heavens. Boom! When the pressure landed on the island, the entire island immediately exploded. Then it sank into the Chaos Sea, and the entire sea surface sank 1,000 feet. Someone has triggered the Sage King tribulation again. Terrifying sagely might filled the world. In that instant, the ancient sages in the chaos world who had yet to retreat sensed it. All the ancient sages who sensed it entered the chaos divine sea. Someone had triggered the Sage King tribulation and attracted the attention of all the ancient sages. One should know that above sages were sage kings, the kings among sages. Didn't these ancient sages cultivate their entire lives just to become paragons? By observing others go through the tribulation and accumulating some experience, they would be able to deal with it calmly when it came to their own tribulation. This was a great ancestor of the Dongfeng family undergoing the tribulation. This was also why the people of the Dongfeng family only dared to jump out after Gu Fei left the chaos world. In another region of the Chaos Divine Sea, someone was undergoing the tribulation too. This person was wearing a mask and was bathing in tribulation lightning, desperately resisting the Sage King tribulation. If Gu Fei can become a saint, so can I, Dong Huang, the mysterious masked person muttered to himself. The mysterious masked man muttered to himself. 2 incomparably bright eyes shot out from the eye sockets on the mask. They were incomparably sharp. Dong Huang was undergoing the tribulation. Dong Huang was the most outstanding descendant that the Eastern world had nurtured. In the eastern region of the soaring dragon ancestral planet, he was a powerful existence that was as famous as the goddess of the Zhao family. Is my Beitang family really unable to escape the fate of being exterminated? While Dong Huang was undergoing the tribulation, in the sky above a region of the Chaos Divine Sea, under the endless bombardment of tribulation lightning, a person spoke in despair. This person came from the Beitang family of the soaring dragon ancestral planet. However, this person failed to undergo the tribulation and fell from the sky. Before he could fall into the sea, he was blasted into ashes by the destructive tribulation lightning. Not everyone could successfully undergo the tribulation, and not everyone could become a sage. This era was an opportunity that would bring about a great change in the world. Over the countless years, there were too many people who were stuck at the great completion quasi-sage realm. This era was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for those who had the qualifications to break through to the sage realm. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. Hence, many people died. Out of 10,000 people, only 1 or 2 succeeded. The land of the Chaos World was dyed red with blood. Since the collapse of the Great Desolate World, no one knew how many great completion quasi-sages had appeared in the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Some of the forces that had a grudge against Gu Fei only dared to jump out after Gu Fei left the Chaos World. Gu Fei is already a Sage King. On a mountain ridge in the Chaos World, there were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was incomparably handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The woman was petite and cute, full of spirit. "Big brother, we might not be enemies with Gu Fei," the woman in purple said. "Humph, your big brother almost died in his hands." The young man in purple said, "But that person is a freak. His cultivation speed is so fast." Even the Supreme Ancestor's cultivation speed was not as fast as him. Zi Yun-er said she did not want her big brother to be in danger. That Gu Fei was definitely an extremely dangerous person. Whoever offended him would be unlucky. "I will have to fight him eventually," Zi Yunxiao said. Although Gu Fei had already cultivated the Sage King physique, Zi Yunxiao was not weak either. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the Sage King realm. The Zi Yunxiao siblings were blessed by the heavens. They had inherited the power of the Supreme Ancestor's bloodline. The Supreme Zi Yunxiao had left a backup plan for his descendants, allowing the siblings to safely pass the Sage Tribulation. This was the foundation of a family that had once produced a Supreme Ancestor. It was not difficult for them to become a sage. Zi Yun-er sighed and did not say anything else. We are finally back. Chapter 23:23. As the last wave of tribulation transcendence occurred in the chaotic world, Gu Fei returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star. "I'm finally back." Gu Fei stood on top of a mountain and breathed in the fresh air. He felt relaxed as he sensed the vitality around him. He felt like he had returned to nature. The chaotic world lacked vitality. Staying there for too long would drive one crazy, as it was a monotonous world. However, the real world was different. The soaring dragon ancestral star was full of vitality. The mountains were covered in greenery, and there were all kinds of birds and beasts roaming around. Compared to the chaotic world, this world was a rich and colorful one. Gu Fei returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star through the chaotic tunnel, but he realized he was lost. He had no idea where he was. The soaring dragon ancestral star was huge, and the soaring dragon continent was only the largest continent. Apart from the soaring dragon continent, there were 3 other continents on the soaring dragon ancestral star. These 3 continents were located in the Fallen God Ocean. The Fallen God Ocean was said to be an endless ocean that even gods couldn't cross. Gu Fei soared into the sky and arrived high up in the sky. When Gu Fei saw the scenery around him, he couldn't help but be shocked. The sound of waves came from a few thousand li away from the mountains. This wasn't the bitter, cold land of the extreme north. Gu Fei realized that he might not be on the soaring dragon continent. He might be overseas. What's going on with the chaotic tunnel? Gu Fei couldn't understand why he would appear in such a desolate place. There were no signs of humans in the mountains, but he sensed the presence of a few powerful beasts. Although the supreme force that suppressed saint-level beings in the human world was gradually weakening, the human world still didn't allow saint-level beings to appear. Gu Fei sealed himself. He flew directly in the direction of the sound of the waves. Soon, a boundless sea appeared in front of him. At this moment, he finally believed that he had been stranded overseas. Preposterous! Could it be that the exit of the primal chaos passageway changes at any time? Gu Fei had the urge to go crazy. The fallen god sea was not a good place. Although there were 3 continents on the sea, the area of these 3 continents added up was not as vast as the Tunglong continent. However, this did not mean that there were no experts overseas. On the contrary, there was never a lack of experts overseas. After a few days, Gu Fei finally saw signs of human habitation. It was a nameless town with only a few hundred families. Everyone in these hundreds of families depended on the sea for survival. There were practically no cultivators in the little town. There was only an old man who emanated the aura of a cultivator. However, this old man was not an expert. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had only just stepped foot into the world of cultivation. He was a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage. Xiao Chun learned from this old man that this was the purple sun continent. The violet sun continent was one of the 3 great continents in the outer seas. It was rumored that in the ancient era, a violet sun had fallen on this great continent, hence its name. A violet sun fell from the sky. Gu Fei was a little surprised. He knew that in the ancient era, there were many peerless experts who could catch the stars and the moon. Could it be that someone had really struck down a violet sun from the sky? No one knew if this was just a legend or if it really happened. Of course, Gu Fei was not interested in the legend of a violet sun falling from the sky. Right now, he needed to understand the situation of the violet sun continent before he knew what to do next. Gu Fei did not stay in the little town for long. Soon, he left the little town and headed towards a larger human settlement. Not long after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. This ancient city should be the Black Dragon City that the old man in the little town had mentioned. Gu Fei arrived at the gate of the Black Dragon City. He stopped and sensed carefully. Suddenly, Gu Fei's face showed a trace of surprise. He sensed that there really was a black dragon in the Black Dragon City. Gu Fei was very surprised that a member of the dragon clan would appear in such an ancient city. Apart from the black dragon, there were no powerful creatures in the ancient city. There were many human cultivators, but there were no strong ones among them. He walked into the ancient city directly. The moment he walked into the ancient city, the black dragon that resided in the ancient city immediately sensed him and woke up from its slumber. Roar! A dragon roar was heard, and the entire Black Dragon City seemed to be shaking. The dragon god is angry. Everyone in the ancient city was extremely shocked. The dragon god. Gu Fei saw that the people in the ancient city were in a mess. Everyone on the street was scrambling to escape in fear, as if something terrible had happened. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei grabbed a human cultivator and dragged him into an alley on the side of the street. Then he performed the god's snatching secret skill and read the human cultivator's memory. I see. After reading the human cultivator's memory, Gu Fei finally understood what had happened. There was no dragon god in the Black Dragon City. However, a few hundred years ago, a black dragon came to this ancient city on a stormy night. After that, the Black Dragon took up residence. At this point in time, the Black Dragon City was truly the Black Dragon City. Human, this isn't a place you should be in. Go back to where you came from. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. That was the consciousness of the Black Dragon. He was warning Gu Fei that he wanted to chase Gu Fei out of the ancient city. How dare a small worm like you act so insolently in front of me? Gu Fei spoke. His tone was filled with disdain, as if he was a god looking down at an ant beneath his feet. What did you say? The Black Dragon was enraged. He charged over from the sky and arrived before Gu Fei. He then reached out with his dragon claws and grabbed at Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei punched out with his fist. The immense force caused the dragon claws to bleed profusely, sending the black dragon flying away. Just who in the world are you? At this moment, The black dragon knew that this person was definitely not simple. Could he be a powerful being invited over by the other party? You don't seem to have the rights to know who I am. Gufei replied calmly, You're courting death. The black dragon was both shocked and enraged. He could sense an immense threat coming from this human. This was a dangerous person that he was extremely wary of. Even though he was enraged, he did not strike out. Ha ha! Even if I'm courting death, you won't be able to kill me. Gufei laughed out. Just what in the world do you want? The black dragon glared at Gufei and asked, I don't want anything. I just want to have a chat with you. Chapter 23-24. Gufei returned to the soaring dragon continent, but the destination was slightly different. He couldn't return to the soaring dragon continent directly, but to Xiang continent, one of the 3 continents in the ocean. According to legend, Xiang continent was named after a purple sun descended from the sky in the ancient times. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew if it really happened in the past. However, Gufei sensed an indescribable qi the moment he left the chaotic passageway. But when he tried to sense it carefully, the qi disappeared, as if it had never existed. This made him suspect that it was just an illusion. Xiang continent wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. He wanted to understand the situation of this continent. So he came to the Black Dragon City. Unexpectedly, there was a black dragon residing in the Black Dragon City. Human, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the sky above the Black Dragon City, a dragon and a man were facing each other. Everyone in the city was shocked to the extreme. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. No one dared to make a sound. The legend turned out to be true. There really was a dragon god in the Black Dragon City. At this moment, everyone in the city knelt on the ground, worshipping the dragon god in the sky. Otherwise, what? Gufei smiled at the black dragon in front of him. This black dragon was extremely powerful. It was an immortal emperor, true dragon. This surprised him. One should know that true dragons did exist in the human world, but Gufei didn't expect to see a black dragon emperor in a small city. The black dragon emperor was the emperor of the dragon race. If it was in the past, a dragon emperor was enough to sweep across a domain and become an overlord in the ancestral star. But now, the world was going to change. Those ancient saints who had lived for countless years had all jumped out. Emperor realm existences were nothing to them. Even almighty experts would find it hard to protect themselves in this world, let alone an emperor realm being. Otherwise, I'll eat you, the black dragon said fiercely. Its huge body was like a mountain hovering in the sky, giving people an incomparably powerful pressure. Of course, the powerful qi from the black dragon was ignored by Gufei. Hee, I wonder who's going to eat who, Gufei said with a smile. You, the black dragon, seemed to have been angered by Gufei. Its eyes flashed with an ominous glint, as if it was about to pounce on Gufei. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me who is the strongest in the purple sun continent. Gufei suddenly stopped smiling and looked at the black dragon. This guy, the black dragon's heart trembled. The other party's gaze caused its heart to palpitate. After that, it obediently replied to Gufei's words, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. Heavenly Duarch Ziyam. The black dragon knew quite a lot about the purple Yang continent. Back then, this black dragon had been hunted down and nearly killed. Hence, it had no choice but to hide in such a small place. The strongest faction in the purple Yang continent was the unique residence established by the purple Yang heavenly emperor. The unique residence dominated the continent and even had forces in other continents. This heavenly emperor purple sun was one of the overlords in name and in reality. Humph, Heavenly Emperor, how dare you give me such a title? Gu Fei was very disdainful. He left the Black Dragon City and headed straight for the unique residence. He wanted to find a teleportation portal connected to the Tunglong continent and return there. The Black Dragon followed behind him. He knew that this human wasn't simple at all. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing to follow by the side of this human. Therefore, the Black Dragon volunteered to be Gu Fei's guide. Gu Fei happened to need a guide as well. Even though the Purple Yang continent was not as big as the Tunglong continent, it was not small. It was extremely vast. The unique residence of the Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor was located in the central region of the Purple Yang continent. The unique residence was built on the peak of a godly mountain. A few days later, Gu Fei and the Black Dragon arrived near the godly mountain. This was the base of the Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor. Countless disciples of the unique residence appeared here. Very quickly, Gu Fei and the Black Dragon were targeted by the people of the unique residence. I heard there's a new face at the foot of the mountain. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Long Worm. An old man stopped Gu Fei and the Black Dragon in a valley. Ancestor Hua, it's you. The Black Dragon was shocked to see the newcomer. This was one of the 5 battle ancestors under the Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor, the Ancestor Hua. You're lucky to have escaped back then. Now that you've come to me, you're courting death. The Ancestor Hua spoke coldly to the Black Dragon. At this moment, Black Dragon had already transformed into a middle-aged man and was following beside Gu Fei. He did not reveal his true form. Master, he's actually ignoring you. The Black Dragon suddenly said to Gu Fei. Master, the ancestor who was shocked. This Black Dragon had actually recognized this young man as his master. Could it be that this young man had subdued this Black Dragon? This Black Dragon was extremely arrogant. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor wanted to subdue this Black Dragon as his mount, but this Black Dragon managed to escape. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't interested in the enmity between the Black Dragon and the unique residence. But now, the Black Dragon was his guide. He had the responsibility to ensure its safety. I was just about to go look for that Purple Yang Heavenly Emperor. You can go back now and call that Heavenly Emperor to see me. Gu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly, You're courting death. The old man was enraged. This fella actually dared to call the Heavenly Emperor to see him? This was too arrogant. Did he think that he was invincible? Swish! The old man reached out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. An immortal light flashed as 9 Dao runes appeared on his palm. Gu Fei felt a powerful suction force coming from the old man's hand, enveloping him and trying to pull him over. He slapped out with his palm, sending the old man flying thousands of feet away. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. This was the difference. Even someone as powerful as the ancestor couldn't withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. All of this shocked the Black Dragon. Who are you exactly? The ancestor who fell to the ground, barely able to stand. His face was as pale as paper, staring at this young man in disbelief. I'm just a passerby. Gu Fei looked at the ancestor Hua and said, A passerby. The ancestor Hua muttered to himself. He didn't believe what Gu Fei said. Bring me to see Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Gu Fei was very direct. The Heavenly Emperor isn't someone you can see just because you want to. The ancestor Hua said. Although he was defeated by Gu Fei in one move, he was still neither servile nor overbearing when facing Gu Fei. Very well, then you have no more value. Chapter 23-25. The 5 great war ancestors under Heavenly Dwarch Ziyang were extremely powerful. When Heavenly Dwarch Ziyang unified the purple sun continent. They had put in a lot of effort and fought for Heavenly Arch. As one of the 5 great ancestors, the Hua ancestor's cultivation was extremely strong. He was infinitely close to the saint realm. However, in front of Gu Fei, even a true saint couldn't do anything. I'll leave him to you. Seeing that the Hua ancestor wasn't willing to compromise, Gu Fei said to Black Dragon. He didn't want to waste time. He wanted to go to the Celestial Mountain and find a teleportation array that could send him to the Tonglong continent. Since Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang's unique residence was the strongest power in the Violet Sun continent, there might be a teleportation array there. Thank you, Master. Black Dragon was overjoyed. The Hua ancestor was one of the people who chased after him. He stepped forward and punched the Hua ancestor. Without any suspense, the Hua ancestor vomited blood and was sent flying dozens of meters away. At this moment, the Hua ancestor couldn't stand up anymore. Was it fun chasing after me back then? Black Dragon's new and old hatred surged in his heart, and his eyes turned red. Then he kicked the fire ancestor on the ground, causing him to fly up, and several of his ribs were broken. Kill me if you dare. The Hua ancestor roared. Killing you like this is too easy for you. Black Dragon's voice resounded. Then he walked towards the Hua ancestor with a hideous smile. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream resounded through the air. Rumble, while Black Dragon was torturing the Hua ancestor, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the direction of the Celestial Mountain, shaking the entire space. War chariots rushed out from the Celestial Mountain towards the valley where the Hua ancestor was. Each war chariot had a general standing on it. The Heavenly Emperor is making a big move again. War chariots rolled through the air, causing the human cultivators who saw this scene to be incomparably shocked. Some people murmured. The Celestial Emperor sending out his troops was no small matter. Master, we need to leave now. If the people from the unique residence arrive, we won't be able to leave anymore. The Black Dragon said. At this time, the fire ancestor had already been abused by him to the point that he did not look like a human. He was on the verge of death, as if he could die at any time. That's exactly what I want to lure them here, Gu Fei said. He found a large boulder and jumped onto it. He then sat down and waited for the people from the unique residence to arrive. This Black Dragon was both shocked and delighted. He was shocked that Gu Fei was so strong that he didn't even place Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang in his eyes. He was delighted that he could finally get his revenge. Rumble, not long after, war chariots appeared on the horizon. They were bronze war chariots, and each war chariot exuded a powerful aura. Soon, a total of 9 chariots arrived in the sky above the valley. Someone drove the chariots and charged at Gu Fei. Good timing. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, but he didn't stand up from the boulder. Instead, he directly punched forward. The ferocious chaotic fist Qi immediately shook the bronze chariot that was rushing over, causing the people on the chariot to be extremely shocked. Bam! Gu Fei instantly jumped up and slammed his fist into the chariot, shattering it. The person on the chariot couldn't escape either, and was killed by Gu Fei. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded. No one thought that Gu Fei would be this strong. His physical body was actually able to resist the chariot and even destroy it. Kill him. The remaining 8 war chariots surrounded Gu Fei. Formation runes were faintly discernible on the war chariots, giving off powerful fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. Humph, you're courting death. Gu Fei coldly snorted and soared into the sky towards the 8 chariots. He unleashed the chaotic fist Qi, and not long after, the remaining 8 chariots were also destroyed. You, the Hua ancestor, couldn't help but turn pale at this scene. His opponent was too strong. It seemed like no one on the divine mountain could fight against him. The other battle ancestors weren't on the mountain, but even if all of them were here, they wouldn't be able to fight against this person. Where is Heavenly Emperor Ziyang? Gu Fei continued to ask. I don't know. I really don't know. Only one person knows where Heavenly Emperor is, and that's him. The Hua ancestor said. Is that so? Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. It seemed like he didn't have to find Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. It seemed like he would have to make a trip to the Divine Mountain to see if he could find the teleportation array. Let's go. Let's go to the Divine Mountain. Without hesitation, Gu Fei walked out of the valley and headed towards the Divine Mountain. Master, wait for me. Black Dragon didn't kill the Hua ancestor. However, before he left, he crushed the Hua ancestor's dantian and destroyed his cultivation. Roar. The Hua ancestor roared in anger. Destroying his cultivation was equivalent to killing him. Moreover, there were traces of ferocious beasts everywhere in this mountain range. It was very dangerous for an ordinary person to travel in this mountain range. After destroying the Hua ancestor's cultivation, Black Dragon chased after Gu Fei. Soon, he caught up with Gu Fei and headed towards the unique residence with Gu Fei. The unique residence was a sacred place for cultivation in the Purple Sun Continent. Most of the cultivators in the Purple Sun Continent were disciples of the unique residence. The news that someone had killed the 9 battle generals of the unique residence spread like wildfire. The entire cultivation world of the Purple Sun Continent was shaken. Someone actually dared to attack the unique residence. It was unbelievable. The unique residence was the strongest force in the Purple Sun Continent. Its power and foundation were unimaginable for ordinary people. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was rumored to be an ancient saint. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was extremely mysterious. No one had ever seen his face. Not long after, Gu Fei appeared at the foot of the unique sacred mountain. He was in no hurry to ascend the mountain after seeing it. I didn't think that someone in the Purple Sun Continent would know this kind of formation. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn as he observed the surrounding forces of heaven and earth. It wasn't without reason that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang built the unique residence at the peak of the unique sacred mountain. At the bottom of the unique sacred mountain was the Purple Sun Continent's ancestral vein. Someone had laid down a killing formation around the divine mountain. This killing formation had triggered the power of heaven and earth, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions. Countless years had passed, and the power gathered by this formation had definitely reached an unimaginable level. Chapter 23-26. To the cultivators of the Ziyang continent, the unique immortal mountain was a holy land. Everyone took pride in entering the residence of the unique immortal. The unique immortal mountain was definitely the #1 mountain in the Ziyang continent. It was irreplaceable and unique in the Ziyang continent. There wouldn't be a second mountain like this. This Heavenly Emperor Ziyang sure knows how to find a place. Early in the morning, Gu Fei stood on top of a small mountain a few hundred miles away from the unique immortal mountain. He stared at the towering mountain and couldn't help but sigh, using the ancestral vein of the unique immortal mountain to set up a killing trap. It seems like this Heavenly Emperor Ziyang isn't simple. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He had checked out the area around the unique immortal mountain. This killing formation was not simple. It drew upon the essence of the ancestral vein of the earth. He didn't have much confidence in breaking in by force. Even if he used the cauldron of mountain and river, even if he managed to break in, it would cause irrecoverable damage. Countless living beings would die. This wasn't something Gu Fei wanted to see. It seems like I need to let them come out for some fresh air. As Gu Fei spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air before him. A space gate appeared in the air, and a dozen people walked out from it. "Master." The dozen people quickly bowed to Gu Fei. They were the Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits. Qilong and Yao, you were in isolation and didn't come out. Think of a way. See if you can find the teleportation portal to the Tonglong continent here. Gu Fei ordered the Iron Blood Taoist and the others. Yes, the Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits accepted the order and rushed in all directions. They quickly disappeared under the blue sky. After sending the Iron Blood Taoist and the others away, Gu Fei sat down on top of a small mountain. He didn't have to do everything himself. This was the benefit of building his own force. As long as he gave the order, his subordinates would do it. The Iron Blood Taoist and the 12 bandits appeared near the unique Immortal Mountain. This made the people of the unique Immortal residents extremely nervous. Conflicts and killings were unavoidable. The peaceful Xiang continent was no longer peaceful. Rumble, not long after, the sound of thunder came from an ancient city 1,000 miles away. There were powerful cultivators fighting. That ancient city was called Sky Thunder City. "Black Dragon, go take a look." On the small peak, Gu Fei suddenly said. At this time, Black Dragon had already turned around. He didn't find anything, but he fought with the people of Unique Abode and was forced to retreat. "Yes, Master." After receiving the order, Black Dragon immediately headed to Sky Thunder City and soon arrived near Sky Thunder City. In the sky above Sky Thunder City, 2 silhouettes were moving quickly. One of the silhouettes was emitting a dazzling electric light. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a destructive aura spread in the sky. Lightning was the power of heavenly punishment. Very few people could cultivate this power to great success. However, the Thunder Clan in Sky Thunder City had the only Thunder Celestial technique in the entire Ziyang continent. It's the Thunder Sovereign. Black Dragon couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the tall and mighty silhouette in the lightning. It was an old man with a tall stature and a head full of white hair. He was like a male lion, giving off a powerful pressure. As for the person fighting against the Thunder Sovereign, it was a young master with a pale face. This young master was incomparably handsome, and his battle prowess was also incomparably strong. This person was Jade-Faced Playboy of the 12 Great Bandits. Actually, not many people knew Jade-Faced Playboy's real name. Even among the 12 Great Bandits, there weren't many who knew his background. Another dragon demon has come. Jade-Faced Playboy sensed the arrival of Black Dragon. He had never seen Black Dragon before. When Gu Fei opened up his inner world to let them out, Black Dragon had yet to return. "My master's surname is Gu." Black Dragon didn't want to cause any misunderstanding. "Someone sent by my lord." Jade-Faced Playboy couldn't help but be startled. At this time, the Thunder Sovereign punched out. Endless lightning bloomed on his fist, and each bolt of lightning tore through the sky. "Old man, there's no harm in pledging allegiance to my lord." Jade-Faced Playboy hurriedly retreated, dodging the other party's attack before saying, "Humph, I, the Thunder Sovereign, disdain to be someone else's slave." The old man said loudly. His voice was like a huge bell spreading far and wide. Boom! As the old man said that, he waved his hand, and 10 balls of purple lightning shot out towards Jade-Faced Playboy. A terrifying, destructive power spread out from those 10 balls of lightning. "Since that's the case, I'll annihilate your Thunder Clan," Jade-Faced Playboy said. After that, a sage aura spread out from his body. The power and aura of a half-step saint erupted from his body. Half-step saint. The Thunder Sovereign was taken aback. As he blinked, lightning shot out from his eyes. At this time, Jade-Faced Playboy stretched out his hand, and actually used a mystic art that was similar to the heaven-encompassing palm. His palm covered the entire sky, grabbing the 10 balls of lightning in his hand. Rumble, the 10 balls of lightning exploded. Within each ball of lightning, there was a series of Tao patterns being destroyed, releasing the strongest power of thunder. However, that gigantic hand was not destroyed by the lightning balls. Seeing this, the Thunder Sovereign could not help but feel his heart pounding. The other party's battle prowess was much stronger than what he had expected. Since when did such a character appear in the Ziyang continent? The battle prowess displayed by Jade-Faced Playboy caused the Thunder Sovereign's heart to palpitate. Thunder Sovereign, I think you better not know what's good for you. You're following Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, and you seem to be his slave as well. What's the difference? At this moment, the black dragon spoke. Humph, you little loach, are you tired of living? What rights do you have to talk to your daddy here? The Thunder Sovereign's temper was like a raging fire. That pair of white brows of his straightened, wanting to strike out at the black dragon. Your opponent is me. Jade-Faced Playboy pressed forward. The entire sky trembled along with his footsteps. Tao patterns were faintly appearing on his body, as though a celestial saint had descended upon the world. Just who are you? Why are you making an enemy out of my Thunder Clan? The Thunder Sovereign roared. He did not want to fight with these people without knowing the reason. It was not worth it at all. We are just passers-by. My lord is looking for something. Once he finds it, we will naturally leave. Jade-Faced Playboy said, Just what are you guys looking for? The Thunder Sovereign knew that things might not have reached an irresolvable state. Now that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was not here, even though the unique sect was strong, they might not be a match for these people. A teleportation formation platform that leads to the Tonglong continent. Chapter 23-27. The Thunder Emperor didn't bow down to Jade-Faced Playboy, but things were just as the Thunder Emperor thought. The other party didn't want to push things too far. In the end, the Thunder Emperor humbled himself and invited Jade-Faced Playboy into Sky Thunder City. Black Dragon didn't get an invitation from the Black Emperor, so he could only go back to report. The Thunder Emperor didn't dare to play any tricks. After all, Jade-Faced Playboy still had his lord behind him. A person who could make a half-step sage bow down to him was definitely very powerful and terrifying. However, this Thunder Emperor was cunning. He didn't betray Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, but he didn't submit to this external force either. He told everything he knew. Jade-Faced Playboy learned from the Thunder Emperor that there was no teleportation formation in Sky Thunder City that could teleport to Tonglong Continent. In the eyes of the cultivators of Ziyang Continent, Tonglong Continent was a chaotic place. It wasn't easy to go to that chaotic place. However, even the Thunder Emperor didn't know if there was such a teleportation formation in Ziyang Continent. After all, the distance between Ziyang Continent and Tonglong Continent was too far. After more than 2 hours, Jade-Faced Playboy left Sky Thunder City and went to the next city. At this time, the other members of the 12 Great Bandits weren't so successful. Many times, they had to use force to solve some problems. The appearance of the 12 Great Bandits made all the cultivators in Ziyang Continent shocked to the extreme. Some people guessed that this force came from the outside world and wasn't a local force of Ziyang Continent. Ziyang Continent was shaken. Everyone was terrified. The 12 Great Bandits were extremely powerful. They broke through one city after another. However, they were disappointed because they didn't find the teleportation formation. What's going on? Zhu Guliang waved the feather fan in his hand. He came to the outside of a city. Before this, he had broken through no less than 5 cities. However, there was no teleportation formation in these places that could teleport to Tonglong Continent. Even the city lords of these cities didn't know if there was such a teleportation formation in Ziyang continent. Ask your city lord to come out and talk. Zhu Guliang didn't want to waste time. His voice spread into the city. Everyone heard this voice, and the cultivators in the city were shocked to the extreme. Who is so bold to actually want to see the city lord? In the city, human cultivators whispered. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura was emitted from the city lord's mansion. After that, a person walked out of the city lord's mansion and soared into the sky, flying above the city. It was a masked woman dressed in white. As soon as she appeared, it began to drizzle, and a wave of pure water elemental energy spread out from her body. You are the city lord. Zhu Guliang was very surprised. He did not expect that the city lord of this city was actually a woman. Why do you want to see me? A clear and melodious voice rang out. It seemed that this woman in white was not very old. Hee, I can't see you if there's nothing else. Zhu Guliang waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand and said elegantly, Just who are you? You were the one who took down those 5 cities, weren't you? The white-clothed masked woman said in a low voice. It was clear that she had already received news that someone was taking action, continuously breaking through 5 cities. They were powerful to the extreme. It's me. So what? Zhu Guliang said with a smile. We have a grudge. The woman in white asked tentatively. No. Zhu Guliang was very straightforward. Then why are you here? The woman in white knew that these people would not come without a reason. Since he was here, there must be something that attracted him here. I'm looking for a teleportation formation that can send me to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Zhu Guliang stated his purpose straight away. Looks like you've come to the wrong place. Our water tribe doesn't have a teleportation formation like you mentioned. You should look elsewhere. The white-clothed masked woman said. Can I have a look at the city? Zhu Guliang said. Go ahead. The white-clothed masked woman only said these 2 words. Zhu Guliang did not hold back. He walked into the ancient city and carefully sensed the aura in the city. He walked around the city and came out. There really isn't one. Zhu Guliang had to accept this reality. Although there was a teleportation formation in the godly water city of the water tribe, it could only be used within the Ziyang continent. It was impossible to send someone to the soaring dragon continent. There was no war. Everyone in the godly water city let out a sigh of relief when Zhu Guliang left. One should know that this ruthless man was extremely powerful, as he had taken down 5 cities. Such a result naturally attracted a lot of attention. Just as the 12 bandits were sweeping across the land, the Iron Blood Taoist met his match. At the foot of the unique sacred mountain, there was a huge city named Unique City. The Iron Blood Taoist went straight to the unique city, courting death. When the Iron Blood Taoist appeared outside the unique city, a loud roar came from within the city, echoing between the heavens and the earth. The Iron Blood Taoist's expression changed when he heard this, and he immediately punched out. Boom! The signboard on the solitary city's gate tower was blasted away. Outsider, you are too arrogant. An old voice was heard, and a figure walked out from the unique city. It was a tall and skinny old man with white hair and a white beard. The old man's eyes were shining brightly as if the stars, the sun, and the moon were descending in them. So what if I am arrogant? What can you do to me? The Iron Blood Taoist looked at the old man walking towards him step by step and said indifferently, swoosh. Without saying anything else, the old man stretched out his hand, and a huge palm the size of a mountain appeared, grabbing towards the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist also stretched out his hand and pressed forward. Endless divine fire appeared in his hand, transforming into a fiery divine palm. Tao runes could be vaguely seen in the center of his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the two palms collided, like two mountains crashing into each other, shaking the heavens and earth. The aura of the Saint Tao was vast and mighty, and both of them were forced back 5 or 6 steps. Ancient Saint. The Iron Blood Taoist's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there to be an ancient saint in the unique city. It seemed that the number 1 power in the Ziyang continent had a very deep foundation. A saint. The tall and skinny old man was also shocked. He could tell that the other party had just become a saint not long ago. One should know that the aura of an ancient saint was different from those who had just become a saint. Interesting. The old man suddenly laughed. Humph. Chapter 23-28. In the human realm, the power of heaven's wrath was still present. No one dared to remove the seal on their body and unleash their saint-level cultivation because no one could contend against it. Iron Blood Taoist was a little surprised that there was an ancient saint presiding over the solitary city. However, on second thought, Solitary City was an important place in the solitary residence, second only to the solitary sacred mountain. It was only natural that there would be an ancient saint presiding over it. Rumble, the lanky old man's aura, was still rising. The void around him trembled as a powerful force shook the heaven and earth. 9 primordial Tao runes appeared on his body. Although he couldn't remove the seal and regain his saint-level cultivation, he could still channel the power of the 9 Tao runes. As long as he didn't cross the bottom line, he wouldn't have to worry about the power of heaven's wrath descending upon him. Those were 9 gray Tao runes. The earth elemental energy of the heaven and earth gathered towards the lanky old man. A chaotic world seemed to be evolving around him. Earth element ancient saint. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but be moved. There were many people who cultivated the power of the 5 elements, but those who could cultivate it to grand completion or even become a saint were few and far between. Humph, you're not too bad yourself. The fire element, saint of the 5 elements, walks the path of the ancient fire god. The lanky old man stared at the Iron Blood Taoist and said with a flicker in his eyes. At this moment, 9 flame-like Tao runes appeared on the Iron Blood Taoist's body, drawing upon the fire elemental energy of the heaven and earth. An image of an immortal fire phoenix appeared on his body, emitting a supreme aura. I'm just a passerby. I don't want to fight to the death with you, the Iron Blood Taoist said. Humph, outsider, don't you think it's a little too late for you to say these words? The lanky old man said coldly. The solitary prefecture was the number 1 power in the Purple Sun continent. Someone came knocking on their door and even broke the plaque on the city gate tower. This was a slap to the face of the solitary prefecture. If the solitary prefecture didn't stand up for them, they would be laughed at by all the cultivators in the Purple Sun continent. People needed face, trees needed bark. A supreme power's dignity was trampled on, and they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Since that's the case, let's fight. The Iron Blood Taoist's tone turned cold. If they wanted to fight, then so be it. He had nothing to fear. He wanted to make use of this ancient sage to test his skills. My name is Mu Xiao. I'll let you know who killed you, the tall and skinny old man said. He was very confident. The other party was just a saint who had just become a saint not long ago while he was an ancient saint. With such a gap, no one would be optimistic about the Iron Blood Taoist. At this time, all the experts in the unique city rushed out and looked at the 2 people who were facing each other in the sky. The surroundings were silent. No one spoke. Everyone was incomparably nervous. Some people had already received news that powerful outsiders were fighting in various places and had already conquered many cities. This shocked the people of Solitary City to the extreme. For so many years, ever since Heavenly the Arch Ziyang conquered the Purple Sun Continent with his own power, no one dared to challenge him. As for the unique residence that he established, no one dared to offend him. But now, there was actually an outsider challenging Heavenly Emperor Ziyang's ruling position. This caused countless cultivators in Ziyang State to be inexplicably shocked. "My name is Iron Blood." "Iron Blood," Daoist said. "Kill." At this time, the tall and skinny old man, Muxio's aura, had already climbed to the peak. His power had reached a point where he would not be satisfied if he did not spit it out. With a loud shout, he directly used an immortal divine art, endless earth elemental power condensed into a giant cauldron, suppressing the Iron Blood Daoist. Voom! The void shook. The giant cauldron formed from earth elemental power emitted a powerful force of the Great Path, breaking through the layers of fire chi. It was actually trying to suppress the Iron Blood Daoist to death. The earth elemental cauldron sealed the void, stabilized the universe, and blocked all of the Iron Blood Daoist's escape routes. The Iron Blood Daoist had followed Gu Fei for so long that he had naturally witnessed Gu Fei's battles with other opponents. The battle technique that broke all laws with brute force made him realize something, and he then created a great art. Boom! The Iron Blood Daoist moved. Endless fire elemental power gathered towards his right hand. Then he pointed out with a finger, and a dazzling flame shot out from his index finger. The finger that was condensed with endless fire elemental power directly broke through the gray earth chi and hit the giant cauldron formed from earth elemental essence. Buffed. With a soft sound, the flame actually pierced through the giant cauldron, causing the earth elemental patterns that formed the cauldron to dissipate. The giant cauldron also dissipated in the void, once again turning into a ball of fire elemental essence. What Elder Muxio could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Only a fierce dragon would cross the river, since this fellow dared to attack him. It seemed that he was not simple. Swoosh! The Iron Blood Daoist pointed out with another finger, and the flame suddenly appeared, piercing towards Elder Muxio opposite him. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant it shot in front of Elder Muxio. This Elder Muxio was shocked. He did not hesitate and immediately used a great art. His body suddenly blurred, and he left an afterimage where he was standing. His real body, however, shot up into the sky, appearing above the Iron Blood Daoist's head. The Iron Blood Daoist's finger light only pierced through Elder Muxio's afterimage. "Go to hell!" Elder Muxio shouted loudly. He actually turned his body into a cauldron. 9 earth elemental Tao patterns intertwined, and a giant cauldron the size of a mountain appeared in the sky. With 3 legs and 2 ears, he manifested the great Tao of heaven and earth. Elder Muxio had raised his combat power to a level that even a great perfection quasi-sage would feel fearful. In the eyes of the ancient people, cauldrons were the carrier of the great Tao, and the embodiment of the great Tao. This Elder Muxio had cultivated such a great art, and it truly shocked the Iron Blood Daoist. Interesting. At this moment, thousands of miles away, the eyes of Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, lit up when he saw this scene. The Iron Blood Daoist was probably going to be unlucky. These ancient sages were not ordinary people. To the Iron Blood Daoist, he was still too inexperienced when facing such an opponent. Rumble, the ancient cauldron pressed down, as though it was splitting the heavens and earth. The might it displayed caused the Iron Blood Daoist's expression to change. This time, the Iron Blood Daoist's finger force could no longer pierce through the cauldron. Without any suspense, the Iron Blood Daoist was directly pressed down from the sky by Elder Muxio. This is preposterous. Even though the Iron Blood Taoist tried his best to retaliate, the cauldron above his head could not budge at all. This caused him to be both shocked and furious. Initially, he did not want to use his sage artifact. However, from the looks of it, if he did not use his sage artifact, he would probably be finished off by the other party. Boom! The instant the Iron Blood Taoist was pressed down from the sky by the cauldron, a peerlessly powerful force exploded from his body. Chapter 23-29. The Iron Blood Taoist used the Phoenix Tribulation. A fire phoenix soared into the sky from his body, knocking away the gigantic cauldron that was descending from the sky. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist let out a furious roar. The entire heaven and earth shook along with his roar. Transparent ripples spread out from his body. Saint Weapon! The gigantic cauldron that was knocked high up in the sky dissipated. Elder Muxio's figure appeared once again. He had fallen out of that state of Tao. The human realm did not allow the existence of saint-level powers. However, Elder Muxio was able to manifest the state of Tao and display a battle prowess that surpassed great perfection quasi-saints. 4 ancient sages and sages. Even if they had sealed their own saint-level cultivation, it would still be effortless for them to kill great perfection quasi-saints. This was the strength and terror of ancient sages and sages. I didn't expect you to have a saint weapon. It seems like this saint weapon isn't something that you refined yourself. Elder Muxio stared at the Phoenix Tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand. Tao runes intertwined in his eyes. With his experience, he could naturally tell the subtle relationship between the Phoenix Tribulation and the Iron Blood Taoist. Humph! The Iron Blood Taoist snorted coldly. He did not say anything, but the battle intent on his body grew even stronger. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Today, I'll show you the difference between a saint weapon refined by yourself and a saint weapon refined by others. Elder Muxio extended his right hand, and a stone tablet appeared in his hand. It was a stone tablet the size of a palm. It was covered with Tao runes that looked like they were made by the heavens. A powerful wave of earth elemental energy emanated from the stone tablet. Shameless boasting. The Iron Blood Taoist looked at Elder Muxio and said coldly. His face revealed a look of disdain. However, he was secretly shocked. He naturally knew that the Phoenix Tribulation was not a saint weapon refined by himself. It would be hard for him to unleash the full power of this saint weapon. Ha, young man, if you show off too much, you will only bring about your own destruction. You will know soon enough whether I'm boasting or not. As Elder Muxio spoke, he activated the stone tablet in his hand. Rumble, a shocking force spread out from the stone tablet. In an instant, the might of the stone tablet was displayed. It became incomparably huge and pressed down on the Iron Blood Taoist. One tablet suppressing the universe. Old Man Muxio shouted loudly. As the stone tablet pressed down, the dense Tao patterns on its surface all lit up, triggering the power of the thick earth. The Iron Blood Taoist felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him at the same time. The mighty power from the stone tablet made him almost unable to straighten his back. If it weren't for the protection of the Phoenix Tribulation's power, he would have been crushed to death by the stone tablet in Elder Muxio's hand. Fire Phoenix spreads its wings. The Iron Blood Taoist didn't dare to be careless and immediately used his strongest technique. He activated the 9 Fire Phoenix Tao patterns on the Phoenix Tribulation. The 9 Fire Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and intertwined, turning into a fire phoenix that soared into the sky. Boom! The fire phoenix that was formed from the 9 Fire Phoenix Tao markings emitted monstrous divine flames that burned the heavens and boiled the seas. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it actually displayed a strand of the Fire Phoenix's divine might. The Fire Phoenix that soared into the sky collided with the stone tablet that was pressing down. The two extremely powerful forces directly annihilated the void between heaven and earth. When the two forces collided, it turned into a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. All the cultivators in the unique city turned pale with fright. If they were to be affected by this destructive storm, the entire unique city would be destroyed in an instant and turned into a flat land. Just as the destructive force swept out, countless Tao patterns rushed out from the walls of the unique city. A light barrier appeared in the void, enveloping the entire unique city. The destructive storm was blocked by the light barrier, and it didn't affect the unique city at all. This made all the cultivators in the unique city heave a sigh of relief. City barrier array. On the peak of a mountain 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei saw the changes in the unique city. He wasn't surprised. One should know that the unique city was an important place in the unique residence. At this time, the stone tablet continued to press down. The Fire Phoenix that was formed from the Phoenix Tribulation couldn't resist the stone tablet at all. The Fire Phoenix that was formed from the 9 Tao patterns collapsed. Bang! The stone tablet pressed down and directly pressed the Iron Blood Taoist down from the sky. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist roared in anger. He desperately urged the Phoenix Tribulation, but the stone tablet that was suppressing the Phoenix Tribulation seemed to have grown roots and didn't move at all. He had a feeling of powerlessness. At this moment, he finally realized that a saint tool that wasn't forged by himself couldn't exert its full power. The Iron Blood Taoist is indeed not a match for this ancient saint. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. Master, are you going to take action personally? Black Dragon had already returned to Gu Fei's side. He couldn't help but ask when he saw Gu Fei standing up. The Iron Blood Taoist might be a saint, but he's still not enough to face an ancient saint. There's still a gap between him and an ancient saint. The gap between the Iron Blood Taoist and the ancient saint wasn't something that could be closed in a short period of time. It needed time to train and accumulate. It wasn't that the Iron Blood Taoist wasn't strong enough, but the opponent's experience, control of power, and understanding of the Iron Blood Taoist in this state were all beyond the Iron Blood Taoist's imagination. Sometimes living longer was also an advantage. As he spoke, Gu Fei took a step forward. In the next moment, he traversed thousands of miles in the void and appeared in the sky in front of Seoul City. He then pushed forward with one hand. Bang! The stone tablet that was suppressing the Phoenix Tribulation was immediately sent flying. Who are you? Elder Mu Xiu was extremely shocked. The stone tablet was sent flying, and he was also affected. He flew thousands of meters away before he could neutralize the powerful force from the stone tablet. To be able to send a saint artifact flying with just a casual palm strike, even Elder Mu Xiu felt his heart palpitating in fear. One must know that he was an ancient sage, and the stone tablet was a saint artifact that he had forged personally. Could this person be the legendary human sovereign? Elder Mu Xiu looked at the sudden appearance of Gu Fei and raised his guard. Master, at this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist had already put away the Phoenix Tribulation and arrived in front of Gu Fei. This Elder Mu Xiu was shocked to see the Iron Blood Taoist address this young man as master. This person must be extremely powerful to be able to make a saint bow down to him. Gu Fei merely nodded his head before looking at Old Man Mu Xiu. Chapter 23:30. Who the hell are you? Old Man Mu Xiu was shocked to the extreme. This young man who had appeared out of nowhere had actually sent him flying thousands of feet away with a single move. He found it hard to believe. After all, he was an ancient saint, and he had become a saint since the ancient times. Even if he couldn't undo the seal in the mortal world and recover his cultivation, he was still not someone that ordinary saints who had sealed themselves could compare to. The other party had sent him flying with a single palm strike. This sort of combat strength was way too horrifying. Even the heavenly emperor Ziyang would not be able to send him flying with a single move. Patterns of the Tao intertwined in Mu Xiu's eyes. He felt immense pressure from this young man. This was something that had never happened since the untainted world was shattered. The 3 continents overseas were different from the Tunlong continent. There were many powerful existences in the 3 continents, just like the Purple Sun continent. He was the master of the Purple Sun continent and had ruled the Purple Sun continent for countless years. As for the other 3 great continents, there were also ancient sages living in seclusion there. They did not show up in the world. The people of the Tunlong continent did not know of their existence at all. Just like the Purple Sun heaven and earth, no one in the Tunlong continent knew of the existence of this heavenly emperor. There is no need for you to know who I am. I only wish to know if there is a teleportation formation on this unique divine mountain that leads to the Tunlong continent. What? You are from the Tunlong continent? Elder Mu Xiu was extremely shocked when he heard this. One should know that the Tunlong continent was extremely far from the Ziyang continent. Furthermore, in the vast and boundless fallen God sea, even a saint would find it difficult to determine the correct direction. Not many cultivators below the sage level dared to enter the fallen God sea. This was because there were all sorts of unknown dangers in the fallen God sea, so not many people were willing to take the risk. Since you know about the Tunlong continent, then it will be easy. Gu Fei smiled at Elder Mu Xiu. The Tunlong continent is a place where saints are buried. How could I not know about it? After Elder Mu Xiu said those words, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression turned ugly. The land of saints. Gu Fei didn't think much of it, but the Iron Blood Taoist and the Black Dragon were shocked. The land of saint burial. They couldn't help but be moved. You will probably be disappointed. My Purple Sun continent does not have such an ancient transportation formation. Elder Mu Xiu said, "If you say no, then no." The Black Dragon said, "Humph, you little loach, you don't have the qualifications to speak to me here." Old man Mu Xiu said disdainfully as he glanced at the Black Dragon. In his opinion, he could kill a mere demon emperor countless times with a single hand. The weak had no right to speak in a conversation between the strong. I believe that you have no reason to lie to me. Let's go. Gu Fei took a deep look at old man Mu Xiu before turning around and leaving. The Iron Blood Taoist and Black Dragon hurriedly followed. Lord, there's no need for us to head up to the unique God Mountain to take a look. We can't trust the words of that old man. Iron Blood Taoist said, "Master, I think we should climb up that unique God Mountain to take a look. Seeing is believing." Black Dragon said, "What's the hurry? I'm not even in a hurry, but you guys are." Gu Fei said indifferently. Very soon, he arrived at the mountain peak where he was previously and sat down on a boulder at the peak of the mountain. The Iron Blood Taoist and Black Dragon had no choice but to follow Gu Fei back to the mountain peak. At this time, Zhuge Liang was leading the 12 great bandits on a campaign in all directions. Very soon, someone from the 12 great bandits returned with a piece of news. It turned out that the Ziyang continent was the resting place of a golden crow in ancient times. During that time, the Ziyang continent was the world of the demon race. However, as the untainted land was destroyed, the golden crow that rested in the Ziyang continent disappeared. Instead, The Ziyang Emperor became the master of the Ziyang continent. As the 12 great bandits returned, the information they brought back became more detailed. Zhu Guliang even learned from the city lord of an ancient city that there was a palace left behind by the Golden Crow on the unique God Mountain. A palace left behind by an ancient Golden Crow was no ordinary place. A palace built by an expert of the demon race must have a transportation formation that led to various places in the world. One should know that the untainted land of the ancient era was incomparably vast. It was so vast that there was no end to it. Even if a great sage of the demon race wanted to go somewhere, it would not be easy. At night, the 12 great bandits all returned to the mountain peak where Gu Fei was located. Interesting, the palace of an ancient golden crow. I must go and see for myself. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder. It seemed that old man Mu Xiu was not telling the truth. Sometimes these ancient sages would also say things that went against their conscience. At this time, the cultivators of the entire Ziyang continent knew that there were foreign experts fighting everywhere. Many cities had been breached by these people. This was a huge storm that swept the entire cultivation world of the Ziyang continent. Everyone was anxious, worried that these people would come to their door at any time. Some people even questioned why no one from the unique residents came to their rescue after such a thing happened. But soon, the news spread. It was not that the unique residents allowed these outsiders to wreak havoc in the Ziyang continent, but that these outsiders were too strong. There were actually people blocking the entrance of the unique city, preventing the experts in the city from coming out. When this news spread out, countless cultivators were in an uproar. These outsiders were too terrifying. They could actually block the entrance of the unique city and prevent the people inside from coming out. Some people knew that there was an ancient sage in the unique city. Could it be that the ancient sage was not in the city at that time? In the eyes of ordinary people, the ancient sage was the symbol of invincibility. Apart from the purple Yang continent's supreme Ziyang emperor, who could compete with an ancient sage, Gu Fei did not want to wait any longer. He directly brought the 12 great bandits to the unique city. Fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? Didn't I already say that there is no teleportation formation on the unique sacred mountain that leads to the Tunglong continent? When Gu Fei and the others arrived outside the unique city, old man Mu Xiu immediately walked out of the unique city and said such words. Humph, you old man must be tired of living. How dare you lie to my master? Black Dragon jumped out and shouted while pointing at old man Mu Xiu. Presumptuous. Old man Mu Xiu glared at Black Dragon. The Tao patterns in his eyes immediately turned into 2 divine lights and shot out from his eyes, piercing towards Black Dragon. The speed of these 2 beams of divine light was extremely fast. The Black Dragon was shocked, and it was difficult for him to dodge. The 2 beams of divine light were about to penetrate his skull and destroy his primordial spirit. He would die on the spot. Chapter 23:31. The unique sacred mountain of the Purple Sun continent was actually the resting place of the ancient Golden Crow. This made Gu Fei very surprised. It seemed that the ancient legends were not all groundless. In ancient times, a divine sun fell on the Purple Sun continent, giving this continent its name. It seemed that at that time, it was not the divine sun that fell, but the golden crow that returned to its nest. It was like a divine sun falling from the sky into the depths of this continent. The 12 bandits fought everywhere and brought back a lot of valuable information, especially the information about the palace of the ancient Golden Crow. This moved Gu Fei even more. The ancient Golden Crow was a great saint of the demon race. It was incomparably powerful and was an overlord of a region. The palace left behind by such an existence was naturally extraordinary. Old man Mu Xiu, if you want to fight, I can accompany you. There is no need to bully the weak. The iron-blood Taoist walked forward. He was the one who had saved the Black Dragon at the critical moment. Otherwise, the Black Dragon's Naiwan palace would have been pierced by the divine light shot out from Elder Mushio's eyes, and he would have lost his life. Humph, I said, there is nothing you want on the unique sacred mountain. Old man Mushio snorted coldly. Is that so? Then why don't you let us go up and take a look? The iron-blood Taoist held the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. His whole body was surrounded by flames, and the shadow of a fire phoenix could be faintly seen on his body. A powerful aura spread out from his body. He stared at old man Mushio, ready to attack at any time. There is nothing on the sacred mountain. There is nothing to see. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, when the Celestial Emperor returns, you will not be able to leave. Old man Mushio said, "Oh, Celestial Emperor Ziyang is coming back." Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. The divine abilities of the Celestial Emperor are not something you can imagine. If you want to live, quickly leave the Purple Sun continent. Old man Mushio continued, "Yes." Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, "That Celestial Emperor Ziyang, could it be that he is stronger than those demon ancestors? I want to meet this guy." When old man Mushio heard Gu Fei's words, he couldn't help being shocked to the extreme. Was this young man crazy? He actually wanted to challenge the Heaven Emperor? In the eyes of all the cultivators in Ziyang continent, Celestial Emperor Ziyang was a supreme existence. It wasn't that no one had challenged Celestial Emperor Ziyang, but even today, he was still the ruler of Ziyang continent. "Tell me, when is that Purple Sun Heaven and Earth coming back?" Gu Fei looked at Mushio and said calmly, "To be able to make an ancient saint bow his head and be willing to be ordered around, this heavenly Emperor Ziyang might really be a character." This made Gu Fei a little curious about this heavenly emperor. 3 days, maybe 10 days, a month at the latest. Old man Mushio said suspiciously. He did not know if these people were bluffing or if they really had the strength to challenge Sky Emperor. However, during the day, the shock that Gu Fei gave old man Mushio made him a little uneasy. Perhaps the Sky Emperor had met his match. Very well, then I will wait for him for half a month. After saying that, Gu Fei turned around and left with the crowd. Old man Mushio stood outside Solitary City for a long time before he came back to his senses. He was very surprised that the other party had left just like that. "Great Elder, why don't we lure these people into the city and then activate the formation to catch them all in one go?" At this moment, a ferocious general in black armor arrived behind old man Mushio and said these words. Mushio was the great elder of solitary residence, second only to one and above tens of thousands. Apart from Celestial Emperor Ziyang, he was the supreme figure in solitary residence. However, although he was under Celestial Emperor Ziyang, Mushio never had the thought of rebelling because he knew very well that if Celestial Emperor Ziyang wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. He was also a little expectant because he wanted to know if these outsiders could really defeat Celestial Emperor Ziyang. This might be his only chance. Old man Mushio finally returned to Solitary City. He did not lie. Celestial Emperor Ziyang had already left Ziyang continent and entered the depths of the God-Down Sea. No one knew why Celestial Emperor Ziyang took the risk to enter the depths of the God-Down Sea. No one dared to ask, not even old man Mushio. No one dared to defy Celestial Emperor Ziyang's decision. No one dared to ask about things that Celestial Emperor Ziyang didn't want to say. Celestial Emperor Ziyang was the supreme god of Ziyang continent, and all living beings had to obey him. Celestial Emperor Ziyang, who had left for half a year, suddenly sent back a message a few days ago saying that he would return very soon. This was where Mu Xiu's confidence came from. Celestial Emperor Zi Yang was really going to return. My lord, we should have killed our way to solitary sacred mountain just now. Iron blood, Taoists said. At this time, they had already returned to the mountain. I can wait for 10 days to half a month. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Gu Fei said. It was hard to find a real opponent. Celestial Emperor Zi Yang might be a good opponent, but if this so-called Celestial Emperor was someone who deceived the world, then he would be out of luck. Yes. Everyone nodded. They were very clear that their lord was really interested in this so-called Celestial Emperor Zi Yang. Not long after, the 12 bandits went down the mountain again. This time, they brought Black Dragon with them, because Black Dragon was very familiar with the entire Ziyang continent and was a good guide. Gu Fei didn't go down the mountain. He was cultivating on the mountain, cultivating his state of mind. With the cultivation of a saint king, his cultivation was rising too fast. It was hard for his state of mind to keep up with his cultivation. This would be a big problem. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, but there was no movement on solitary sacred mountain. Obviously, Celestial Emperor Zi Yang hadn't returned yet. At this time, the entire Ziyang continent was shrouded in a layer of gloomy fog. Under the leadership of Black Dragon, the 12 bandits looted all the treasuries of the cultivation forces in Ziyang continent. Solitary Manor's attitude towards the 12 bandits was disappointing. No one from Solitary Manor appeared, which made the 12 bandits even more unscrupulous. In Solitary City, Elder Mu Xiu's complexion was frighteningly gloomy when he received the news. These outsiders had gone too far, causing chaos in the entire Ziyang continent. However, Celestial Emperor Ziyang hadn't returned yet. Mu Xiu and the others could only worry helplessly. Only Celestial Emperor Zi Yang's return could calm this chaotic situation. Half a month passed. The 12 bandits had a bountiful harvest in Ziyang continent. Although this place couldn't compare to the Tenglong continent, there were still good things. Zhuge Liang found a finger-sized piece of star iron in the treasury of a city lord. This was an immortal material, a divine material exclusive to extreme grade supremes. Jade-faced Playboy found a dragon pearl. It wasn't a flood dragon pearl, but a real dragon pearl. After a real dragon died, the dragon pearl would shatter. Therefore, dragon pearls were very rare. Although these things were rare, Gu Fei didn't care about them. Chapter 23:32. Gu Fei quietly stared at the ancient city before him. This time, he would no longer hesitate. He was going to fight his way up to the unique sacred mountain. Rumble. When Gu Fei's group appeared in front of the unique city, the heavy city gate opened from the inside, and Elder Mu Xiu walked out. Half a month is up. Where is your heavenly sovereign Ziyang? Black Dragon asked Elder Mu Xiu. Humph, you're not qualified to speak to me. Old man Mu Xiu said coldly. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes. He naturally knew that these people would not retreat so easily if they came again. Mu Xiu, do I have the qualifications to speak to you? The iron-blood Taoist walked forward and stared at Elder Mu Xiu. He gripped the Phoenix Tribulation tightly in his hand as his body emitted a powerful battle intent. Of course, Taoist Ironblood is qualified to speak to me. Mu Xiu glanced at Black Dragon and said indifferently, he was an ancient saint, so he didn't put a dragon sovereign in his eyes. Sovereign existences were like ants before him. Then I won't waste any more time. My lord is going to ascend the unique sacred mountain now. You only have two choices, fight or surrender. Make your choice. The iron-blood Taoist didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. What Elder Mu Xiu couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had thought of many ways to deal with these people, he didn't expect them to be so domineering right from the start. Shouldn't you wait a few more days? The heavenly sovereign should be back in a few days. Elder Mushio said, trying to buy time. Looks like you guys are going to fight. The Iron-Blood Taoist coldly said. Flames flickered in his eyes as a powerful fire elemental energy rippled from his body. Lord, since these people don't know what's good for them, we'll just have to destroy them. Zhuge Liang waved his 5-colored feather fan and said to Gu Fei, Humph, even the Middle Continent immortal mansion on Buzhou Ancestral Star was destroyed by us. Do you think this unique manor is stronger than the Middle Continent immortal mansion? A bandit said disapprovingly. Mushio's expression changed. The ancestral star of Buzhou was one of the 5 ancestral grounds of the mortal world, and as an ancient saint, he naturally knew about it. Then that's the only way. Gu Fei nodded. Then he extended his right hand and drew a line in the air in front of him. A spatial passage immediately appeared in the air. Groups of soldiers walked out from the spatial tunnel, and a shocking, killing aura appeared in the air. This killing aura caused the sky and earth to change color. These were Gu Fei's battle troops. Even though there were only 5,000 of them, each and every one of them was clad in battle armor and wielded a bronze spear. They all emanated an incomparably powerful aura. This is when Old Man Mushio saw this scene. His heart trembled. His opponent had actually formed an inner world and had even trained an incomparably powerful combat troop. Even Black Dragon was shocked to the extreme. The master that he had acknowledged was too heaven-defying. He had actually formed an inner world and possessed a terrifying combat troop. Every single one of these 5,000 soldiers had the cultivation base and combat strength of an immortal emperor. This was the result of tempering their bodies with the essence of the divine spring of life day and night. Gu Fei didn't lack anything. It wasn't difficult for him to forge a powerful combat troop, especially when it came to tempering their bodies day and night. The combat body of a combat troop was so strong that it could go head-on against a true Emperor divine weapon. If these 5,000 soldiers were to form a battle formation, their combat strength would multiply, and they could even break through the shackles of an Emperor divine weapon and challenge almighty experts. Even the unique manor would find it hard to cultivate such a troop of combat troops. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to fight or surrender? Great Sage Iron-Blood Taoist said. His voice traveled far into the unique city. What's going on? In the unique city, every cultivator who heard the voice was shocked to the extreme. Fellow Taoist Iron-Blood, there's really no room for negotiation. Old Man Mushio refused to give up. Starting a war now would be very disadvantageous to them. One should know that in the past half a month, the enemy had already conquered almost all the cities in the Violet Sun continent. Those people had been beaten so badly that they absolutely wouldn't dare to come and help Unique Manor. Iron-Blood Taoist shook his head and didn't speak anymore. Kill. Just as Mushio was hesitating, Iron-Blood Taoist let out a roar and turned into a fiery shadow, lunging at Mushio with extreme speed. Outrageous! You guys have gone too far. Old Man Mushio was anxious. He didn't want to fight these people, but they were already charging at him. There was no time for him to make a choice. Boom! Earth elemental energy erupted. Old Man Mushio had no choice but to face it head-on. Boundless earth elemental energy condensed into a huge cauldron, slamming towards Iron-Blood Taoist. Wang. Iron-Blood Taoist raised his right hand and pressed the Phoenix Tribulation forward. The void trembled. The 9 divine Phoenix Tao marks on the Phoenix Tribulation emitted a dazzling divine light in an instant. a fiery phoenix rushed out from the phoenix tribulation. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The fiery phoenix that rushed out from the phoenix tribulation collided with Old Man Mushio's huge cauldron. The fiery phoenix immediately collapsed, and the huge cauldron also dissipated in the void. Old Man Mushio was sent flying by the mighty force. Iron Blood Taoist, on the other hand, was as unmoving as a mountain. He didn't even take a single step back. This was the difference between using a saint artifact and not. Even though Mushio was an ancient saint, he was still forced back by the Iron Blood Taoist, who wielded the Phoenix Tribulation. Old Man Mushio flipped his right hand, and a stone tablet appeared in his hand. The stone tablet emitted a powerful wave that could suppress the void. Just as the Iron Blood Taoist and Old Man Mushio started fighting, groups of soldiers rushed out of Unique City. Each of them was holding a spear in their hands. These soldiers were trained by the Unique Manor, and they were led by the three great generals. They charged toward Gu Fei and the others. Zhuge Liang, I order you to lead 5,000 soldiers and fight. Gu Fei ordered Zhuge Liang. Yes, Lord. Zhuge Liang hurriedly accepted the order and charged forward with 5,000 soldiers, intercepting the soldiers who were rushing out of the Unique City. There were more than 1,000 soldiers rushing out of Unique City. Each of them was at the emperor level or close to it in terms of cultivation and strength, especially the three generals leading them. 2 of them were supreme experts, and 1 was a half-saint. Formation! Zhuge Liang let out a loud shout, and the 5,000 warriors behind him immediately moved at high speed. A heaven-shaking killing intent erupted from the 5,000 warriors. Formation! The 3 generals gave the order as well. The 1,000 soldiers moved quickly, and a similar killing intent emanated from them. A battle formation appeared in the sky. Gu Fei wanted to train the soldiers in his hands. Kill! Zhuge Liang waved his right hand, and the 5,000 soldiers behind him immediately rushed forward. The power of the battle formation erupted in an instant, shaking the heavens and earth. Fight! The 5,000 soldiers roared at the same time, like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses. All of them stabbed forward with their bronze spears. The power of the 5,000 soldiers gathered together and turned into a terrifying torrent that crashed into the soldiers of the unique abode on the other side. Fight! The battle soldiers of the unique residence roared and stabbed out with their spears. The power of over 1,000 battle soldiers gathered together through the battle formation and turned into a destructive force that shot forward. Rumble, when the 2 forces collided, the void trembled and the ground sank. Even residents of the Soul Lord was affected by the shock waves. Very soon, the soldiers of Unique Prefecture were forced to retreat. Blood could be seen at the corner of each soldier's mouth. They suffered a great impact. Even the 2 supreme experts and the half-saint were no exception. All of them coughed up blood. How is this possible? The leader of the half-saint army was extremely shocked. The leader of the enemy did not attack. But even so, they couldn't hold on any longer. The power gathered by the 5,000 soldiers with the help of the battle formation was too strong. It could even injure a half-step saint. This kind of power made Zhuge Liang feel both surprised and delighted. Surrender or not? The voice of the Iron Blood Taoist reverberated in the air. He and Old Man Mushio were fighting fiercely. Both of them used their saint weapons, but none of them could do anything to the other. Don't go too far. My unique prefecture is not one to be trifled with. Old Man Mushio said coldly. Buzz. At this moment, the void trembled, and a light barrier appeared, covering the entire Unique City. On the light barrier, Tao patterns could be vaguely seen. the people of the unique city activated the city defense formation. It's useless. If the Lord takes action, he can destroy everything. Nothing can stop the Lord. Seeing this, the Iron Blood Taoist uttered such words. What? Old man Mushio was shocked. There was no reason for the Iron Blood Taoist to lie to him. It seemed like they were in big trouble this time. If the unique city was breached, there would be no unique prefecture in the Purple Sun continent. If the unique city could not be defended, then the unique sacred mountain would be breached as well. Is the unique prefecture at the brink of life and death? Old man Mushio's mind was shaken. As he was distracted, he was struck by the Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation and was sent flying several thousand zhang away. His shoulder was badly mutilated, and even his bones were exposed. Rumble, at this moment, Gu Fei finally made his move. A giant hand covered the sky, and the chaos giant hand covered the sky. Terrifying energy ripples were emitted, and it slammed down on the unique city below. On the palm of the chaos giant hand, there were 9 primordial chaos Tao patterns that were faintly discernible. The great Tao of chaos was activated, and the void below the chaos giant hand was destroyed. Old man Mushio couldn't help but turn pale at this scene. That young man was so powerful, and what made his heart palpitate was the fact that he was a martial saint. This time, it's really going to be a disaster. Chapter 23:33. Gu Fei finally made his move. He used the heaven-shrouding palm, and the chaotic palm covered the entire sky, covering the entire unique city. Rumble, chaotic chi surged, and on the palm of the chaotic palm, there were 9 chaotic Tao patterns faintly visible, exuding a terrifying power of the great path that could destroy the world. What's going on? Even the great elder can't drive away those outsiders. In the unique city, countless disciples of the unique residents looked up at the scene in the sky. Everyone's mind went blank. Even with the protection of the city barrier grand array, they were still shocked to the extreme. It was too powerful. It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. The city barrier grand array shook, and countless Tao patterns appeared on the light shield. The power of the array was fully activated. An ancient sacred array. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was an ancient array laid down by the ancient sages, and it had existed for countless years. At this time, the power of the array was awakened, as if an ancient sage had awakened from a deep slumber. At this moment, the billions of living beings in the Purple Sun continent felt the aura of the Great Path, and all of them were terrified. Those outsiders are actually attacking the unique God Mountain. The city lords of the 18 cities in the Purple Sun continent were all stunned. These outsiders were too powerful. The unique sacred mountain was different from the cities in the Purple Sun continent. According to legend, the unique sacred mountain had a palace left behind by the ancient Golden Crow, and it was the resting place of the ancient Golden Crow. More importantly, the Purple Sun continent had been operating on the unique sacred mountain for countless years, laying down an unparalleled killing array. Even if a great sage came in person, he or she would not be able to ascend the unique sacred mountain. If those outsiders can even attack the unique sacred mountain, then the Purple Sun continent will have a new master, a cultivator of the older generation's side. For countless years, the unique residents had never encountered such a crisis. Even when forces from other continents came to invade, no one had ever been able to kill their way to the unique sacred mountain. Rumble. At this time, Gu Fei's chaotic palm had already landed, colliding with the light shield formed by the power of the city barrier grand array. That layer of light screen shook violently. Countless patterns of Tao interweaved on the light screen and then vanished. The chaos hand wasn't stopped and continued to descend. What? Elder Mushio, who was fighting with the Iron Blood Taoist, couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this. While Mu Xiu was distracted, the Iron Blood Taoist's right hand had already grabbed onto Mu Xiu's left shoulder. His fingers pierced into Mu Xiu's flesh and tore off a piece of flesh. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You're courting death." Iron Blood Taoist shouted. "Humph!" Elder Mu Xiu did not say anything. He directly activated the stone steel in his hand. Countless runes rushed out from the stone steel, forming a peerlessly powerful force that forced the Iron Blood Taoist back. Then, Elder Mu Xiu turned around and transformed into a ray of grayish light. He carried the stone tablet and rushed into the unique city. Preposterous. Seeing that Elder Mu Xiu had actually escaped, the Iron Blood Taoist could not help but be shocked and furious. He wanted to give chase. But at that moment, Gu Fei stopped the Iron Blood Taoist. The protective array of the ancient city ahead had already been activated. If the Iron Blood Taoist were to rush forward, he would probably be injured by the power of the array. The protective array was a killing formation laid out by ancient sages. At this time, the 5,000 soldiers under Zhu Guliang's command had routed the 1,000 soldiers of the unique city. Even the half-sage expert was killed by the bronze spear of the soldiers. The strength of the 5,000 soldiers was just too powerful. They could kill almighty experts and half-sages. They were invincible, too heaven-defying. They can actually kill a half-sage expert. The combat strength displayed by the 5,000 soldiers left Zhu Guliang dumbfounded. One should know that each of the 5,000 soldiers only had the cultivation base and combat strength of an immortal emperor. No one would believe that a group of 5,000 immortal emperors could actually kill a half-sage expert. One should know that the realm above the immortal emperor was the almighty expert, and above that was the half-sage expert. In other words, there were two major realms between the immortal emperor and the half-sage expert. This was no longer heaven-defying in the ordinary sense. However, Zhu Guliang was also very clear that the reason why the 5,000 soldiers could kill a half-sage expert was because of the battle formation formed by the 5,000 soldiers. At this time, the soldiers had arrived at the city, and a giant chaotic palm was pressing down from the sky. The cultivators in the entire unique city felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. "Stop!" Old Man Mu Xiu's roar reverberated throughout unique city. At this time, the giant chaotic hand in the sky had already broken through the city's protective array, and the light barrier turned into specks of light that dissipated into the void. The entire ancient city shook. Cracks appeared on the city walls, as though the entire city was about to collapse. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Too late. Gu Fei spoke indifferently. The chaotic palm was still pressing down. If it really did that, the entire unique city would vanish from this world in an instant. His strength hadn't exceeded the limit of the mortal world, but he was still able to break the killing formation laid out by the ancient sages. Such combat strength had shocked everyone to the extreme. "We surrender. We are willing to surrender. Stop it now." Old Man Mu Xiu was on the verge of tears. At this time, the entire ancient city was filled with cracks. Some of the buildings began to collapse, especially the countless disciples of unique prefecture. They were knocked unconscious by the powerful pressure that descended from the sky. Only the more powerful cultivators were able to fight against the mighty pressure descending from the sky with all their might. "I'm willing to surrender." Gu Fei's voice resounded throughout the unique city. "I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender." Old Man Mu Xiu hurriedly said. Not surrendering meant death. He didn't want to see countless disciples of unique prefecture being buried together with him. The chaos hand that was slapping down from the sky finally stopped. Everyone in unique city breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just escaped from death. The chaotic palm retracted. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared in the unique city. He stood in front of Mu Xiu and looked at him indifferently. The great elder of unique prefecture, Mu Xiu, is willing to surrender. Mu Xiu said, and knelt down in front of Gu Fei. He had no choice but to surrender. One must know that there were countless disciples of unique prefecture in the entire unique city. If the unique city was destroyed, even if he could survive, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang would not spare him. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. You are a man who knows how to adapt to circumstances. Gu Fei looked at Mu Xiu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "My name is Gu Fei. Remember my name. I will be your master from now on." Gu Fei said, and no longer paid attention to Mu Xiu. At this time, Iron Blood Taoist and the others had also entered the unique city. Unique Sacred Mountain. Chapter 2334. After subduing an ancient saint, Gu Fei was in a good mood. He didn't place any seals on Mu Xiu because he wasn't afraid that Mu Xiu would betray him. In the face of absolute power, who would dare to betray him? Under Mu Xiu's lead, Gu Fei entered the unique city's city lord mansion and officially became the lord of unique city. What? Did I hear it wrong? Those outsiders actually took down unique city? The news spread, and the entire Purple Sun continent was in an uproar. It seemed like unique residence was done for. This shocked all the cultivators to the extreme. How is this possible? Some people found it hard to believe that these outsiders were actually this powerful. This was something that no one had expected. Could it be that the Purple Sun continent was really going to have a new owner? Where is Heavenly Emperor Ziyang? Some people knew that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had left the Purple Sun continent. However, when unique residence was on the brink of life and death, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang actually didn't return. If those outsiders are allowed to ascend the unique sacred mountain, then even if Heavenly Emperor Ziyang returns, he won't be able to change anything. Some of the older generation seemed to know something. The city lords of the 18 cities of the Purple Sun continent were observing. Although they had submitted to unique residence, the situation was different now. They didn't go to help unique residents. These people were extremely shrewd. At this time, in the unique city lord mansion, Gu Fei directly asked Mu Xiu to tell him everything that happened on unique sacred mountain. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Mu Xiu had no choice but to tell. He knew that lying in front of an existence like Gu Fei was useless. So there really is a palace left behind by an ancient golden crow on unique sacred mountain. Everyone was shocked after listening to Mu Xiu's words. One should know that the ancient golden crow was an unparalleled expert of the demon race. The palace built by such an existence was naturally extraordinary. There might even be other things left behind by the ancient golden crow in the palace. The golden crow was an overlord in ancient times. If they could obtain the inheritance of the golden crow, then their trip here wouldn't be in vain. Up the mountain, without hesitation, Gu Fei let old man Mu Xiu lead the way. They left the city lord's mansion, exited unique city, and headed for the mountain ahead. Master, isn't this a little too risky? The Iron Blood Taoist said in a worried tone. It was not a good thing to rashly ascend the sole sovereign sacred mountain. No one knew if this Mu Xiu would betray them or not. How can you catch tiger cubs without going into the tiger's den? Gu Fei glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist and said. Hearing this, the Iron Blood Taoist stopped talking. The solitary city was about a dozen miles away from the solitary sacred mountain, a distance that Gu Fei and the rest could cover in an instant. Soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived at the foot of unique sacred mountain. Along the way, Mu Xiu didn't dare to play any tricks. However, when he arrived at the foot of the unique sacred mountain, his face turned solemn. "Why did you stop?" The black dragon jumped out again. Old man Mushio ignored the black dragon. His hands rapidly formed seals before him. Soon, a door appeared in the sky. "Please." Elder Mushio made an inviting gesture towards Gu Fei, then directly walked into the door. "This formation isn't too bad." Gu Fei did not move. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings. He could tell that this sacred mountain was not as simple as he had imagined. Swoosh! At that moment, the door in front of Gu Fei and the others suddenly disappeared. *T. Everyone was shocked. This old man Mushio had really betrayed them and entered the unique sacred mountain, breaking free from Gu Fei's control. "Since you've already submitted, why did you betray us?" Gu Fei said indifferently. Just as Mushio heaved a sigh of relief, Gu Fei's voice rang in his ears. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. To think that I've still underestimated this person. To think that his voice could penetrate the unique sacred mountain's defensive formation and reach here. Mushio's expression changed. "Come out now, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Gu Fei's voice was still as calm as ever. However, when Gu Fei's words entered Elder Mushio's ears, he was extremely shocked. No one knew what this young man was trying to do. "Very well, I've given you a chance." Gu Fei's voice rang out once more. After that, his voice fell silent. "He's gone." Mushio's heart skipped a beat. He had already made the necessary arrangements. When Gu Fei returned to Unique City, it was already an empty city. "My lord, what should we do? I didn't expect this Mushio to be so cunning." Sure enough, when Gu Fei returned to Solitary City, the entire ancient city had really become an empty city. This shocked and angered the Iron Blood Taoist and the others. It was not an easy task to move over 100,000 people away in such a short period of time. How dare they lie to us? "Master, we should let them know that we're not so easily fooled." Black Dragon gritted his teeth. He had always disliked Mushio. "My lord, give the order." The 12 bandits were filled with murderous intent. They couldn't wait to kill their way into unique sacred mountain and behead Mushio. "Since that's the case, let's do it." Gu Fei nodded. He then turned around and led the group towards unique sacred mountain. Very quickly, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Mushio, you will pay for your stupidity." Gu Fei spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it traveled far into Mushio's ears. "What?" Mushio was extremely shocked. He had already arrived at the waist of unique sacred mountain through void teleportation. However, his opponent's voice was still able to reach his ears. This made him feel uneasy. Boom! As he spoke, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. It emitted an incomparably powerful aura as it charged towards unique sacred mountain. Strands of primordial chaos chi circled around the ancient cauldron. An ancient aura was emitted from the ancient cauldron. How could this be? This is looking at the ancient cauldron flying towards unique sacred mountain. Mushio was extremely shocked. His eyes widened and his mouth agape. He didn't expect that a saint weapon that had disappeared since the ancient times would appear in the hands of his opponent. "It's over." Mushio was shocked. When he thought about how terrifying a saint weapon was, his face turned ashen. If he knew that his opponent had a saint weapon, he wouldn't have dared to betray Gu Fei, no matter how daring he was. Chapter 23:35. Mushio was an ancient saint who had lived for countless years. Naturally, he could sense the terrifying aura from the mountain and river cauldron. It was an aura that made even ancient saints shudder. Gu Fei actually had the mountain and river cauldron? How was this possible? Didn't the mountain and river cauldron disappear during the desolate era? Mushio's expression changed drastically. He thought that the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to him once he returned to the unique sacred mountain. One should know that the unique sacred mountain was a palace left behind by the ancient Golden Crow. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had been operating on the unique sacred mountain for countless years. He had laid down countless Tao runes and had almost refined the entire mountain into a supreme saint tool. In Mu Xiu's opinion, no one could break through the unique sacred mountain, not even a great saint or an immortal venerable. But now, he knew that the other party definitely had the strength to destroy the unique sacred mountain. Mu Xiu had already realized how foolish his actions were. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. An ancient cauldron that breathed primordial chaos qi slammed heavily on the unique sacred mountain's defensive grand formation. Countless formation runes emerged from the originally transparent void. An earth-shattering shockwave spread out from the unique sacred mountain. Every living being in the entire Ziyang continent felt the shockwave immediately. All of them panicked, as if a supreme saint had descended upon the Ziyang continent. The unique sacred mountain's defensive grand formation was activated. Countless formation runes interweaved, triggering the power of the ancestral vein beneath the mountain. Earth essence qi transformed into huge dragons that rushed out from the depths of the earth. Roar. In the void, there seemed to be a shocking dragon roar. 9 chaos dragons appeared between heaven and earth, exuding a mighty wave of power. The 9 dragons pounced towards the mountain and river cauldron at the same time, like 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This was the power of the unique sacred mountain's defensive grand formation. These 9 dragons were enough to kill an ordinary saint. Moreover, these dragons were condensed from the ancestral vein of the earth. They were lifeless. Even if they displayed power that surpassed the saint realm, the power of heavenly punishment would not appear. The power of heavenly punishment only targeted saint realm living beings. However, saint tools and saint formations were lifeless and would not trigger the power of heavenly punishment. Boom. Just then, a loud boom rang out as the 9 dragons slammed into the mountain and river cauldron. In the next instant, the mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and the 9 dragons were sent flying away. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron let out a deafening cry, and the beasts engraved on the cauldron began to emit rays of divine light, as if they were about to come to life. The souls of the countless ancient beasts suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron showed signs of awakening, especially the 4 spirits of the ancient era. They even showed their soul shadows, struggling on the mountain and river cauldron, as if they were about to rush out. This is on the solitary sacred mountain. Mu Xiu, who saw the changes on the mountain and river cauldron, was dumbfounded. It really was the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that only the mountain and river cauldron could suppress the 4 spirits of heaven and earth. All the upper echelons of the unique abode were gathered on the unique sacred mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone was in disbelief. Someone was actually attacking the unique sacred mountain. This was something that had never happened before. Ever since Heavenly Emperor Ziyang unified the Purple Sun continent, no one had ever been able to get close to unique sacred mountain, let alone attack it. Is it those outsiders? How could they be so powerful? Why isn't the Heavenly Emperor back yet? Are we going to be passively attacked? On the unique sacred mountain, some elders of the unique abode were discussing in low voices. They had never been so aggrieved before. Someone had come to kill them, and they couldn't even go out to fight. Grand Elder, what should we do? An elder of the unique abode asked Mu Xiu. Run as far as you can. activate the ancient teleportation formation on the sacred mountain, or it will be too late, Mushio suddenly said. What? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. They thought they had heard wrong. How could such words come out of the Grand Elder's mouth? Hurry up and activate the ancient teleportation formation. What are you waiting for? We're already in trouble. Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Mushio couldn't help but shout. Rumble! At this time, the entire unique sacred mountain was shaking. The ancient cauldron in the sky was gradually breaking through the formation, and even the mountain guarding Grand Array could not stop it. Yes, the group of elders of the unique abode immediately received the order and left. However, just as the mountain river cauldron broke through the unique immortal mountain's protective array, a silhouette appeared in the sky above the unique immortal mountain. An extremely powerful aura exuded from the silhouette. Seeing that silhouette, Mushio's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The person who attacked the unique sacred mountain was none other than Gu Fei. Are you going to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it? Gu Fei looked down at old man Mushio and said expressionlessly, he hated those who betrayed him the most, and this old man Mushio actually dared to do so. This made him very unhappy. He would never let go of such a treacherous person. Gu Fei, you've gone too far. Old man Mushio was shocked and angered. He never thought that the other party would have an extreme Dao Saint weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. I've already given you all a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Gu Fei said. Above his head, an ancient cauldron floated. Streams of primordial chaos chi flowed down from the ancient cauldron, emitting waves of energy that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The power of the mountain and river cauldron spread out, forcefully suppressing the unique sacred mountain's grand array. The 9 chaotic dragons were forced back, and the surrounding space was sealed by the mountain and river cauldron. Grand Elder, why are you talking so much with this guy? Let me go up and take his head. A black-haired, middle-aged man shouted. He then shot up into the sky and arrived in front of Gu Fei. His killing intent surged, and with a flip of his hands, a halberd appeared in his hands. Shwa! The middle-aged man waved the halberd and smashed it down towards Gu Fei's head. Humph! Gu Fei shook his head and pressed forward with his right hand. The halberd in the middle-aged man's hands immediately shattered into millions of pieces. The middle-aged man didn't even have the chance to scream before he was turned into a bloody mist. His soul had been completely destroyed. Everyone on the mountain was shocked beyond words. To think that this outsider could destroy a great perfection quasi-sage with a single move. This scene was way too shocking. The cultivation and battle prowess of this outsider were way too frightening. Chapter 23:36. Ants will always be ants. No matter how many of them there are, they are still ants in front of a dragon. Gu Fei said, right now, he was like a supreme god that could control the heavens and earth. He had killed a demi-sage with just a raise of his hand. He was so overbearing and unbridled. I'll fight you to the death. Mushio knew that he had lost the upper hand. His opponent had the mountain and river cauldron, which could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the nemesis of the ancestral vein of the earth. What could the unique residents use to fight against such an opponent? Boom! Mushio took out the stone tablet. Countless Dao runes appeared on the stone tablet. An extremely powerful and saintly aura was emitted from the stone tablet. This was the sign of the great Dao imprint within the saint weapon awakening. However, without any suspense, Gu Fei activated the mountain and river cauldron and smashed the stone tablet in Mushio's hand into pieces. Even the imprint of the great Dao imprint within the stone tablet had been dispersed. Ugh! Mu Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body looked fatigued. He seemed to have lost something in his body. The destruction of the saint weapon that he had refined himself had dealt a huge blow to Mu Xiu. His Tao foundation was almost shaken. A drop of blood seeped out from his forehead. Die. Gu Fei extended his right hand and struck out with the heaven-encompassing palm. The chaotic palm covered the entire mountain, leaving Mu Xiu with no way to escape. He could only take it head-on. Roar. Mu Xiu roared like a wild beast that was about to die. He actually shot up into the sky from the mountain and pounced towards Gu Fei. He wanted to take Gu Fei down with him. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Just when everyone thought that Mu Xiu was about to be killed by this outsider, a loud shout rang out from the top of the mountain. After that, a figure appeared high up in the sky and saved Mu Xiu. Boom. At the same time when that person saved Mu Xiu, he sent a backhand slap upwards. The extremely violent power transformed into a huge purple hand, which fiercely collided with Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. Two shocking forces collided and canceled each other out. Countless Tao patterns were destroyed. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm was actually blocked. In the end, the two giant palms dissipated in the void at the same time. It's the Sky Sovereign. The Sky Sovereign is finally back. On the unique sacred mountain, cheers resounded. At the moment of life and death for the unique residents, the only person who could lead them through this crisis was Celestial the Arch Ziyang. Celestial the Arch. When old man Mu Xiu saw that the person who saved him was the Manor Lord of the Soul's Supremacy Manor, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, he was overjoyed. The Soul's Supremacy Manor was saved. Heavenly the Arch Ziyang actually returned at this time. This caused Gu Fei and the rest to be shocked. But Gu Fei wasn't afraid. So, what if it was a Heavenly the Arch? Could it be that he was more powerful than the ancestor devil? Your Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. Gu Fei looked at the person and said, this person was tall and had a head of black hair that fluttered in the wind. He wore white robes and stood there, giving off a feeling of otherworldliness. Tao friend, you're going a little overboard. The white-robed middle-aged man said, with a smile on his face, even if you're back, you won't be able to change anything. Gu Fei sized up this heavenly monarch Ziyang and said, anyone who dared to betray him would have to pay the price. No matter who it was, it would be the same. Tao friend, on account of my face, how about letting this go? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said with a faint smile on his face. Gu Fei could sense that this heavenly emperor Ziyang wasn't as simple as he seemed. Even though he was standing in the void, his entire being seemed to have fused with the void around him. There was an inexplicable Taoist rhyme in his every move. Humph, how can this do? Just at this moment, a voice rang out. Iron Blood Taoist brought his group and rushed over. Very quickly, they arrived behind Gu Fei. The one who spoke was Black Dragon. At this moment, the Mountain River Cauldron had already suppressed the defensive formation of the unique sacred mountain. How about I owe you a favor? Heavenly Monarch Ziyang ignored Black Dragon and focused all his attention on Gu Fei. He could feel that these people weren't simple. Hearing the words of Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, the disciples of Unique Manor were incomparably shocked. Were these outsiders really so strong that even the Heavenly Monarch had to compromise? A favor from an immortal lord. Gu Fei's eyes lit up like torches. He could see through the cultivation base of this Heavenly Monarch Ziyang. This Heavenly Monarch Ziyang was actually an immortal lord. My lord, this person, Iron Blood Taoist, couldn't help but frown when he saw this person. He realized that he couldn't see through this person's cultivation. This shocked him. There are 9 immortal lords under the supreme Tao ancestor. You're that immortal lord. Gu Fei looked at heavenly monarch Ziyang with a solemn expression. This fellow was definitely a super antique. One should know that the immortal lords of the ancient era were all great figures that once followed the supreme Tao ancestor. According to legend, the supreme Tao ancestor accepted 9 great disciples and passed down 9 secret arts. If this heavenly monarch, Ziyang, was really an immortal lord, then this fella must have mastered at least one secret art of the immortal Tao. Heavenly monarch, Ziyang was taken aback, and his expression turned slightly ugly. There's no immortal lord here, only a heavenly monarch. Heavenly monarch Ziyang said. Oh, Gu Fei's curiosity was piqued. Fellow Taoist, as long as you don't kill Mu Xiu, everything is negotiable. Heavenly monarch Ziyang continued. He glanced at the ancient cauldron hovering above Gu Fei's head. His eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. Heavenly monarch, Mu Xiu couldn't help but feel touched when he heard this. Very well, as long as you can find an ancient teleportation formation that can teleport to Tunglong continent, then I will pretend that nothing happened. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said to heavenly monarch Ziyang. He just wanted to return to Tunglong continent as soon as possible. He really wasn't interested in other things. Tunglong continent. Heavenly monarch Ziyang was startled. Could these people be from Tunglong continent? How did they come to the ocean? Could it be he thought of something? What? Can't do it? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little impatient when he saw heavenly monarch Ziyang's thoughtful expression. He was a little surprised that this heavenly monarch Ziyang was actually an immortal lord. However, so what if he was an immortal venerable? In the mortal world, only the human emperors dared to disregard the energy of heavenly punishment. Even an immortal venerable wouldn't dare to remove the seal on his body in the mortal world and recover his cultivation base. Unfortunately, I don't have such an ancient teleportation formation here. Heavenly monarch Ziyang said. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and was about to make a move. Hee, fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. Although I don't have such an ancient teleportation formation here, I know a place that does. Heavenly monarch Ziyang continued. Where? Chapter 2337. Just when Gu Fei broke through the protective formation of the unique sacred mountain and was about to kill ancient sage Mu Xiu, who dared to betray him, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang suddenly returned. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang saved Mu Xiu and told him where he knew the ancient teleportation formation to the Tunglong continent. The 3 continents were in the depths of the divine Fall Sea and were too far away from the Tunglong continent. Moreover, it was very easy to get lost in the vast sea. Without the teleportation formation, it would not be easy for Gu Fei and the others to return to the Tunglong continent. Where is the teleportation formation? Gu Fei asked directly. If I tell you the location of the teleportation formation to the Tunglong continent, can you let Mu Xiu go? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang looked at Gu Fei with a smile. All right. Gu Fei nodded. The reason why he made such a big commotion in the Ziyang continent was to find the teleportation formation to the Tunglong continent. All right, it's a deal then. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang didn't want Mu Xiu to die in the hands of Gu Fei, so he told Gu Fei the location of the teleportation formation. After listening, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. That place was not a place that anyone could go. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had just returned from that place. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang couldn't enter that place. This time, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had left the Purple Sun continent for more than a decade just to enter that place. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the rulers of the other two continents had worked hard for more than a decade, but in the end, they gained nothing. In the end, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang welcomed Gu Fei and the others to the unique sacred mountain. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and Gu Fei entered the Golden Crow Palace at the peak of the unique sacred mountain. After a secret discussion for nearly 2 hours, Gu Fei walked out of the Golden Crow Palace. The Golden Crow Palace was a temporary residence left behind by the great sage of the ancient demon race, the Golden Crow. Such a temporary residence was just a place for Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Gu Fei brought everyone to the residence that Heavenly Emperor Violet's son prepared for them. This was a courtyard with pavilions and terraces, with birdsong and fragrant flowers. It was a quiet and secluded place. "Master, are you really going to that place?" Iron Blood Taoist said worriedly. No one knew if Heavenly Emperor Ziyang wanted to use Gu Fei to open that place. Even Heavenly Venerables are interested in that place. "I want to see what's so special about that place," Gu Fei said. There was no doubt that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was an immortal sovereign. There were only 9 ancient heavenly sovereigns, and they were the 9 great disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. This Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was probably one of the 9 disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. To Heavenly Dharch Ziyang, only a supreme-level ruin could interest him. He didn't hesitate to spend more than a decade thinking of ways to enter that place. "Get ready. We'll be leaving in 3 days." Gu Fei glanced at the crowd and said, "Yes, Iron Blood Taoist," and the others hurriedly nodded. On the 3rd day, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang personally came to invite Gu Fei to go out to sea with him. The reason he came back this time was because he received an urgent message from Elder Mu Xiu. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was very curious. Someone actually forced Elder Mu Xiu to send out a message for help. One should know that Elder Mu Xiu was an ancient saint. An ancient saint should be the strongest existence in this world. When Heavenly Emperor Ziyang saw Gu Fei, he knew that Elder Mu Xiu's defeat wasn't unjust. This Gu Fei was actually a sage monarch. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary sage monarch. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, Gu Fei, and the others boarded a divine ship in the sky. Then, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang steered the divine ship and left Soul Sovereign Sacred Mountain. The speed of the divine ship was extremely fast. The body of the ship was branded with countless immortal Tao patterns. It carried everyone, broke through the clouds, and flew away. Very soon, the divine ship carried everyone out of the Ziyang continent and into the boundless divine fallen sea. The divine fallen sea was called the divine fallen sea because it was vast and boundless. Even immortals would lose their way after entering the divine fallen sea and would never be able to find their way back. In the end, they would only be buried in the divine fallen sea. This was how the divine fallen sea got its name. The divine ship broke through the waves and soon left the Ziyang continent. After entering the divine fallen sea, the speed of the divine ship increased, leaving many islands behind. Gu Fei discovered that some of the islands in the divine fallen sea were very big and seemed to have powerful beings entrenched on them. However, when the divine ship passed by, the powerful beings entrenched on the islands all panicked, let alone attacking the divine ship. After sailing for a full 8 days without any accidents, the sea in front of them had become somewhat different. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've entered another world? On the divine ship, Iron Blood Taoist suddenly said. He was extremely shocked. The laws of heaven and earth in this sea seemed to be somewhat different. Moreover, what truly shocked him was that his cultivation seemed to be showing signs of breaking through the seal on his body. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort was heard from the bow of the divine ship. Then an extremely powerful Saint aura suddenly erupted. Someone had undone the seal on his body. Mu Xiao, what are you doing? Sky Emperor Ziyang's voice was heard. I've recovered my cultivation of the saint level. I fear no one. Mu Xiao's voice was filled with murderous intent. The powerful saint aura caused the entire divine ship to shake. He was about to attack Gu Fei and the others on the ship. At that moment, Gu Fei's body emitted a boundless aura that enveloped the 12 bandits, the Black Dragon, and the others, isolating the saint aura from the bow of the ship. Sky Emperor Ziyang, you're too unkind. At that moment, how could Gu Fei and the others not know what was going on? The Iron Blood Taoist didn't think too much and also undid the seal on his body. A saint aura, no weaker than Mu Xiao's, erupted from his body. The two saint auras clashed, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. From time to time, pitch-black spatial cracks would appear in the void, like black lightning, flashing and disappearing. Mu Xiao, are you trying to betray me? On the bow of the ship, Sky Emperor Ziyang's dignified voice continued. 9 immortal doubt patterns circled around him, and the aura of an immortal lord was vast and mighty. Sky Emperor Ziyang's immortal aura directly suppressed the saint aura emitted from Mu Xiao's body. This was the difference between them. An immortal lord was a supreme existence second only to a Ren Huang. Sky Emperor, why are you doing this? With your cultivation, why are you joining forces with these people? Mu Xiao half knelt at the feet of Sky Emperor Ziyang, trembling all over. The immortal lord's aura was too powerful, causing his spiritual soul to tremble. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him, making him unable to straighten his back. Internal strife. Gu Fei had been watching the scene on the bow of the ship with cold eyes. A phantom of an ancient cauldron appeared in the void around him, isolating the immortal lord's aura. Although an immortal lord was powerful, second only to a Ren Huang, he was still not a Ren Huang, nor was he a supreme. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, so he could ignore the supreme aura of an immortal lord. Of course, this Sky Emperor Ziyang wasn't an ordinary immortal lord. He was a primordial immortal lord, one of the 9 original immortal lords under the supreme Tao ancestor. This kind of aura was something ordinary immortal lords didn't have. One should know that the supreme immortal Tao was a supreme law created by the supreme Tao ancestor. The 9 great disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor were the first batch of successors who had cultivated to the immortal supremacy realm after the supreme Tao ancestor. Therefore, the primordial immortal supremacy referred to the 9 great disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor. How I do things is none of your business. Tao runes interweaved in Sky Emperor Ziyang's eyes. His entire body emitted a dazzling immortal light like a sun, making it hard for others to look straight at him. At this time, Mu Xiao, who was half kneeling in front of Sky Emperor Ziyang, had a trace of blood seeping out of his mouth. The power of an immortal lord wasn't something ordinary people could imagine, especially a primordial immortal lord. Just his aura alone was enough to make an ancient saint vomit blood. Sky Emperor, that person has the mountain and river cauldron. If we can take it. Elder Mu Xiao stared at the supreme aura of the primordial immortal lord and spoke through gritted teeth. Shut up, you disappoint me too much. Scram. Seeing that you've followed me for so many years, I won't kill you. Scram. Sky Emperor Ziyang waved his right sleeve. An immortal light immediately wrapped around Mu Xiao and swept him away from the bow of the ship, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Taoist of Iron Blood and the 12 bandits were shaken by this scene. Celestial Larch Ziyang was truly too powerful. With a wave of his hand, He sent an ancient saint flying away, disappearing without a trace. I've embarrassed myself in front of Dao Friend. Sky Emperor Ziyang retracted his immortal aura and smiled at Gu Fei. That person was born with a rebellious nature. Only Dao Friend can subdue someone like him. Gu Fei looked at Sky Emperor Ziyang and said indifferently, 9 heavens, 10 earths mountain, and river cauldron. When Sky Emperor Ziyang saw the faint silhouette of the ancient cauldron in the void around Gu Fei, his eyes flashed with a bright light. Then he walked into the cabin. After the incident with Mu Xiu, Gu Fei's group became even more cautious. They didn't know where they entered, but in this place, they could actually undo the seal. The power of heaven's wrath didn't descend. Something was affecting this part of the world, blocking the power of heaven's wrath outside, making it difficult for it to descend. The divine ship sailed for another day. On the afternoon of the 10th day, Gu Fei and the others entered a strange place. They saw many divine mountains floating in the sky. Some of the divine mountains had shattered, but the countless fragments of the divine mountains were still floating in the sky. As they ventured deeper, Gu Fei's group even saw many skeletons floating in the void. In some places, chaotic energy surged. The void had been pierced, but it was difficult to repair it. This is a remnant of the ancient calamity, an ancient battlefield. Sky Emperor Ziyang walked out of the cabin and came to the bow of the ship. He then said to Gu Fei's group, "What?" Chapter 2338. The place that Gu Fei and the others entered was actually an ancient battlefield left behind after the great calamity of the ancient age. This shocked everyone to the extreme. The divine ship continued to sail forward and had no intention of stopping. No one knew that there was such a great secret in the deepest part of the God-fallen sea. If news of this were to spread, the entire ancient soaring dragon star would be in an uproar. This was too unbelievable. In the ancient battlefield, dilapidated buildings could be seen floating in the void everywhere. Some skeletons could also be seen floating in the void. There wasn't just one type of saint-level law here. Instead, countless saint-level laws were entangled together, forming a unique world. Rumble, the void between heaven and earth was shaking. There was actually a huge chaotic hole with a radius of 10,000 miles in front of them. There was a supreme Tao law in it. Even after countless years, this Tao law still existed. It was preventing the restoration of the void, making it difficult for this chaotic hole to be repaired. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The ancient war was really too tragic. It seemed like there was a supreme figure taking action. That is, looking at the huge chaotic hole in front of them carefully, there was a vast chaotic qi in it. An indestructible Tao law condensed and didn't dissipate. There was a huge figure floating in the chaotic hole. "A demon dragon," Iron Blood Taoist exclaimed. The huge figure floating in the chaotic hole was actually a demon dragon that was thousands of miles long. Its body was like a winding mountain ridge. There was no aura of life on the demon dragon. It was a demon dragon that had died countless years ago. However, its body was immortal. Even the chaotic qi couldn't erase it. That dragon slayer was definitely incredible. He actually killed an incomparably powerful demon dragon. The divine ship went around the chaotic hole in front of them. At this time, they began to approach the central region of the ancient battlefield. The aura of demonic nature and divinity was vast. There were human-shaped demonic creatures floating in the void. They were all ice-cold corpses. There were also immortals wearing immortal robes and armor that were killed in the void. Their immortal robes and armor were dyed red with divine blood. The bloodstains were still bright and eye-catching. It seemed like the blood hadn't dried yet. "Be careful," We are about to enter a dangerous area. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang reminded. In fact, this ancient battlefield was filled with dangers everywhere. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had clearly found a safe path, which was why they were able to arrive at the periphery of the ancient battlefield's central region unscathed. However, if they continued to go deeper, even Heavenly Emperor Ziyang wasn't confident. Roar. A terrifying demonic roar suddenly sounded. Just as the divine ship passed by a region filled with demonic chi, the endless demonic chi started to boil. It actually condensed into a huge demonic shadow that roared at the sky. This Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The demonic might coming from the demonic figure was very powerful. It was like a terrifying and powerful devil sovereign had descended into this world, causing the entire world to tremble. There's no need to pay attention to it. This is just the demon's undying killing intent that hasn't dissipated even after thousands of years. It won't be able to affect us much. On the bow of the ship, Heavenly Duarch Ziyang still had a calm look. He seemed to have known that such a thing would happen and did not pay attention to that fiendish shadow. Too scary. Zhuge Liang and the other 12 bandits didn't have Heavenly Duarch Ziyang's willpower. Their faces were all pale and their souls were shaking. Although this demonic figure didn't attack them, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming demonic aura that emanated from this demonic figure. Swoosh. Seeing this, Gu Fei directly opened up his inner world and kept the 12 bandits inside. To think that you actually opened up a world of your own. Seeing that Gu Fei opened up his inner world, Heavenly Duarch Ziyang had a look of surprise on his face. He could sense that this world of Gu Fei's was filled with vitality. It was actually a divine land. Rumble, just as the divine ship left that demonic land, a thunderous sound came from the front. A divine light of the immortal Tao rushed over from afar like a Milky Way and entered that demonic land. Kill! Endless battle cries suddenly rang in Gu Fei's ears. Above the Milky Way, there were countless immortals charging over with immortal weapons and divine artifacts. Their murderous intent was shocking. This is above the Milky Way. Countless immortal soldiers and divine generals charged over, following the Milky Way formed by the divine light of the immortal Tao, and slaughtering their way into that demonic land. Roar. At the moment when those celestial soldiers and divine generals slaughtered their way into the demonic land, countless demonic howls rang out. Demonic shadows materialized one after another and met the immortal soldiers and divine generals head-on. The battle that erupted was incomparably real. Gu Fei and the others could even see the blood of the immortals and divine gods raining down from the sky and staining the ground black. This scene caused them to be incomparably shocked. This was the reenactment of that battle in the past. Countless fiend gods were slaughtering each other, and countless fiend gods were falling. Even though they had died countless years ago, and their corpses had already turned into dust, that undying killing intent still remained. The divine ship left, but Gu Fei and the others still couldn't come back to their senses. Clang. At this moment, the sound of metal clanging suddenly rang out like a morning bell, waking Gu Fei and the iron blood Taoist up from their stupor. What's that? 100 miles to the right of the divine ship, a ray of divine light and demonic light were clashing. Every time they clashed, there would be a sound that could pierce through metal and stone. Even Gu Fei and the iron blood Taoist felt their ears buzzing. An extremely powerful demonic and divine aura swept over, causing Gu Fei's cauldron of mountain and river to feel the impact of the two auras. The cauldron's soul actually showed signs of awakening. Not a real supreme divine weapon. Gu Fei could already tell that the two were divine and demonic weapons formed from the immortal will of battle. Evidently, there had once been a great battle between supremes here. Rumble. In the end, the divine and demonic weapons dissipated at the same time. The world shattered and billions of lives perished. The scene of destruction shocked Gufei to the core. Could all this have been caused by a supreme-level existence? Although it was an illusion and didn't really exist, Gufei knew that this was what really happened in the primordial age. It was a microcosm of the great calamity. At this time, the divine ship had already left this area and kept moving forward. Along the way, Gufei saw many illusions. Too many people died in the great calamity back then. Some supremes also perished, but their unyielding will to battle was still undying. We're here. At the bow of the ship, Celestial Larch, Ziyong suddenly said. Gufei and the iron-blood Taoist quickly looked forward and saw an island floating hundreds of miles away. The island was verdant and full of life.